Dreams. From the collected works of Carl Jung. 1. Dreams and psychoanalysis. The analysis of dreams. In 1900, Sigmund Freud published in Vienna a voluminous work on the analysis of dreams. Here are the principal results of his investigations. The dream, far from being the confusion of haphazard and meaningless associations it is commonly believed to be, or a result merely of somatic sensations during sleep as many authors suppose, is an autonomous and meaningful product of psychic activity, susceptible, like all other psychic functions, of a systematic analysis. The organic sensations felt during sleep are not the cause of the dream, they play but a secondary role and furnish only elements, the material, upon which the psyche works. According to Freud, the dream, like every complex psychic product, is a creation, a piece of work which has its motives, its trains of antecedent associations, and like any considered action it is the outcome of a logical process, of the competition between various tendencies and the victory of one tendency over another. Dreaming has a meaning, like everything else we do. It may be objected that all empirical reality is against this theory, since the impression of incoherence and obscurity that dreams make upon us is notorious. Freud calls this sequence of confused images the manifest content of the dream. It is the facade behind which he looks for what is essential, namely, the dream thought or the latent content. One may ask what reason Freud has for thinking that the dream itself is only the facade of a vast edifice, or that it really has any meaning. His supposition is not founded on a dogma, nor on an a priori idea, but on empiricism alone, namely, the common experience that no psychic, or physical, fact is accidental. It must have, then, its train of causes, being always the product of a complicated combination of phenomena, for every existing mental element is the resultant of anterior psychic states and ought in theory to be capable of analysis. Freud applies to the dream the same principle that we always instinctively use when inquiring into the causes of human actions. He asks himself, quite simply, why does this particular person dream this particular thing? He must have his specific reasons, otherwise there would be a breakdown in the law of causality. A child's dream is different from an adult's, just as the dream of an educated man differs from that of an illiterate. There is something individual in the dream, it is in agreement with the psychological disposition of the subject. In what does this psychological disposition consist? It is itself the result of our psychic past. Our present mental state depends upon our history. In each person's past there are elements of different value which determine the psychic constellation. The events which do not awaken any strong emotions have little influence on our thoughts or actions, whereas those which provoke strong emotional reactions are of great importance for our subsequent psychological development. These memories with a strong feeling tone form complexes of associations which are not only long-enduring but are very powerful and closely interlinked. An object which I regard with little interest calls forth few associations and soon vanishes from my intellectual horizon. An object in which, on the contrary, I feel much interest will evoke numerous associations and preoccupy me for a long while. Every emotion produces a more or less extensive complex of associations which I have called the feeling-toned complex of ideas. In studying an individual case history we always discover that the complex exerts the strongest constellating force, from which we conclude that in any analysis we shall meet with it from the start. The complexes appear as the chief components of the psychological disposition in every psychic structure. In the dream, for example, we encounter the emotional components, for it is easy to understand that all the products of psychic activity depend above all upon the strongest constellating influences. One does not have to look far to find the complex that sets Gretchen, in Faust, singing. There was a king in Thule, true even to his grave, to him his dying mistress a golden beaker gave. The hidden thought is Gretchen's doubt about Faust's fidelity. The song, unconsciously chosen by Gretchen, is what we have called the dream material, which corresponds to the secret thought. One might apply this example to the dream, and suppose that Gretchen had not sung but dreamed this romance. In that case the song, with its tragic story of the loves of a far-off king of old, is the manifest content of the dream, its facade. Anyone who did not know of Gretchen's secret sorrow would have no idea why she dreamt of this king. But we, who know the dream thought which is her tragic love for Faust, can understand why the dream makes use of this particular song, for it is about the rare faithfulness of the king. Faust is not faithful, and Gretchen would like his faithfulness to her to resemble that of the king in the story. Her dream, in reality her song, expresses in a disguised form the ardent desire of her soul. Here we touch upon the real nature of the feeling-toned complex. It is always a question of a wish and resistance to it. Our life is spent in struggles for the realization of our wishes. All our actions proceed from the wish that something should or should not come to pass. It is for this that we work, for this we think. If we cannot fulfill a wish in reality, we realize it at least in fantasy. The religious and the philosophic systems of every people in every age are the best proof of this. The thought of immortality, even in philosophic guise, is no other than a wish, for which philosophy is but the facade, even as Gretchen's song is only the outward form, a beneficent veil drawn over her grief. The dream represents her wish as fulfilled. Freud says that every dream represents the fulfillment of a repressed wish. Carrying our illustration further, we see that in the dream Faust is replaced by the king. A transformation has taken place. Faust has become the far-off old king. The personality of Faust, which has a strong feeling tone, is replaced by a neutral, legendary person. The king is an association by analogy, a symbol for Faust, and the mistress for Gretchen. We may ask what is the purpose of this arrangement, why Gretchen should dream, so to speak, indirectly about this thought, why she cannot conceive it clearly and without equivocation. This question is easily answered. Gretchen's sadness contains a thought that no one likes to dwell upon. It would be too painful. Her doubt about Faust's faithfulness is repressed and kept down. It makes its reappearance in the form of a melancholy story which, although it realizes her wish, is not accompanied by pleasant feelings. Freud says that the wishes which form the dream thought are never desires which one openly admits to oneself, but desires that are repressed because of their painful character, and it is because they are excluded from conscious reflection in the waking state that they float up, indirectly, in dreams. This reasoning is not at all surprising if we look at the lives of the saints. One can understand without difficulty the nature of the feelings repressed by Saint Catherine of Siena, which reappeared indirectly in the vision of her celestial marriage, and see what are the wishes that manifest themselves more or less symbolically in the visions and temptations of the saints. As we know, there is as little difference between the somnambulistic consciousness of the hysteric and the normal dream as there is between the intellectual life of hysterics and that of normal people. Naturally, if we ask someone why he had such and such a dream, what are the secret thoughts expressed in it, he cannot tell us. He will say that he had eaten too much in the evening, that he was lying on his back, that he had seen or heard this or that the day before, in short, all the things we can read in the numerous scientific books about dreams. As for the dream thought, he does not and he cannot know it for, according to Freud, the thought is repressed because it is too disagreeable. So, if anyone solemnly assures us that he has never found in his own dreams any of the things Freud talks about, we can hardly suppress a smile. He has been straining to see things it is impossible to see directly. The dream disguises the repressed complex to prevent it from being recognized. By changing Faust into the king of Thule, Gretchen renders the situation inoffensive. Freud calls this mechanism, which prevents the repressed thought from showing itself clearly, the censor. The censor is nothing but the resistance which also prevents us, in the daytime, from following a line of reasoning right to the end. The censor will not allow the thought to pass until it is so disguised that the dreamer is unable to recognize it. If we try to acquaint the dreamer with the thought behind his dream, he will always oppose to us the same resistance that he opposes to his repressed complex. We can now ask ourselves a series of important questions. Above all, what must we do to get behind the facade into the inside of the house, that is, beyond the manifest content of the dream to the real, secret thought behind it? Let us return to our example and suppose that Gretchen is an hysterical patient who comes to consult me about a disagreeable dream. I will suppose, moreover, that I know nothing about her, In this case I would not waste my time questioning her directly, for as a rule these intimate sorrows cannot be uncovered without arousing the most intense resistance. I would try rather to conduct what I have called an association experiment, which would reveal to me the whole of her love affair, her secret pregnancy, etc. The conclusion would be easy to draw, and I should be able to submit the dream thought to her without hesitation. But one may proceed more prudently. I would ask her, for instance, who is not so faithful as the king of Thule, or who ought to be. This question would very quickly illuminate the situation. In uncomplicated cases such as this, the interpretation or analysis of a dream is limited to a few simple questions. Here is an example of such a case. It concerns a man of whom I know nothing except that he lives in the colonies and happens at present to be in Europe on leave. During one of our interviews he related a dream which had made a profound impression on him. 2 years before, he had dreamt that he was in a wild and desert place, and he saw, on a rock, a man dressed in black covering his face with both hands. Suddenly he set out towards a precipice, when a woman, likewise clothed in black, appeared and tried to restrain him. He flung himself into the abyss, dragging her with him. The dreamer awoke with a cry of anguish. The question, who was that man who put himself in a dangerous situation and dragged a woman to her doom, moved the dreamer deeply, for that man was the dreamer himself. 2 years before, he had been on a journey of exploration across a rocky and desert land. His expedition was pursued relentlessly by the savage inhabitants of that country, who at night made attacks in which several of its members perished. He had undertaken this extremely perilous journey because at that time life had no value for him. The feeling he had when engaging in this adventure was that he was tempting fate. And the reason for his despair? For several years he had lived alone in a country with a very dangerous climate. When on leave in Europe 2.5 years ago, he made the acquaintance of a young woman. They fell in love and the young woman wanted to marry him. He knew, however, that he would have to go back to the murderous climate of the tropics, and he had no wish to take a woman there and condemn her to almost certain death. He therefore broke off his engagement, after prolonged moral conflicts which plunged him into profound despair. It was in such a state of mind that he started on his perilous journey. The analysis of the dream does not end with this statement, for the wish fulfillment is not yet evident. But as I am only citing this dream in order to demonstrate the discovery of the essential complex, the sequel of the analysis is without interest for us. In this case the dreamer was a frank and courageous man. A little less frankness, or any feeling of unease or mistrust towards me, and the complex would not have been admitted. There are even some who would calmly have asseverated that the dream had no meaning and that my question was completely beside the point. In these cases the resistance is too great, and the complex cannot be brought up from the depths directly into ordinary consciousness. Generally the resistance is such that a direct inquiry, unless it is conducted with great experience, leads to no result. By creating the psychoanalytic method, Freud has given us a valuable instrument for resolving or overcoming the most tenacious resistances. This method is practiced in the following manner. One selects some specially striking portion of the dream, and then questions the subject about the associations that attach themselves to it. He is directed to say frankly whatever comes into his mind concerning this part of the dream, eliminating as far as possible any criticism. Criticism is nothing but the censor at work, it is the resistance against the complex, and it tends to suppress what is of the most importance. The subject should, therefore, say absolutely everything that comes into his head without paying any attention to it. This is always difficult at first, especially in an introspective examination when his attention cannot be suppressed so far as to eliminate the inhibiting effect of the censor. For it is towards oneself that one has the strongest resistances. The following case demonstrates the course of an analysis against strong resistances. A gentleman of whose intimate life I was ignorant told me the following dream. I found myself in a little room, seated at a table beside Pope Pius X, whose features were far more handsome than they are in reality, which surprised me. I saw on one side of our room a great apartment with a table sumptuously laid, and a crowd of ladies in evening dress. Suddenly I felt a need to urinate, and I went out. On my return the need was repeated, I went out again, and this happened several times. Finally I woke up, wanting to urinate. The dreamer, a very intelligent and well-educated man, naturally explained this to himself as a dream caused by irritation of the bladder. Indeed, dreams of this class are always so explained. He argued vigorously against the existence of any components of great individual significance in this dream. It is true that the facade of the dream was not very transparent, and I could not know what was hidden behind it. My first deduction was that the dreamer had a strong resistance because he put so much energy into protesting that the dream was meaningless. In consequence, I did not venture to put the indiscreet question, "Why did you compare yourself to the Pope?" I only asked him what ideas he associated with Pope. The analysis developed as follows. Pope. The Pope lives royally, a well-known student's song. Note that this gentleman was 31 and unmarried. Seated beside the Pope. Just in the same way I was seated at the side of a sheikh of a Muslim sect, whose guest I was in Arabia. The sheikh is a sort of Pope. The Pope is a celibate, the Muslim a polygamist. The idea behind the dream seems to be clear. I am a celibate like the Pope, but I would like to have many wives like the Muslim. I kept silent about these conjectures. The room and the apartment with the table laid. They are apartments in my cousin's house, where I was present at a large dinner party he gave a fortnight ago. The ladies in evening dress. At this dinner there were also ladies, my cousin's daughters, girls of marriageable age. Here he stopped. He had no further associations. The appearance of this phenomenon, known as a mental inhibition, always justifies the conclusion that one has hit on an association which arouses strong resistance. I asked. And these young women? Oh, nothing. Recently one of them was at F. She stayed with us for some time. When she went away I went to the station with her, along with my sister. Another inhibition, I helped him out by asking. What happened then? Oh. I was just thinking this thought had evidently been repressed by the censor that I had said something to my sister that made us laugh, but I have completely forgotten what it was. In spite of his sincere efforts to remember, it was at first impossible for him to recall what this was. Here we have a very common instance of forgetfulness caused by inhibition. All at once he remembered. On the way to the station we met a gentleman who greeted us and whom I seemed to recognize. Later, I asked my sister, was that the gentleman who is interested in, the cousin's daughter? She is now engaged to this gentleman, and I must add that the cousin's family was very wealthy and that the dreamer was interested too, but he was too late. The dinner at the cousin's house. I shall shortly have to go to the wedding of two friends of mine. The Pope's features. The nose was exceedingly well formed and slightly pointed. Who has a nose like that? Laughing. A young woman I'm taking a great interest in just now. Was there anything else noteworthy about the Pope's face? Yes, his mouth. It was a very shapely mouth. Laughing. Another young woman, who also attracts me, has a mouth like that. This material is sufficient to elucidate a large part of the dream. Pope is a good example of what Freud would call a condensation. In the first place he symbolizes the dreamer, celibate life. Secondly he is a transformation of the polygamous sheik. Then he is the person seated beside the dreamer during a dinner, that is to say, one or rather two ladies, in fact, the two ladies who interest the dreamer. But how comes it that this material is associated with the need to urinate? To find the answer to this question I formulated the situation in this way. You were taking part in a marriage ceremony and in the presence of a young lady when you felt you wanted to pass water? True, that did happen to me once. It was very unpleasant. I had been invited to the marriage of a relative, when I was about 11. In the church I was sitting next to a girl of my own age. The ceremony went on rather a long time, and I began to want to urinate. But I restrained myself until it was too late. I wetted my trousers. The association of marriage with the desire to urinate dates from that event. I will not pursue this analysis, which does not end here, lest this paper should become too long. But what has been said is sufficient to show the technique, the procedure of analysis. Obviously, it is impossible to give the reader a comprehensive survey of these new points of view. The illumination that the psychoanalytic method brings to us is very great, not only for the understanding of dreams but for that of hysteria and the most important mental illnesses. The psychoanalytic method, which is in use everywhere, has already given rise to a considerable literature in German. I am persuaded that the study of this method is extremely important, not only for psychiatrists and neurologists but also for psychologists. The following works are recommended. For normal psychology, Freud, The Interpretation of Dreams, and Jokes in Their Relation to the Unconscious. For the neuroses, Breuer and Freud, Studies on Hysteria, Freud, Fragment of an Analysis of a Case of Hysteria. For the psychoses, Jung, The Psychology of Dementia Praecox. The writings of Meeder in the Archives de Psychologie also give an excellent summary of Freud's ideas. 2. Dreams and Psychic Energy. General aspects of dream psychology. Dreams have a psychic structure which is unlike that of other contents of consciousness because, so far as we can judge from their form and meaning, they do not show the continuity of development typical of conscious contents. They do not appear, as a rule, to be integral components of our conscious psychic life, but seem rather to be extraneous, apparently accidental occurrences. The reason for this exceptional position of dreams lies in their peculiar mode of origin. They do not arise, like other conscious contents, from any clearly discernible, logical, and emotional continuity of experience, but are remnants of a peculiar psychic activity taking place during sleep. Their mode of origin is sufficient in itself to isolate dreams from the other contents of consciousness, and this is still further increased by the content of the dreams themselves, which contrasts strikingly with our conscious thinking. An attentive observer, however, will have no difficulty in discovering that dreams are not entirely cut off from the continuity of consciousness, for in almost every dream certain details can be found which have their origin in the impressions, thoughts, and moods of the preceding day or days. To that extent a certain continuity does exist, though at first sight it points backwards. But anyone sufficiently interested in the dream problem cannot have failed to observe that dreams also have a continuity forwards, if such an expression be permitted, since dreams occasionally exert a remarkable influence on the conscious mental life even of persons who cannot be considered superstitious or particularly abnormal. These after effects consist mostly in more or less distinct alterations of mood. It is probably in consequence of this loose connection with the other contents of consciousness that the recollected dream is so extremely unstable. Many dreams baffle all attempts at reproduction, even immediately after waking. Others can be remembered only with doubtful accuracy, and comparatively few can be called really distinct and clearly reproducible. This peculiar behavior may be explained by considering the characteristics of the various elements combined in a dream. The combination of ideas in dreams is essentially fantastic. They are linked together in a sequence which is as a rule quite foreign to our reality thinking, and in striking contrast to the logical sequence of ideas which we consider to be a special characteristic of conscious mental processes. It is to this characteristic that dreams owe the vulgar epithet meaningless. But before pronouncing this verdict we should remember that the dream in its context is something that we do not understand. With such a verdict, therefore, we would merely be projecting our own lack of understanding upon the object. But that would not prevent dreams from having an inherent meaning of their own. Apart from the efforts that have been made for centuries to extract a prophetic meaning from dreams, Freud's discoveries are the first successful attempt in practice to find their real significance. His work merits the term scientific because he has evolved a technique which not only he but many other investigators assert achieves its object, namely the understanding of the meaning of the dream. This meaning is not identical with the fragmentary meanings suggested by the manifest dream content. This is not the place for a critical discussion of Freud's psychology of dreams. I shall try, rather, to give a brief summary of what may be regarded as the more or less established facts of dream psychology today. The first question we must discuss is, what is our justification for attributing to dreams any other significance than the unsatisfying fragmentary meaning suggested by the manifest dream content? One especially cogent argument in this respect is the fact that Freud discovered the hidden meaning of dreams empirically and not deductively. A further argument in favor of a possible hidden meaning is obtained by comparing dream fantasies with other fantasies of the waking state in one and the same individual. It is not difficult to see that waking fantasies have not merely a superficial, concretistic meaning but also a deeper psychological meaning. There is a very old and widespread type of fantastic story, of which Aesop's fables are typical examples, that provides a very good illustration of what may be said about the meaning of fantasies in general. For instance, a fantastic tale is told about the doings of a lion and an ass. Taken superficially and concretely, the tale is an impossible phantasm, but the hidden moral meaning is obvious to anyone who reflects upon it. It is characteristic that children are pleased and satisfied with the exoteric meaning of the fable. But by far the best argument for the existence of a hidden meaning in dreams is obtained by conscientiously applying the technical procedure for breaking down the manifest dream content. This brings us to our second main point, the question of analytic procedure. Here again I desire neither to defend nor to criticize Freud's views and discoveries, but shall confine myself to what seem to me to be firmly established facts. If we start from the fact that a dream is a psychic product, we have not the least reason to suppose that its constitution and function obey laws and purposes other than those applicable to any other psychic product. In accordance with the maxim principles are not to be multiplied beyond the necessary, we have to treat the dream, analytically, just like any other psychic product until experience teaches us a better way. We know that every psychic structure, regarded from the causal standpoint, is the result of antecedent psychic contents. We know, furthermore, that every psychic structure, regarded from the final standpoint, has its own peculiar meaning and purpose in the actual psychic process. This criterion must also be applied to dreams. When, therefore, we seek a psychological explanation of a dream, we must first know what were the preceding experiences out of which it is composed. We must trace the antecedents of every element in the dream picture. Let me give an example. Someone dreams that he is walking down a street. Suddenly a child crosses in front of him and is run over by a car. We reduce the dream picture to its antecedents with the help of the dreamer's recollections. He recognizes the street as one down which he had walked on the previous day. The child he recognizes as his brother's child, whom he had seen on the previous evening when visiting his brother. The car accident reminds him of an accident that had actually occurred a few days before, but of which he had only read in a newspaper. As we know, most people are satisfied with a reduction of this kind. Aha, they say, that's why I had this dream. Obviously this reduction is quite unsatisfying from the scientific point of view. The dreamer had walked down many streets on the previous day. Why was this particular one selected? He had read about several accidents. Why did he select just this one? The discovery of a single antecedent is by no means sufficient, for a plausible determination of the dream images results only from the competition of several causes. The collection of additional material proceeds according to the same principle of recollection, which has also been called the method of free association. The result, as can readily be understood, is an accumulation of very diverse and largely heterogeneous material, having apparently nothing in common but the fact of its evident associative connection with the dream content, otherwise it could never have been reproduced by means of this content. How far the collection of such material should go is an important question from the technical point of view. Since the entire psychic content of a life could ultimately be disclosed from any single starting point, theoretically the whole of a person's previous life experience might be found in every dream. But we need to collect only just so much material as is absolutely necessary in order to understand the dream's meaning. The limitation of the material is obviously an arbitrary proceeding, in accordance with Kant's principle that to comprehend a thing is to cognize it to the extent necessary for our purpose. For instance, when undertaking a survey of the causes of the French Revolution, we could, in amassing our material, include not only the history of medieval France but also that of Rome and Greece, which certainly would not be necessary for our purpose, since we can understand the historical genesis of the revolution just as well from much more limited material. So in collecting the material for a dream we go only so far as seems necessary to us in order to extract from it a valid meaning. Except for the aforesaid arbitrary limitation, the collection of material lies outside the choice of the investigator. The material collected must now be sifted and examined according to principles which are always applied to the examination of historical or any other empirical material. The method is essentially a comparative one, which obviously does not work automatically but is largely dependent on the skill and aim of the investigator. When a psychological fact has to be explained, it must be remembered that psychological data necessitate a twofold point of view, namely that of causality and that of finality. I use the word finality intentionally, in order to avoid confusion with the concept of teleology. By finality I mean merely the immanent psychological striving for a goal. Instead of striving for a goal one could also say sense of purpose. All psychological phenomena have some such sense of purpose inherent in them, even merely reactive phenomena like emotional reactions. Anger over an insult has its purpose in revenge. The purpose of ostentatious mourning is to arouse the sympathy of others, and so on. Applying the causal point of view to the material associated with the dream, we reduce the manifest dream content to certain fundamental tendencies or ideas exhibited by the material. These, as one would expect, are of an elementary and general nature. For example, a young man dreams, "I was standing in a strange garden and picked an apple from a tree. I looked about cautiously, to make sure that no one saw me." The associated dream material is a memory of having once, when a boy, plucked a couple of pears surreptitiously from a neighbor's garden. The feeling of bad conscience, which is a prominent feature of the dream, reminds him of a situation experienced on the previous day. He met a young lady in the street, a casual acquaintance, and exchanged a few words with her. At that moment a gentleman passed whom he knew, whereupon he was suddenly seized with a curious feeling of embarrassment, as if he were doing something wrong. He associated the apple with the scene in the Garden of Eden, and also with the fact that he had never really understood why the eating of the forbidden fruit should have had such dire consequences for our first parents. This had always made him feel angry. It seemed to him an unjust act of God, for God had made men as they were, with all their curiosity and greed. Another association was that sometimes his father had punished him for certain things in a way that seemed to him incomprehensible. The worst punishment had been bestowed on him after he was caught secretly watching girls bathing. This led up to the confession that he had recently begun a love affair with a housemaid but had not yet carried it through to its natural conclusion. On the evening before the dream he had had a rendezvous with her. Reviewing this material, we can see that the dream contains a very transparent reference to the last named incident. The associative material shows that the apple episode is obviously intended as an erotic scene. For various other reasons, too, it may be considered extremely probable that this experience of the previous day has gone on working in the dream. In the dream the young man plucks the apple of paradise, which in reality he has not yet plucked. The remainder of the material associated with the dream is concerned with another experience of the previous day, namely the peculiar feeling of bad conscience which seized the dreamer when he was talking to his casual lady acquaintance. This, again, was associated with the fall of man in paradise, and finally with an erotic misdemeanor of his childhood, for which his father had punished him severely. All these associations are linked together by the idea of guilt. We shall first consider this material from the causal standpoint of Freud. In other words, we shall interpret the dream, to use Freud's expression. A wish has been left unfulfilled from the day before. In the dream this wish is fulfilled under the symbol of the apple episode. But why is this fulfillment disguised and hidden under a symbolical image instead of being expressed in a clearly sexual thought? Freud would point to the unmistakable element of guilt in this material and say that the morality inculcated into the young man from childhood is bent on repressing such wishes, and to that end brands the natural craving as something painful and incompatible. The repressed painful thought can therefore express itself only symbolically. As these thoughts are incompatible with the moral content of consciousness, a psychic authority postulated by Freud, called the censor, prevents this wish from passing undisguised into consciousness. Considering a dream from the standpoint of finality, which I contrast with the causal standpoint of Freud, does not, as I would expressly like to emphasize, involve a denial of the dream's causes, but rather a different interpretation of the associative material gathered round the dream. The material facts remain the same, but the criterion by which they are judged is different. The question may be formulated simply as follows: what is the purpose of this dream? What effect is it meant to have? These questions are not arbitrary inasmuch as they can be applied to every psychic activity. Everywhere the question of the why and the wherefore may be raised, because every organic structure consists of a complicated network of purposive functions, and each of these functions can be resolved into a series of individual facts with a purposive orientation. It is clear that the material added by the dream to the previous day's erotic experience chiefly emphasizes the element of guilt in the erotic act. The same association had already shown itself to be operative in another experience of the previous day, in that meeting with the casual lady acquaintance, when the feeling of a bad conscience was automatically and inexplicably aroused, as if in that instance too the young man was doing something wrong. This feeling also plays a part in the dream and is further intensified by the association of the additional material, the erotic experience of the day before being depicted by the story of the fall, which was followed by such severe punishment. I maintain that there exists in the dreamer an unconscious propensity or tendency to represent his erotic experiences as guilt. It is characteristic that the dream is followed by the association with the fall and that the young man had never really grasped why the punishment should have been so drastic. This association throws light on the reasons why he did not think simply, "What I am doing is not right." Obviously he does not know that he might condemn his conduct as morally wrong. This is actually the case. His conscious belief is that his conduct does not matter in the least morally, as all his friends were acting in the same way, besides which he was quite unable on other grounds to understand why such a fuss should be made about it. Now whether this dream should be considered meaningful or meaningless depends on a very important question, namely, whether the standpoint of morality, handed down through the ages, is itself meaningful or meaningless. I do not wish to wander off into a philosophical discussion of this question, but would merely observe that mankind must obviously have had very strong reasons for devising this morality, for otherwise it would be truly incomprehensible why such restraints should be imposed on one of man's strongest desires. If we give this fact its due, we are bound to pronounce the dream to be meaningful, because it shows the young man the necessity of looking at his erotic conduct for once from the standpoint of morality. Primitive tribes have in some respects extremely strict laws concerning sexuality. This proves that sexual morality is a not to be neglected factor in the higher functions of the psyche and deserves to be taken fully into account. In the case in question we should have to say that the young man, hypnotized by his friend's example, has somewhat thoughtlessly given way to his erotic desires, unmindful of the fact that man is a morally responsible being who, voluntarily or involuntarily, submits to the morality that he himself has created. In this dream we can discern a compensating function of the unconscious whereby those thoughts, inclinations, and tendencies which in conscious life are too little valued come spontaneously into action during the sleeping state, when the conscious process is to a large extent eliminated. Here the question might certainly be asked, of what use is this to the dreamer if he does not understand the dream? To this I must remark that understanding is not an exclusively intellectual process for, as experience shows, a man may be influenced, and indeed convinced in the most effective way, by innumerable things of which he has no intellectual understanding. I need only remind my readers of the effectiveness of religious symbols. The above example might lead one to suppose that the function of dreams is a distinctly moral one. Such it appears to be in this case, but if we recall the formula that dreams contain the subliminal material of a given moment, we cannot speak simply of a moral function. For it is worth noting that the dreams of those persons whose actions are morally unassailable bring material to light that might well be described as immoral in the ordinary meaning of the term. Thus it is characteristic that St. Augustine was glad that God did not hold him responsible for his dreams. The unconscious is the unknown at any given moment, so it is not surprising that dreams add to the conscious psychological situation of the moment all those aspects which are essential for a totally different point of view. It is evident that this function of dreams amounts to a psychological adjustment, a compensation absolutely necessary for properly balanced action. In a conscious process of reflection it is essential that, so far as possible, we should realize all the aspects and consequences of a problem in order to find the right solution. This process is continued automatically in the more or less unconscious state of sleep, where, as experience seems to show, all those aspects occur to the dreamer, at least by way of illusion, that during the day were insufficiently appreciated or even totally ignored, in other words, were comparatively unconscious. As regards the much discussed symbolism of dreams, its evaluation varies according to whether it is considered from the causal or from the final standpoint. The causal approach of Freud starts from a desire or craving, that is, from the repressed dream wish. This craving is always something comparatively simple and elementary, which can hide itself under manifold disguises. Thus the young man in question could just as well have dreamt that he had to open a door with a key, that he was flying in an aeroplane, kissing his mother, etc. From this point of view all those things could have the same meaning. Hence it is that the more rigorous adherents of the Freudian school have come to the point of interpreting, to give a gross example, pretty well all oblong objects in dreams as phallic symbols and all round or hollow objects as feminine symbols. From the standpoint of finality the images in a dream each have an intrinsic value of their own. For instance, if the young man, instead of dreaming of the apple scene, had dreamt he had to open a door with a key, this dream image would probably have furnished associative material of an essentially different character, which would have supplemented the conscious situation in a way quite different from the material connected with the apple scene. From this standpoint, the significance lies precisely in the diversity of symbolical expressions in the dream and not in their uniformity of meaning. The causal point of view tends by its very nature towards uniformity of meaning, that is, towards a fixed significance of symbols. The final point of view, on the other hand, perceives in the altered dream image the expression of an altered psychological situation. It recognizes no fixed meaning of symbols. From this standpoint, all the dream images are important in themselves, each one having a special significance of its own, to which, indeed, it owes its inclusion in the dream. Keeping to our previous example, we can see that from the final standpoint the symbol in the dream has more the value of a parable. It does not conceal, it teaches. The apple scene vividly recalls the sense of guilt while at the same time disguising the deed of our first parents. It is clear that we reach very dissimilar interpretations of the meaning of dreams according to the point of view we adopt. The question now arises, which is the better or truer interpretation? After all, for us psychotherapists it is a practical and not merely a theoretical necessity that we should have some interpretation of the meaning of dreams. If we want to treat our patients we must for quite practical reasons endeavor to lay hold of any means that will enable us to educate them effectively. It should be obvious from the foregoing example that the material associated with the dream has touched on a question calculated to open the eyes of the young man to many things which till now he had heedlessly overlooked. But by disregarding these things he was really overlooking something in himself, for he has a moral standard and a moral need just like any other man. By trying to live without taking this fact into account his life was one-sided and incomplete, as if uncoordinated, with the same consequences for psychic life as a one-sided and incomplete diet would have for the body. In order to educate an individuality to completeness and independence we need to bring to fruition all those functions which have hitherto attained but little conscious development or none at all. And to achieve this aim we must for therapeutic reasons enter into all the unconscious aspects of the contribution made by the dream material. This makes it abundantly clear that the standpoint of finality is of great importance as an aid to the development of the individual. The causal point of view is obviously more sympathetic to the scientific spirit of our time with its strictly causalistic reasoning. Much may be said for Freud's view as a scientific explanation of dream psychology. But I must dispute its completeness, for the psyche cannot be conceived merely in causal terms but requires also a final view. Only a combination of points of view, which has not yet been achieved in a scientifically satisfactory manner, owing to the enormous difficulties, both practical and theoretical, that still remain to be overcome, can give us a more complete conception of the nature of dreams. I would now like to treat briefly of some further problems of dream psychology which are contingent to a general discussion of dreams. First, as to the classification of dreams, I would not put too high a value either on the practical or on the theoretical importance of this question. I investigate yearly some 1,500 to 2,000 dreams, and on the basis of this experience I can assert that typical dreams do actually exist. But they are not very frequent, and from the final point of view they lose much of the importance which the causal standpoint attaches to them on account of the fixed significance of symbols. It seems to me that the typical motifs in dreams are of much greater importance since they permit a comparison with the motifs of mythology. Many of those mythological motifs, in collecting which Frobenius in particular has rendered such signal service, are also found in dreams, often with precisely the same significance. Though I cannot enter into this question more fully here, I would like to emphasize that the comparison of typical dream motifs with those of mythology suggests the idea, already put forward by Nietzsche, that dream thinking should be regarded as a phylogenetically older mode of thought. Instead of multiplying examples, I can best show what I mean by reference to our specimen dream. It will be remembered that the dream introduced the apple scene as a typical way of representing erotic guilt. The thought abstracted from it would boil down to, I am doing wrong by acting like this. It is characteristic that dreams never express themselves in this logical, abstract way but always in the language of parable or simile. This is also a characteristic of primitive languages, whose flowery turns of phrase are very striking. If we remember the monuments of ancient literature, we find that what nowadays is expressed by means of abstractions was then expressed mostly by similes. Even a philosopher like Plato did not disdain to express certain fundamental ideas in this way. Just as the body bears the traces of its phylogenetic development, so also does the human mind. Hence there is nothing surprising about the possibility that the figurative language of dreams is a survival from an archaic mode of thought. At the same time, the theft of the apple is a typical dream motif that occurs in many different variations in numerous dreams. It is also a well-known mythological motif, which is found not only in the story of the Garden of Eden but in countless myths and fairy tales from all ages and climes. It is one of those universally human symbols which can reappear autochthonously in anyone, at any time. Thus dream psychology opens the way to a general comparative psychology from which we may hope to gain the same understanding of the development and structure of the human psyche as comparative anatomy has given us concerning the human body. Dreams, then, convey to us in figurative language, that is, in sensuous, concrete imagery, thoughts, judgments, views, directives, tendencies, which were unconscious either because of repression or through mere lack of realization. Precisely because they are contents of the unconscious, and the dream is a derivative of unconscious processes, it contains a reflection of the unconscious contents. It is not a reflection of unconscious contents in general but only of certain contents, which are linked together associatively and are selected by the conscious situation of the moment. I regard this observation as a very important one in practice. If we want to interpret a dream correctly, we need a thorough knowledge of the conscious situation at that moment, because the dream contains its unconscious complement, that is, the material which the conscious situation has constellated in the unconscious. Without this knowledge it is impossible to interpret a dream correctly, except by a lucky fluke. I would like to illustrate this by an example. A man once came to me for a first consultation. He told me that he was engaged in all sorts of learned pursuits and was also interested in psychoanalysis from a literary point of view. He was in the best of health, he said, and was not to be considered in any sense a patient. He was merely pursuing his psychoanalytic interests. He was very comfortably off and had plenty of time to devote himself to his pursuits. He wanted to make my acquaintance in order to be inducted by me into the theoretical secrets of analysis. He admitted it must be very boring for me to have to do with a normal person, since I must certainly find mad people much more interesting. He had written to me a few days before to ask when I could see him. In the course of conversation we soon came to the question of dreams. I thereupon asked him whether he had had a dream the night before he visited me. He affirmed this and told me the following dream. I was in a bare room. A sort of nurse received me, and wanted me to sit at a table on which stood a bottle of fermented milk, which I was supposed to drink. I wanted to go to Dr. Jung, but the nurse told me that I was in a hospital and that Dr. Jung had no time to receive me. It is clear even from the manifest content of the dream that the anticipated visit to me had somehow constellated his unconscious. He gave the following associations: bare room, a sort of frosty reception room, as in an official building, or the waiting room in a hospital. I was never in a hospital as a patient. Nurse, she looked repulsive, she was cross-eyed. That reminds me of a fortune-teller and palmist whom I once visited to have my fortune told. Once I was sick and had a deaconess as a nurse. Bottle of fermented milk. Fermented milk is nauseating, I cannot drink it. My wife is always drinking it, and I make fun of her for this because she is obsessed with the idea that one must always be doing something for one's health. I remember I was once in a sanatorium, my nerves were not so good, and there I had to drink fermented milk. At this point I interrupted him with the indiscreet question, had his neurosis entirely disappeared since then? He tried to worm out of it, but finally had to admit that he still had his neurosis, and that actually his wife had for a long time been urging him to consult me. But he certainly didn't feel so nervous that he had to consult me on that account. He was after all not mad, and I treated only mad people. It was merely that he was interested in learning about my psychological theories, etc. From this we can see how the patient has falsified the situation. It suits his fancy to come to me in the guise of a philosopher and psychologist and to allow the fact of his neurosis to recede into the background. But the dream reminds him of it in a very disagreeable way and forces him to tell the truth. He has to swallow this bitter drink. His recollection of the fortune-teller shows us very clearly just how he had imagined my activities. As the dream informs him, he must first submit to treatment before he can get to me. The dream rectifies the situation. It contributes the material that was lacking and thereby improves the patient's attitude. That is the reason we need dream analysis in our therapy. I do not wish to give the impression that all dreams are as simple as this one, or that they are all of this type. I believe it is true that all dreams are compensatory to the content of consciousness, but certainly not in all dreams is the compensatory function so clear as in this example. Though dreams contribute to the self-regulation of the psyche by automatically bringing up everything that is repressed or neglected or unknown, their compensatory significance is often not immediately apparent because we still have only a very incomplete knowledge of the nature and the needs of the human psyche. There are psychological compensations that seem to be very remote from the problem on hand. In these cases one must always remember that every man, in a sense, represents the whole of humanity and its history. What was possible in the history of mankind at large is also possible on a small scale in every individual. What mankind has needed may eventually be needed by the individual too. It is therefore not surprising that religious compensations play a great role in dreams. That this is increasingly so in our time is a natural consequence of the prevailing materialism of our outlook. Lest it be thought that the compensatory significance of dreams is a new discovery or has simply been made up to suit the convenience of interpretation, I shall cite a very old and well-known example which can be found in the 4th chapter of the book of Daniel, 10:16. When Nebuchadnezzar was at the height of his power he had the following dream. I saw, and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew, and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the boughs thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. I saw in the visions of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher and an holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud, and said thus, Hew down the tree, and cut off his branches, shake off his leaves, and scatter his fruit, let the beasts get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from man's, and let a beast's heart be given unto him, and let 7 times pass over him. In the second part of the dream the tree becomes personified, so that it is easy to see that the great tree is the dreaming king himself. Daniel interprets the dream in this sense. Its meaning is obviously an attempt to compensate the king's megalomania which, according to the story, developed into a real psychosis. To interpret the dream process as compensatory is in my view entirely consistent with the nature of the biological process in general. Freud's view tends in the same direction, since he too ascribes a compensatory role to dreams insofar as they preserve sleep. There are, as Freud has demonstrated, dreams which show how certain external stimuli that would rob the dreamer of sleep are distorted in such a way that they abet the wish to sleep, or rather the desire not to be disturbed. Equally, there are innumerable dreams in which, as Freud was able to show, intrapsychic excitations, such as personal ideas that would be likely to release powerful affective reactions, are distorted in such a way as to fit in with a dream context which disguises the painful ideas and makes any strong affective reaction impossible. As against this, we should not overlook the fact that the very dreams which disturb sleep most, and these are not uncommon, have a dramatic structure which aims logically at creating a highly effective situation, and builds it up so efficiently that the affect unquestionably wakes the dreamer. Freud explains these dreams by saying that the censor was no longer able to suppress the painful affect. It seems to me that this explanation fails to do justice to the facts. Dreams which concern themselves in a very disagreeable manner with the painful experiences and activities of daily life and expose just the most disturbing thoughts with the most painful distinctness are known to everyone. It would, in my opinion, be unjustified to speak here of the dream's sleep-preserving, affect-disguising function. One would have to stand reality on its head to see in these dreams a confirmation of Freud's view. The same is true of those cases where repressed sexual fantasies appear undisguised in the manifest dream content. I have therefore come to the conclusion that Freud's view that dreams have an essentially wish-fulfilling and sleep-preserving function is too narrow, even though the basic thought of a compensatory biological function is certainly correct. This compensatory function is concerned only to a limited extent with the sleeping state. Its chief significance is rather in relation to conscious life. Dreams, I maintain, are compensatory to the conscious situation of the moment. They preserve sleep whenever possible, that is to say, they function necessarily and automatically under the influence of the sleeping state, but they break through when their function demands it, that is, when the compensatory contents are so intense that they are able to counteract sleep. A compensatory content is especially intense when it has a vital significance for conscious orientation. As far back as 1907 I pointed out the compensatory relation between consciousness and the split-off complexes and also emphasized their purposive character. Flournoy did the same thing independently of me. From these observations the possibility of purposive unconscious impulses became evident. It should be emphasized, however, that the final orientation of the unconscious does not run parallel with our conscious intentions. As a rule, the unconscious content contrasts strikingly with the conscious material, particularly when the conscious attitude tends too exclusively in a direction that would threaten the vital needs of the individual. The more one-sided his conscious attitude is, and the further it deviates from the optimum, the greater becomes the possibility that vivid dreams with a strongly contrasting but purposive content will appear as an expression of the self-regulation of the psyche. Just as the body reacts purposively to injuries or infections or any abnormal conditions, so the psychic functions react to unnatural or dangerous disturbances with purposive defense mechanisms. Among these purposive reactions we must include the dream, since it furnishes the unconscious material constellated in a given conscious situation and supplies it to consciousness in symbolical form. In this material are to be found all those associations which remained unconscious because of their feeble accentuation but which still possess sufficient energy to make themselves perceptible in the sleeping state. Naturally, the purposive nature of the dream content is not immediately discernible from outside without further investigation. An analysis of the manifest dream content is required before we can get at the really compensatory factors in the latent dream content. Most of the physical defense mechanisms are of this non-obvious and, so to speak, indirect nature, and their purposiveness can be recognized only after careful investigation. I need only remind you of the significance of fever or of suppuration processes in an infected wound. The processes of psychic compensation are almost always of a very individual nature, and this makes the task of proving their compensatory character considerably more difficult. Because of this peculiarity, it is often very difficult, especially for the beginner, to see how far a dream content has a compensatory significance. On the basis of the compensation theory, one would be inclined to assume, for instance, that anyone with a too pessimistic attitude to life must have very cheerful and optimistic dreams. This expectation is true only in the case of someone whose nature allows him to be stimulated and encouraged in this way. But if he has a rather different nature, his dreams will purposively assume a much blacker character than his conscious attitude. They can then follow the principle of like curing like. It is therefore not easy to lay down any special rules for the type of dream compensation. Its character is always closely bound up with the whole nature of the individual. The possibilities of compensation are without number and inexhaustible, though with increasing experience certain basic features gradually crystallize out. In putting forward a compensation theory, I do not wish to assert that this is the only possible theory of dreams or that it completely explains all the phenomena of dream life. The dream is an extraordinarily complicated phenomenon, just as complicated and unfathomable as the phenomena of consciousness. It would be inappropriate to try to understand all conscious phenomena from the standpoint of the wish fulfillment theory or the theory of instinct, and it is as little likely that dream phenomena are susceptible of so simple an explanation. Nor should we regard dream phenomena as merely compensatory and secondary to the contents of consciousness, even though it is commonly supposed that conscious life is of far greater significance for the individual than the unconscious. This view, however, may yet have to be revised, for, as our experience deepens, it will be realized that the function of the unconscious in the life of the psyche has an importance of which we perhaps have still too low an estimate. It is analytical experience, above all, which has discovered to an increasing degree the influences of the unconscious on our conscious psychic life, influences whose existence and significance had till then been overlooked. In my view, which is based on many years of experience and on extensive research, the significance of the unconscious in the total performance of the psyche is probably just as great as that of consciousness. Should this view prove correct, then not only should the function of the unconscious be regarded as compensatory and relative to the content of consciousness, but the content of consciousness would have to be regarded as relative to the momentarily constellated unconscious content. In this case, active orientation towards goals and purposes would not be the privilege of consciousness alone but would also be true of the unconscious, so that it too would be just as capable of taking a finally oriented lead. The dream, accordingly, would then have the value of a positive, guiding idea or of an aim whose vital meaning would be greatly superior to that of the momentarily constellated conscious content. This possibility meets with the approval of the consensus gentium, since in the superstitions of all times and races the dream has been regarded as a truth-telling oracle. Making allowances for exaggeration and prejudice, there is always a grain of truth in such widely disseminated views. Meter has laid energetic stress on the prospective final significance of dreams as a purposive unconscious function which paves the way for the solution of real conflicts and problems and seeks to portray it with the help of gropingly chosen symbols. I should like to distinguish between the prospective function of dreams and their compensatory function. The latter means that the unconscious, considered as relative to consciousness, adds to the conscious situation all those elements from the previous day which remain subliminal because of repression or because they were simply too feeble to reach consciousness. This compensation, in the sense of being a self-regulation of the psychic organism, must be called purposive. The prospective function, on the other hand, is an anticipation in the unconscious of future conscious achievements, something like a preliminary exercise or sketch, or a plan roughed out in advance. Its symbolic content sometimes outlines the solution of a conflict, excellent examples of this being given in meter. The occurrence of prospective dreams cannot be denied, It would be wrong to call them prophetic, because at bottom they are no more prophetic than a medical diagnosis or a weather forecast. They are merely an anticipatory combination of probabilities which may coincide with the actual behavior of things but need not necessarily agree in every detail. Only in the latter case can we speak of prophecy. That the prospective function of dreams is sometimes greatly superior to the combinations we can consciously foresee is not surprising, since a dream results from the fusion of subliminal elements and is thus a combination of all the perceptions, thoughts, and feelings which consciousness has not registered because of their feeble accentuation. In addition, dreams can rely on subliminal memory traces that are no longer able to influence consciousness effectively. With regard to prognosis, therefore, dreams are often in a much more favorable position than consciousness. Although the prospective function is, in my view, an essential characteristic of dreams, one would do well not to overestimate this function, for one might easily be led to suppose that the dream is a kind of psychopomp which, because of its superior knowledge, infallibly guides life in the right direction. However much people underestimate the psychological significance of dreams, there is an equally great danger that anyone who is constantly preoccupied with dream analysis will overestimate the significance of the unconscious for real life. But, judging from all previous experience, we do have a right to assume that the importance of the unconscious is about equal to that of consciousness. Undoubtedly there are conscious attitudes which are surpassed by the unconscious, attitudes so badly adapted to the individual as a whole that the unconscious attitude or constellation is a far better expression of his essential nature. But this is by no means always the case. Very often the dreams contribute only the merest fragments to the conscious attitude, because the latter is on the one hand sufficiently well adapted to reality and on the other satisfies fairly well the nature of the individual. A more or less exclusive regard for the dream standpoint without considering the conscious situation would be inappropriate in this case and would serve only to confuse and disrupt the conscious performance. Only if there is an obviously unsatisfactory and defective conscious attitude have we a right to allow the unconscious a higher value. The criteria necessary for such a judgment constitute, of course, a delicate problem. It goes without saying that the value of a conscious attitude can never be judged from an exclusively collective standpoint. For this a thorough investigation of the individuality in question is needed, and only from an accurate knowledge of the individual character can it be decided in what respect the conscious attitude is unsatisfactory. When I lay stress on knowledge of individual character, I do not mean that the demands of the collective standpoint should be entirely neglected. As we know, the individual is not conditioned by himself alone but just as much by his collective relationships. When, therefore, the conscious attitude is more or less adequate, the meaning of the dream will be confined simply to its compensatory function. This is the general rule for the normal individual living under normal inner and outer conditions. For these reasons it seems to me that the compensation theory provides the right formula and fits the facts by giving dreams a compensatory function in the self-regulation of the psychic organism. But when the individual deviates from the norm in the sense that his conscious attitude is unadapted both objectively and subjectively, they, under normal conditions, merely compensatory function of the unconscious becomes a guiding, prospective function capable of leading the conscious attitude in a quite different direction which is much better than the previous one, as Meter has successfully shown in the books I have mentioned. Into this category come dreams of the Nebuchadnezzar type. It is obvious that dreams of this sort are found chiefly in people who are not living on their true level. It is equally obvious that this lack of proportion is very frequent. Hence we have frequent occasion to consider dreams from the standpoint of their prospective value. There is yet another side of dreams to be considered, and one that should certainly not be overlooked. There are many people whose conscious attitude is defective not as regards adaptation to environment but as regards expression of their own character. These are people whose conscious attitude and adaptive performance exceed their capacities as individuals, that is to say, they appear to be better and more valuable than they really are. Their outward success is naturally never paid for out of their individual resources alone, but very largely out of the dynamic reserves generated by collective suggestion. Such people climb above their natural level thanks to the influence of a collective ideal or the lure of some social advantage, or the support offered by society. They have not grown inwardly to the level of their outward eminence, for which reason the unconscious in all these cases has a negatively compensating, or reductive, function. It is clear that in these circumstances a reduction or devaluation is just as much a compensatory effort at self-regulation as in other cases, and also that this function may be eminently prospective, witness Nebuchadnezzar's dream. We like to associate perspective with the idea of construction, preparation, synthesis. But in order to understand these reductive dreams we must entirely divorce the term perspective from any such idea, for reductive dreams have an effect that is the very reverse of constructive, preparatory, or synthetic. It tends rather to disintegrate, to dissolve, to devalue, even to destroy and demolish. This is naturally not to say that the assimilation of a reductive content must have an altogether destructive effect on the individual as a whole. On the contrary, the effect is often very salutary, insofar as it affects merely his attitude and not the entire personality. But this secondary effect does not alter the essential character of such dreams, which bear a thoroughly reductive and retrospective stamp and for this reason cannot properly be called perspective. For purposes of exact qualification it would be better to call them reductive dreams and the corresponding function a reductive function of the unconscious, although, at bottom, it is still the same compensatory function. We must accustom ourselves to the fact that the unconscious does not always present the same aspect any more than the conscious attitude does. It alters its appearance and its function just as much as the latter, which is another reason why it is so extremely difficult to form any concrete idea of the nature of the unconscious. Our knowledge of the reductive function of the unconscious we owe mainly to the researches of Freud. His dream interpretation limits itself in essentials to the repressed personal background of the individual and its infantile sexual aspects. Subsequent researches then established the bridge to the archaic elements, to the suprapersonal, historical, phylogenetic functional residues in the unconscious. Today we can safely assert that the reductive function of dreams constellates material which consists in the main of repressed infantile sexual wishes, Freud, infantile claims to power, Adler, and suprapersonal, archaic elements of thought, feeling, and instinct. The reproduction of such elements, with their thoroughly retrospective character, does more than anything else to undermine effectively a position that is too high, and to reduce the individual to his human nullity and to his dependence on physiological, historical, and phylogenetic conditions. Every appearance of false grandeur and importance melts away before the reductive imagery of the dream, which analyzes his conscious attitude with pitiless criticism and brings up devastating material containing a complete inventory of all his most painful weaknesses. One is precluded at the outset from calling such a dream perspective, for everything in it, down to the last detail, is retrospective and can be traced back to a past which the dreamer imagined long since buried. This naturally does not prevent the dream content from being compensatory to the conscious content and finally oriented, since the reductive tendency may sometimes be of the utmost importance for adaptation. Patients can often feel, quite spontaneously, how the dream content is related to their conscious situation, and it is felt to be prospective, reductive, or compensatory in accordance with this sensed knowledge. Yet this is not always so, by a long way, and it must be emphasized that in general, particularly at the beginning of an analysis, the patient has an insuperable tendency to interpret the results of the analytical investigation of his material obstinately in terms of his pathogenic attitude. Such cases need the help of the analyst in order to interpret their dreams correctly. This makes it exceedingly important how the analyst judges the conscious psychology of his patient. For dream analysis is not just the practical application of a method that can be learnt mechanically, it presupposes a familiarity with the whole analytical point of view, and this can only be acquired if the analyst has been analyzed himself. The greatest mistake an analyst can make is to assume that his patient has a psychology similar to his own. This projection may hit the mark once, but mostly it remains a mere projection. Everything that is unconscious is projected, and for this reason the analyst should be conscious of at least the most important contents of his unconscious, lest unconscious projections cloud his judgment. Everyone who analyzes the dreams of others should constantly bear in mind that there is no simple and generally known theory of psychic phenomena, neither with regard to their nature, nor to their causes, nor to their purpose. We therefore possess no general criterion of judgment. We know that there are all kinds of psychic phenomena, but we know nothing certain about their essential nature. We know only that, though the observation of the psyche from any one isolated standpoint can yield very valuable results, it can never produce a satisfactory theory from which one could make deductions. The sexual theory and the wish theory, like the power theory, are valuable points of view without, however, doing anything like justice to the profundity and richness of the human psyche. Had we a theory that did, we could then content ourselves with learning a method mechanically. It would then be simply a matter of reading certain signs that stood for fixed contents, and for this it would only be necessary to learn a few semiotic rules by heart. Knowledge and correct assessment of the conscious situation would then be as superfluous as in the performance of a lumbar puncture. The overworked practitioner of our day has learned to his sorrow that the psyche remains completely refractory to all methods that approach it from a single exclusive standpoint. At present, the only thing we know about the contents of the unconscious, apart from the fact that they are subliminal, is that they stand in a compensatory relationship to consciousness and are therefore essentially relative. It is for this reason that knowledge of the conscious situation is necessary if we want to understand dreams. Reductive, prospective, or simply compensatory dreams do not exhaust the possibilities of interpretation. There is a type of dream which could be called simply a reaction dream. One would be inclined to class in this category all those dreams which seem to be nothing more than the reproduction of an experience charged with affect, did not the analysis of such dreams disclose the deeper reason why these experiences are reproduced so faithfully. It turns out that these experiences also have a symbolical side which escaped the dreamer, and only because of this side is the experience reproduced in the dream. These dreams, however, do not belong to the reaction type, but only those in respect of which certain objective events have caused a trauma that is not merely psychic but at the same time a physical lesion of the nervous system. Such cases of severe shock were produced in abundance by the war, and here we may expect a large number of pure reaction dreams in which the trauma is the determining factor. Although it is certainly very important for the overall functioning of the psyche that the traumatic content gradually loses its autonomy by frequent repetition and in this way takes its place again in the psychic hierarchy, a dream of this kind, which is essentially only a reproduction of the trauma, can hardly be called compensatory. Apparently it brings back a split-off, autonomous part of the psyche, but it soon proves that conscious assimilation of the fragment reproduced by the dream does not by any means put an end to the disturbance which determined the dream. The dream calmly goes on reproducing, that is to say, the content of the trauma, now become autonomous, goes on working and will continue to do so until the traumatic stimulus has exhausted itself. Until that happens, conscious realization is useless. In practice it is not easy to decide whether a dream is essentially reactive or is merely reproducing a traumatic situation symbolically. But analysis can decide the question, because in the latter case the reproduction of the traumatic scene ceases at once if the interpretation is correct, whereas reactive reproduction is left undisturbed by dream analysis. We find similar reactive dreams in pathological physical conditions where, for instance, severe pain influences the course of the dream. But, in my view, it is only in exceptional cases that somatic stimuli are the determining factor. Usually they coalesce completely with the symbolical expression of the unconscious dream content, in other words, they are used as a means of expression. Not infrequently the dreams show that there is a remarkable inner symbolical connection between an undoubted physical illness and a definite psychic problem, so that the physical disorder appears as a direct mimetic expression of the psychic situation. I mention this curious fact more for the sake of completeness than to lay any particular stress on this problematic phenomenon. It seems to me, however, that a definite connection does exist between physical and psychic disturbances and that its significance is generally underrated, though on the other hand it is boundlessly exaggerated owing to certain tendencies to regard physical disturbances merely as an expression of psychic disturbances, as is particularly the case with Christian Science. Dreams throw very interesting sidelights on the inter-functioning of body and psyche, which is why I raise this question here. Another dream determinant that deserves mention is telepathy. The authenticity of this phenomenon can no longer be disputed today. It is, of course, very simple to deny its existence without examining the evidence, but that is an unscientific procedure which is unworthy of notice. I have found by experience that telepathy does in fact influence dreams, as has been asserted since ancient times. Certain people are particularly sensitive in this respect and often have telepathically influenced dreams. But in acknowledging the phenomenon of telepathy, I am not giving unqualified assent to the popular theory of action at a distance. The phenomenon undoubtedly exists, but the theory of it does not seem to me so simple. In every case one must consider the possibilities of concordance of associations, of parallel psychic processes which have been shown to play a very great role especially in families, and which also manifest themselves in an identity or far-reaching similarity of attitude. Equally, one must take into account the possibility of cryptomnesia, on which special emphasis has been laid by Flournoy. It sometimes causes the most astounding phenomena. Since any kind of subliminal material shows up in dreams, it is not at all surprising that cryptomnesia sometimes appears as a determining factor. I have had frequent occasion to analyze telepathic dreams, among them several whose telepathic significance was still unknown at the moment of analysis. The analysis yielded subjective material, like any other dream analysis, in consequence of which the dream had a significance that bore on the situation of the dreamer at the moment. It yielded nothing that could have shown that the dream was telepathic. So far I have found no dream in which the telepathic content lay beyond a doubt in the associative material brought up by analysis, i.e., in the latent dream content. It invariably lay in the manifest dream content. Usually in the literature of telepathic dreams only those are mentioned where a powerfully effective event is anticipated telepathically in space or time, that is to say when the human importance of the event, such as a death, would help to explain the premonition of it or its perception at a distance or at least make it more intelligible. The telepathic dreams I have observed were mostly of this type. A few of them, however, were distinguished by the remarkable fact that the manifest dream content contained a telepathic statement about something completely unimportant, for instance the face of an unknown and quite commonplace individual, or a certain arrangement of furniture in indifferent surroundings, or the arrival of an unimportant letter, etc. Naturally, when I say unimportant I mean only that neither by the usual questioning nor by analysis could I discover any content whose importance would have justified the telepathic phenomenon. In such cases one is inclined, more so than in those first mentioned, to think of chance. But it seems to me, unfortunately, that the hypothesis of chance is always an asylum ignorantia. Certainly no one will deny that very strange chance events do occur, but the fact that one can count with some probability on their repetition excludes their chance nature. I would not, of course, assert that the law behind them is anything supernatural, but merely something which we cannot get at with our present knowledge. Thus even questionable telepathic contents possess a reality character that mocks all expectations of probability. Although I would not presume to a theoretical opinion on these matters, I nevertheless consider it right to recognize and emphasize their reality. This standpoint brings an enrichment to dream analysis. As against Freud's view that the dream is essentially a wish fulfillment, I hold with my friend and collaborator Alphonse Meter that the dream is a spontaneous self-portrayal, in symbolic form, of the actual situation in the unconscious. Our view coincides at this point with the conclusions of Silberer. Point 9. The agreement with Silberer is the more gratifying in that it came about as the result of mutually independent work. Now this view contradicts Freud's formula only insofar as it declines to make a definite statement about the meaning of dreams. Our formula merely says that the dream is a symbolical representation of an unconscious content. It leaves the question open whether these contents are always wish fulfillments. Further researches, expressly referred to by Meter, have shown that the sexual language of dreams is not always to be interpreted in a concretistic way10, that it is, in fact, an archaic language which naturally uses all the analogies readiest to hand without their necessarily coinciding with a real sexual content. It is therefore unjustifiable to take the sexual language of dreams literally under all circumstances, while other contents are explained as symbolical. But as soon as you take the sexual metaphors as symbols for something unknown, your conception of the nature of dreams at once deepens. Meter has demonstrated this from a practical example given by Freud. So long as the sexual language of dreams is understood concretistically, there can be only a direct, outward, and concrete solution, or else nothing is done at all. One resigns oneself opportunistically to one's inveterate cowardice or laziness. There is no real conception of, and no attitude to, the problem. But that immediately becomes possible when the concretistic misconception is dropped, that is, when the patient stops taking the unconscious sexual language of the dream literally and interpreting the dream figures as real persons. Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that people are as we imagine them to be. In this latter case, unfortunately, there is no scientific test that would prove the discrepancy between perception and reality. Although the possibility of gross deception is infinitely greater here than in our perception of the physical world, we still go on naively projecting our own psychology into our fellow human beings. In this way, everyone creates for himself a series of more or less imaginary relationships based essentially on projection. Among neurotics, there are even cases where fantasy projections provide the sole means of human relationship. A person whom I perceive mainly through my projections is an imago or, alternatively, a carrier of imagos or symbols. All the contents of our unconscious are constantly being projected into our surroundings, and it is only by recognizing certain properties of the objects as projections or imagos that we are able to distinguish them from the real properties of the objects. But if we are not aware that a property of the object is a projection, we cannot do anything else but be naively convinced that it really does belong to the object. All human relationships swarm with these projections. Anyone who cannot see this in his personal life need only have his attention drawn to the psychology of the press in wartime. Cum grano salis, we always see our own unavowed mistakes in our opponent. Excellent examples of this are to be found in all personal quarrels. Unless we are possessed of an unusual degree of self-awareness, we shall never see through our projections but must always succumb to them, because the mind in its natural state presupposes the existence of such projections. It is the natural and given thing for unconscious contents to be projected. In a comparatively primitive person, this creates that characteristic relationship to the object which Levi-Bruhl has fittingly called mystic identity or participation mystique. 12. Thus every normal person of our time, who is not reflective beyond the average, is bound to his environment by a whole system of projections. So long as all goes well, he is totally unaware of the compulsive, i.e., magical or mystical, character of these relationships. But if a paranoid disturbance sets in, then these unconscious relationships turn into so many compulsive ties, decked out, as a rule, with the same unconscious material that formed the content of these projections during the normal state. So long as the libido can use these projections as agreeable and convenient bridges to the world, they will alleviate life in a positive way. But as soon as the libido wants to strike out on another path, and for this purpose begins running back along the previous bridges of projection, they will work as the greatest hindrances it is possible to imagine, for they effectively prevent any real detachment from the former object. We then witness the characteristic phenomenon of a person trying to devalue the former object as much as possible in order to detach his libido from it. But as the previous identity is due to the projection of subjective contents, complete and final detachment can only take place when the imago that mirrored itself in the object is restored, together with its meaning, to the subject. This restoration is achieved through conscious recognition of the projected content, that is, by acknowledging the symbolic value of the object. The frequency of such projections is as certain as the fact that they are never seen through. That being so, it is hardly surprising that the naive person takes it as self-evident from the start that when he dreams of Mr. X, this dream image is identical with the real Mr. X. It is an assumption that is entirely in accord with his ordinary, uncritical conscious attitude, which makes no distinction between the object as such and the idea one has of it. But there is no denying that, looked at critically, the dream image has only an outward and very limited connection with the object. In reality, it is a complex of psychic factors that has fashioned itself, albeit under the influence of certain external stimuli, and therefore consists mainly of subjective factors that are peculiar to the subject and often have very little to do with the real object. We understand another person in the same way as we understand, or seek to understand, ourselves. What we do not understand in ourselves we do not understand in the other person either. So there is plenty to ensure that his image will be for the most part subjective. As we know, even an intimate friendship is no guarantee of objective knowledge. Now if one begins, as the Freudian school does, by taking the manifest content of the dream as unreal or symbolical, and explains that though the dream speaks of a church spire it really means a phallus, then it is only a step to saying that the dream often speaks of sexuality but does not always mean it, and equally, that the dream often speaks of the father but really means the dreamer himself. Our imagos are constituents of our minds, and if our dreams reproduce certain ideas, these ideas are primarily our ideas, in the structure of which our whole being is interwoven. They are subjective factors, grouping themselves as they do in the dream, and expressing this or that meaning, not for extraneous reasons but from the most intimate promptings of our psyche. The whole dream work is essentially subjective, and a dream is a theater in which the dreamer is himself the scene, the player, the prompter, the producer, the author, the public, and the critic. This simple truth forms the basis for a conception of the dream's meaning which I have called interpretation on the subjective level. Such an interpretation, as the term implies, conceives all the figures in the dream as personified features of the dreamer's own personality. This view has aroused a considerable amount of resistance. One line of argument appeals to the naive assumption we have just mentioned, concerning Mr. X. Another argument is based on the question of principle, which is the more important, the objective level or the subjective level. I can really think of no valid objection to the theoretical probability of a subjective level. But the second problem is considerably more difficult. For just as the image of an object is composed subjectively on the one side, it is conditioned objectively on the other side. When I reproduce it in myself, I am producing something that is determined as much subjectively as objectively. In order to decide which side predominates in any given case, it must first be shown whether the image is reproduced for its subjective or for its objective significance. If, therefore, I dream of a person with whom I am connected by a vital interest, the interpretation on the objective level will certainly be nearer to the truth than the other. But if I dream of a person who is not important to me in reality, then interpretation on the subjective level will be nearer the truth. It is, however, possible, and this happens very frequently in practice, that the dreamer will at once associate this unimportant person with someone with whom he is connected by a strong emotion or affect. Formerly one would have said, the unimportant figure has been thrust forward in the dream intentionally, in order to cover up the painfulness of the other figure. In that case I would follow the path of nature and say, in the dream that highly emotional reminiscence has obviously been replaced by the unimportant figure of Mr. X, hence interpretation on the subjective level would be nearer the truth. To be sure, the substitution achieved by the dream amounts to a repression of the painful reminiscence. But if this reminiscence can be thrust aside so easily it cannot be all that important. The substitution shows that this personal affect allows itself to be depersonalized. I can therefore rise above it and shall not get myself back into the personal, emotional situation again by devaluing the depersonalization achieved by the dream as a mere repression. I think I am acting more correctly if I regard the replacement of the painful figure by an unimportant one as a depersonalization of the previously personal affect. In this way the affect, or the corresponding sum of libido, has become impersonal, freed from its personal attachment to the object, and I can now shift the previous real conflict onto the subjective plane and try to understand to what extent it is an exclusively subjective conflict. I would like, for clarity's sake, to illustrate this by a short example. I once had a personal conflict with a Mr. A, in the course of which I gradually came to the conclusion that the fault was more on his side than on mine. About this time I had the following dream. I consulted a lawyer on a certain matter, and to my boundless astonishment he demanded a fee of no less than 5,000 francs for the consultation, which I strenuously resisted. The lawyer was an unimportant reminiscence from my student days. But the student period was important because at that time I got into many arguments and disputes. With a surge of affect, I associated the brusque manner of the lawyer with the personality of Mr. A and also with the continuing conflict. I could now proceed on the objective level and say, Mr. A is hiding behind the lawyer, therefore Mr. A is asking too much of me. He is in the wrong. Shortly before this dream, a poor student approached me for a loan of 5,000 francs. Thus, by association, Mr. A is a poor student, in need of help and incompetent, because he is at the beginning of his studies. Such a person has no right to make any demands or have any opinions. That, then, would be the wish fulfillment. My opponent would be gently devalued and pushed aside, and my peace of mind would be preserved. But in reality I woke up at this point with the liveliest affect, furious with the lawyer for his presumption. So I was not in the least calmed by the wish fulfillment. Sure enough, behind the lawyer is the unpleasant affair with Mr. A. But it is significant that the dream should dig up that unimportant jurist from my student days. I associate lawyer with lawsuit, being in the right, self-righteousness, and hence with that memory from my student days when, right or wrong, I often defended my thesis tenaciously, obstinately, self-righteously, in order at least to win for myself the appearance of superiority by fighting for it. All this, so I feel, has played its part in the dispute with Mr. A. Then I know that he is really myself, that part of me which is unadapted to the present and demands too much, just as I used to do, in other words, squeezes too much libido out of me. I know then that the dispute with Mr. A cannot die because the self-righteous disputant in me would still like to see it brought to a rightful conclusion. This interpretation led to what seemed to me a meaningful result, whereas interpretation on the objective level was unproductive, since I am not in the least interested in proving that dreams are wish fulfillments. If a dream shows me what sort of mistake I am making, it gives me an opportunity to correct my attitude, which is always an advantage. Naturally, such a result can only be achieved through interpretation on the subjective level. Enlightening as interpretation on the subjective level may be in such a case, it may be entirely worthless when a vitally important relationship is the content and cause of the conflict. Here the dream figure must be related to the real object. The criterion can always be discovered from the conscious material, except in cases where the transference enters into the problem. The transference can easily cause falsifications of judgment, so that the analyst may sometimes appear as the absolutely indispensable deus ex machina or as an equally indispensable prop for reality. So far as the patient is concerned, he actually is so. It must be left to the analyst to decide how far he himself is the patient's real problem. As soon as the objective level of interpretation starts getting monotonous and unproductive, it is time to regard the figure of the analyst as a symbol for projected contents that belong to the patient. If the analyst does not do that, he has only two alternatives: either he can devalue, and consequently destroy, the transference by reducing it to infantile wishes, or he can accept its reality and sacrifice himself for the patient, sometimes in the teeth of the latter's unconscious resistance. This is to the advantage of neither party, and the analyst invariably comes off worst. But if it is possible to shift the figure of the analyst onto the subjective level, all the projected contents can be restored to the patient with their original value. An example of the withdrawal of projections can be found in my 2 essays on analytical psychology. It is clear to me that anyone who is not a practicing analyst himself will see no particular point in discussing the relative merits of the subjective level and the objective level. But the more deeply we penetrate into the problem of dreams, the more the technical aspects of practical treatment have to be taken into account. In this regard, necessity is indeed the mother of invention, for the analyst must constantly strive to develop his techniques in such a way that they can be of help even in the most difficult cases. We owe it to the difficulties presented by the daily treatment of the sick that we were driven to formulate views which shake the foundations of our everyday beliefs. Although it is a truism to say that an imago is subjective, this statement nevertheless has a somewhat philosophical ring that sounds unpleasant to certain ears. Why this should be so is immediately apparent from what was said above, that the naive mind at once identifies the imago with the object. Anything that disturbs this assumption has an irritating effect on this class of people. The idea of a subjective level is equally repugnant to them because it disturbs the naive assumption that conscious contents are identical with objects. As events in wartime have clearly shown, our mentality is distinguished by the shameless naivete with which we judge our enemy, and in the judgment we pronounce upon him we unwittingly reveal our own defects. We simply accuse our enemy of our own unadmitted faults. We see everything in the other, we criticize and condemn the other, we even want to improve and educate the other. There is no need for me to adduce case material to prove this proposition. The most convincing proof can be found in every newspaper. But it is quite obvious that what happens on a large scale can also happen on a small scale in the individual. Our mentality is still so primitive that only certain functions and areas have outgrown the primary mystic identity with the object. Primitive man has a minimum of self-awareness combined with a maximum of attachment to the object, hence the object can exercise a direct magical compulsion upon him. All primitive magic and religion are based on these magical attachments, which simply consist in the projection of unconscious contents into the object. Self-awareness gradually developed out of this initial state of identity and went hand in hand with the differentiation of subject and object. This differentiation was followed by the realization that certain qualities which, formerly, were naively attributed to the object are in reality subjective contents. Although the men of antiquity no longer believed that they were red cockatoos or brothers to the crocodile, they were still enveloped in magical fantasies. In this respect, it was not until the Age of Enlightenment that any essential advance was made. But as everyone knows, our self-awareness is still a long way behind our actual knowledge. When we allow ourselves to be irritated out of our wits by something, let us not assume that the cause of our irritation lies simply and solely outside us, in the irritating thing or person. In that way we endow them with the power to put us into the state of irritation, and possibly even one of insomnia or indigestion. We then turn round and unhesitatingly condemn the object of offense, while all the time we are raging against an unconscious part of ourselves which is projected into the exasperating object. Such projections are legion. Some of them are favorable, serving as bridges for easing off the libido. Some of them are unfavorable, but in practice these are never regarded as obstacles because the unfavorable projections usually settle outside our circle of intimate relationships. To this the neurotic is an exception. Consciously or unconsciously, he has such an intensive relationship to his immediate surroundings that he cannot prevent even the unfavorable projections from flowing into the objects closest to him in arousing conflicts. He is therefore compelled, if he wants to be cured, to gain insight into his primitive projections to a far higher degree than the normal person does. It is true that the normal person makes the same projections, but they are better distributed. For the favorable ones the object is close at hand, for the unfavorable ones it is at a distance. It is the same for the primitive. Anything strange is hostile and evil. This line of division serves a purpose, which is why the normal person feels under no obligation to make these projections conscious, although they are dangerously illusory. War psychology has made this abundantly clear. Everything my country does is good, everything the others do is bad. The center of all iniquity is invariably found to lie a few miles behind the enemy lines. Because the individual has this same primitive psychology, every attempt to bring these age-old projections to consciousness is felt as irritating. Naturally one would like to have better relations with one's fellows, but only on the condition that they live up to our expectations, in other words, that they become willing carriers of our projections. Yet if we make ourselves conscious of these projections, it may easily act as an impediment to our relations with others, for there is then no bridge of illusion across which love and hate can stream off so relievingly, and no way of disposing so simply and satisfactorily of all those alleged virtues that are intended to edify and improve others. In consequence of this obstruction there is a damming up of libido, as a result of which the negative projections become increasingly conscious. The individual is then faced with the task of putting down to his own account all the iniquity, devilry, etc. which he has blandly attributed to others and about which he has been indignant all his life. The irritating thing about this procedure is the conviction, on the one hand, that if everybody acted in this way life would be so much more endurable, and a violent resistance, on the other hand, against applying this principle seriously to oneself. If everybody else did it, how much better the world would be, but to do it oneself, how intolerable. The neurotic is forced by his neurosis to take this step, but the normal person is not. Instead, he acts out his psychic disturbances socially and politically, in the form of mass psychoses like wars and revolutions. The real existence of an enemy upon whom one can foist off everything evil is an enormous relief to one's conscience. You can then at least say, without hesitation, who the devil is. You are quite certain that the cause of your misfortune is outside, and not in your own attitude. Once you have accepted the somewhat disagreeable consequences of interpretation on the subjective level, however, the misgiving forces itself on you that it is surely impossible that all the bad qualities which irritate you in others should belong to you. By that token the great moralist, the fanatical educationist and world improver, would be the worst of all. Much could be said about the close proximity of good and evil, and even more about the direct relations between pairs of opposites, but that would lead us too far from our theme. The interpretation on the subjective level should not, of course, be carried to extremes. It is simply a question of a rather more critical examination of what is pertinent and what is not. Something that strikes me about the object may very well be a real property of that object. But the more subjective and emotional this impression is, the more likely it is that the property will be a projection. Yet here we must make a not unimportant distinction between the quality actually present in the object, without which a projection could not take place, and the value, significance, or energy of this quality. It is not impossible for a quality to be projected upon the object of which the object shows barely any trace in reality, for instance, the primitive projection of magical qualities into inanimate objects. But it is different with the ordinary projection of traits of character or momentary attitudes. Here it frequently happens that the object offers a hook to the projection, and even lures it out. This is generally the case when the object himself, or herself, is not conscious of the quality in question. In that way it works directly upon the unconscious of the projectant. For all projections provoke counter-projections when the object is unconscious of the quality projected upon it by the subject, in the same way that a transference is answered by a counter-transference from the analyst when it projects a content of which he is unconscious but which nevertheless exists in him. The counter-transference is then just as useful and meaningful, or as much of a hindrance, as the transference of the patient, according to whether or not it seeks to establish that better rapport which is essential for the realization of certain unconscious contents. Like the transference, the counter-transference is compulsive, a forcible tie, because it creates a mystical or unconscious identity with the object. Against these unconscious ties there are always resistances. Conscious resistances if the subject's attitude allows him to give his libido only voluntarily, but not to have it coaxed or forced out of him. Unconscious resistances if he likes nothing better than having his libido taken away from him. Thus transference and counter-transference, if their contents remain unconscious, create abnormal and untenable relationships which aim at their own destruction. But even supposing some trace of the projected quality can be found in the object, the projection still has a purely subjective significance in practice and recoils upon the subject, because it gives an exaggerated value to whatever trace of that quality was present in the object. When the projection corresponds to a quality actually present in the object, the projected content is nevertheless present in the subject too, where it forms a part of the object imago. The object imago itself is a psychological entity that is distinct from the actual perception of the object. It is an image existing independently of, and yet based on, all perception. 17 And the relative autonomy of this image remains unconscious so long as it coincides with the actual behavior of the object. The autonomy of the imago is therefore not recognized by the conscious mind and is unconsciously projected on the object. In other words, it is contaminated with the autonomy of the object. This naturally endows the object with a compelling reality in relation to the subject and gives it an exaggerated value. This value springs from the projection of the imago on the object, from its a priori identity with it, with the result that the outer object becomes at the same time an inner one. In this way the outer object can exert, via the unconscious, a direct psychic influence on the subject, since, by virtue of its identity with the imago, it has so to speak a direct hand in the psychic mechanism of the subject. Consequently, the object can gain magical power over the subject. Excellent examples of this can be found among primitives, who treat their children or any other objects with souls exactly as they treat their own psyches. They dare not do anything to them for fear of offending the soul of the child or object. That is why the children are given as little education as possible until the age of puberty, when suddenly a belated education is thrust upon them, often a rather gruesome one, initiation. I have just said that the autonomy of the imago remains unconscious because it is identified with that of the object. The death of the object would, accordingly, be bound to produce remarkable psychological effects, since the object does not disappear completely but goes on existing in intangible form. This is indeed the case. The unconscious imago, which no longer has an object to correspond to it, becomes a ghost and now exerts influences on the subject which cannot be distinguished in principle from psychic phenomena. The subject's unconscious projections, which canalized unconscious contents into the imago and identified it with the object, outlive the actual loss of the object and play an important part in the life of primitives as well as of all civilized peoples past and present. These phenomena offer striking proof of the autonomous existence of the object imagos in the unconscious. They are evidently in the unconscious because they have never been consciously differentiated from the object. Every advance, every conceptual achievement of mankind, has been connected with an advance in self-awareness. Man differentiated himself from the object and faced nature as something distinct from her. Any reorientation of psychological attitude will have to follow the same road. It is evident that the identity of the object with the subjective imago gives it a significance which does not properly belong to it but which it has possessed from time immemorial. This identity is the original state of things. For the subject, however, it is a primitive condition, which can last only so long as it does not lead to serious inconvenience. Overvaluation of the object is one of the things most liable to prejudice the development of the subject. An over-accentuated, magical object orients the subject's consciousness in the direction of the object and thwarts any attempt at individual differentiation, which would obviously have to set in with the detachment of the imago from the object. The direction of his individual differentiation cannot possibly be maintained if external factors magically interfere with the psychic mechanism. The detachment of the imagos that give the objects their exaggerated significance restores to the subject that split-off energy which he urgently needs for his own development. To interpret the dream imagos on the subjective level has therefore the same meaning for modern man as taking away his ancestral figures and fetishes would have for primitive man, and trying to convince him that his medicine is a spiritual force which dwells not in the object but in the human psyche. The primitive feels a legitimate resistance against this heretical assumption, and in the same way modern man feels that it is disagreeable, perhaps even somehow dangerous, to dissolve the time-honored and sacrosanct identity between imago and object. The consequences for our psychology, too, can scarcely be imagined. We would no longer have anybody to rail against, nobody whom we could make responsible, nobody to instruct, improve, and punish. On the contrary, we would have to begin, in all things, with ourselves. We would have to demand of ourselves, and of no one else, all the things which we habitually demand of others. That being so, it is understandable why the interpretation of dream imagos on the subjective level is no light step, particularly as it leads to one-sidednesses and exaggerations in one direction or the other. Apart from this purely moral difficulty, there are a number of intellectual obstacles as well. It has often been objected that interpretation on the subjective level is a philosophical problem and that the application of this principle verges on a Weltanschauung and therefore ceases to be scientific. It does not surprise me that psychology debouches into philosophy, for the thinking that underlies philosophy is after all a psychic activity which, as such, is the proper study of psychology. I always think of psychology as encompassing the whole of the psyche, and that includes philosophy and theology and many other things besides. For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error. It does not matter greatly to our psychology whether our problems touch on the one sphere or on the other. We have to do first and foremost with practical necessities. If the patient's view of the world becomes a psychological problem, we have to treat it regardless of whether philosophy pertains to psychology or not. Similarly, religious questions are primarily psychological questions so far as we are concerned. It is a regrettable defect that present-day medical psychology should, in general, hold aloof from these problems, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the treatment of the psychogenic neuroses, which often have a better chance of cure anywhere rather than in academic medicine. Although I am a doctor myself, and, on the principle that dog does not eat dog, would have every reason not to criticize the medical profession, I must nevertheless confess that doctors are not always the best guardians of the psychiatric art. I have often found that the medical psychologists try to practice their art in the routine manner inculcated into them by the peculiar nature of their studies. The study of medicine consists on the one hand in storing up in the mind an enormous number of facts, which are simply memorized without any real knowledge of their foundations, and on the other hand in learning practical skills, which have to be acquired on the principle don't think, act. Thus it is that, of all the professionals, the medical man has the least opportunity of developing the function of thinking. So it is no wonder that even psychologically trained doctors have the greatest difficulty in following my reflections, if they follow them at all. They have habituated themselves to handing out prescriptions and mechanically applying methods which they have not thought out themselves. This tendency is the most unsuitable that can be imagined for the practice of medical psychology, for it clings to the skirts of authoritarian theories and techniques and hinders the development of independent thought. I have found that even elementary distinctions, such as those between subjective level and objective level, ego and self, sign and symbol, causality and finality, etc., which are of the utmost importance in practical treatment, overtax their thinking capacities. This may explain their obstinate adherence to views that are out of date and have long been in need of revision. That this is not merely my own subjective opinion is evident from the fanatical one-sidedness and sectarian exclusiveness of certain psychoanalytical groups. Everyone knows that this attitude is a symptom of overcompensated doubt. But then, who applies psychological criteria to himself? The interpretation of dreams as infantile wish fulfillments or as finalistic arrangements subserving an infantile striving for power is much too narrow and fails to do justice to the essential nature of dreams. A dream, like every element in the psychic structure, is a product of the total psyche. Hence we may expect to find in dreams everything that has ever been of significance in the life of humanity. Just as human life is not limited to this or that fundamental instinct, but builds itself up from a multiplicity of instincts, needs, desires, and physical and psychic conditions, etc., so the dream cannot be explained by this or that element in it, however beguilingly simple such an explanation may appear to be. We can be certain that it is incorrect, because no simple theory of instinct will ever be capable of grasping the human psyche, that mighty and mysterious thing, nor, consequently, its exponent, the dream. In order to do anything like justice to dreams, we need an interpretive equipment that must be laboriously fitted together from all branches of the humane sciences. Critics have sometimes accused me outright of philosophical or even theological tendencies, in the belief that I want to explain everything philosophically and that my psychological views are metaphysical. 18 But I use certain philosophical, religious, and historical material for the exclusive purpose of illustrating the psychological facts. If, for instance, I make use of a God concept or an equally metaphysical concept of energy, I do so because they are images which have been found in the human psyche from the beginning. I find I must emphasize over and over again that neither the moral order, nor the idea of God, nor any religion has dropped into man's lap from outside, straight down from heaven, as it were, but that he contains all this in nous within himself, and for this reason can produce it all out of himself. It is therefore idle to think that nothing but enlightenment is needed to dispel these phantoms. The ideas of the moral order and of God belong to the ineradicable substrate of the human soul. That is why any honest psychology, which is not blinded by the garish conceits of enlightenment, must come to terms with these facts. They cannot be explained away and killed with irony. In physics we can do without a God image, but in psychology it is a definite fact that has got to be reckoned with, just as we have to reckon with effect, instinct, mother, etc. It is the fault of the everlasting contamination of object and imago that people can make no conceptual distinction between God and God image, and therefore think that when one speaks of the God image one is speaking of God and offering theological explanations. It is not for psychology, as a science, to demand a hypostatization of the God image. But, the facts being what they are, it does have to reckon with the existence of a God image. In the same way it reckons with instinct but does not deem itself competent to say what instinct really is. The psychological factor thereby denoted is clear to everyone, just as it is far from clear what that factor is in itself. It is equally clear that the God image corresponds to a definite complex of psychological facts, and is thus a quantity which we can operate with, but what God is in himself remains a question outside the competence of all psychology. I regret having to repeat such elementary truths. Herewith I have said pretty well all I have to say about the general aspects of dream psychology. I have purposely refrained from going into details. This must be reserved for studies of case material. Our discussion of the general aspects has led us to wider problems which are unavoidable in speaking of dreams. Naturally, very much more could be said about the aims of dream analysis, but since dream analysis is instrumental to analytical treatment in general, this could only be done if I were to embark on the whole question of therapy. But a thoroughgoing description of the therapy would require a number of preliminary studies that tackled the problem from different sides. This question is an exceedingly complex one, despite the fact that certain authors outdo one another in simplifications and try to make us believe that the known roots of the illness can be extracted with the utmost simplicity. I must warn against all such frivolous undertakings. I would rather see serious minds settling down to discuss, thoroughly and conscientiously, the great problems which analysis has brought in its train. It is really high time academic psychologists came down to earth and wanted to hear about the human psyche as it really is and not merely about laboratory experiments. It is insufferable that professors should forbid their students to have anything to do with analytical psychology, that they should prohibit the use of analytical concepts and accuse our psychology of taking account, in an unscientific manner, of everyday experiences. I know that psychology in general could derive the greatest benefit from a serious study of the dream problem once it could rid itself of the unjustified lay prejudice that dreams are caused solely by somatic stimuli. This overrating of the somatic factor in psychiatry is one of the basic reasons why psychopathology has made no advances unless directly fertilized by analytical procedures. The dogma that mental diseases are diseases of the brain is a hangover from the materialism of the 1870s. It has become a prejudice which hinders all progress, with nothing to justify it. Even if it were true that all mental diseases are diseases of the brain, that would still be no reason for not investigating the psychic side of the disease. But the prejudice is used to discredit at the outset all attempts in this direction and to strike them dead. Yet the proof that all mental diseases are diseases of the brain has never been furnished and never can be furnished, any more than it can be proved that man thinks or acts as he does because this or that protein has broken down or formed itself in this or that cell. Such a view leads straight to the materialistic gospel: man is what he eats. Those who think in this way conceive our mental life as anabolic and catabolic processes in the brain cells. These processes are necessarily thought of merely as laboratory processes of synthesis and disintegration, for to think of them as living processes is totally impossible so long as we cannot think in terms of the life process itself. But that is how we would have to think of the cell processes if validity were to be claimed for the materialistic view. In that case we would already have passed beyond materialism, for life can never be thought of as a function of matter, but only as a process existing in and for itself, to which energy and matter are subordinate. Life as a function of matter postulates spontaneous generation, and for proof of that we shall have a very long time to wait. We have no more justification for understanding the psyche as a brain process than we have for understanding life in general from a one-sided, arbitrarily materialistic point of view that can never be proved, quite apart from the fact that the very attempt to imagine such a thing is crazy in itself and has always engendered craziness whenever it was taken seriously. We have, on the contrary, to consider the psychic process as psychic and not as an organic cell process. However indignant people may get about metaphysical phantoms when cell processes are explained vitalistically, they nevertheless continue to regard the physical hypothesis as scientific, although it is no less fantastic. But it fits in with the materialistic prejudice, and therefore every bit of nonsense, provided only that it turns the psychic into the physical, becomes scientifically sacrosanct. Let us hope that the time is not far off when this antiquated relic of ingrained and thoughtless materialism will be eradicated from the minds of our scientists. On the nature of dreams. Medical psychology differs from all other scientific disciplines in that it has to deal with the most complex problems without being able to rely on tested rules of procedure, on a series of verifiable experiments and logically explicable facts. On the contrary, it is confronted with a mass of shifting irrational happenings, for the psyche is perhaps the most baffling and unapproachable phenomenon with which the scientific mind has ever had to deal. Although we must assume that all psychic phenomena are somehow, in the broadest sense, causally dependent, it is advisable to remember at this point that causality is in the last analysis no more than a statistical truth. Therefore we should perhaps do well in certain cases to make allowance for absolute irrationality even if, on heuristic grounds, we approach each particular case by inquiring into its causality. Even then, it is advisable to bear in mind at least one of the classical distinctions, namely that between causa efficiens and causa finalis. In psychological matters, the question "why does it happen?" is not necessarily more productive of results than the other question "to what purpose does it happen?" Among the many puzzles of medical psychology there is one problem child, the dream. It would be an interesting, as well as difficult, task to examine the dream exclusively in its medical aspects, that is, with regard to the diagnosis and prognosis of pathological conditions. The dream does in fact concern itself with both health and sickness, and since, by virtue of its source in the unconscious, it draws upon a wealth of subliminal perceptions, it can sometimes produce things that are very well worth knowing. This has often proved helpful to me in cases where the differential diagnosis between organic and psychogenic symptoms presented difficulties. For prognosis, too, certain dreams are important. In this field, however, the necessary preliminary studies, such as careful records of case histories and the like, are still lacking. Doctors with psychological training do not as yet make a practice of recording dreams systematically, so as to preserve material which would have a bearing on a subsequent outbreak of severe illness or a lethal issue, in other words, on events which could not be foreseen at the beginning of the record. The investigation of dreams in general is a life work in itself, and their detailed study requires the cooperation of many workers. I have therefore preferred, in this short review, to deal with the fundamental aspects of dream psychology and interpretation in such a way that those who have no experience in this field can at least get some idea of the problem and the method of inquiry. Anyone who is familiar with the material will probably agree with me that a knowledge of fundamentals is more important than an accumulation of case histories, which still cannot make up for lack of experience. The dream is a fragment of involuntary psychic activity, just conscious enough to be reproducible in the waking state. Of all psychic phenomena, the dream presents perhaps the largest number of irrational factors. It seems to possess a minimum of that logical coherence and that hierarchy of values shown by the other contents of consciousness, and is therefore less transparent and understandable. Dreams that form logically, morally, or aesthetically satisfying wholes are exceptional. Usually a dream is a strange and disconcerting product distinguished by many bad qualities, such as lack of logic, questionable morality, uncouth form, and apparent absurdity or nonsense. People are therefore only too glad to dismiss it as stupid, meaningless, and worthless. Every interpretation of a dream is a psychological statement about certain of its contents. This is not without danger, as the dreamer, like most people, usually displays an astonishing sensitiveness to critical remarks, not only if they are wrong, but even more if they are right. Since it is not possible, except under very special conditions, to work out the meaning of a dream without the collaboration of the dreamer, an extraordinary amount of tact is required not to violate his self-respect unnecessarily. For instance, what is one to say when a patient tells a number of indecent dreams and then asks, Why should I have such disgusting dreams? To this sort of question it is better to give no answer, since an answer is difficult for several reasons, especially for the beginner, and one is very apt under such circumstances to say something clumsy, above all when one thinks one knows what the answer is. So difficult is it to understand a dream that for a long time I have made it a rule, when someone tells me a dream and asks for my opinion, to say first of all to myself, I have no idea what this dream means. After that I can begin to examine the dream. Here the reader will certainly ask, is it worthwhile in any individual case to look for the meaning of a dream, supposing that dreams have any meaning at all and that this meaning can be proved? It is easy to prove that an animal is a vertebrate by laying bare the spine. But how does one proceed to lay bare the inner, meaningful structure of a dream? Apparently the dream follows no clearly determined laws or regular modes of behavior, apart from the well-known typical dreams, such as nightmares. Anxiety dreams are not unusual, but they are by no means the rule. Also, there are typical dream motifs known to the layman, such as of flying, climbing stairs or mountains, going about with insufficient clothing, losing your teeth, crowds of people, hotels, railway stations, trains, aeroplanes, automobiles, frightening animals, snakes, etc. These motifs are very common but by no means sufficient to confirm the existence of any system in the organization of a dream. Some people have recurrent dreams. This happens particularly in youth, but the recurrence may continue over several decades. These are often very impressive dreams which convince one that they must surely have a meaning. This feeling is justified in so far as one cannot, even taking the most cautious view, avoid the assumption that a definite psychic situation does arise from time to time which causes the dream. But a psychic situation is something that, if it can be formulated, is identical with a definite meaning, provided, of course, that one does not stubbornly hold to the hypothesis, certainly not proven, that all dreams can be traced back to stomach trouble or sleeping on one's back or the like. Such dreams do indeed tempt one to conjecture some kind of cause. The same is true of so-called typical motifs which repeat themselves frequently in longer series of dreams. Here again it is hard to escape the impression that they mean something. But how do we arrive at a plausible meaning, and how can we confirm the rightness of the interpretation? One method, which, however, is not scientific, would be to predict future happenings from the dreams by means of a dream book and to verify the interpretation by subsequent events, assuming of course that the meaning of dreams lies in their anticipation of the future. Another way to get at the meaning of the dream directly might be to turn to the past and reconstruct former experiences from the occurrence of certain motifs in the dreams. While this is possible to a limited extent, it would have a decisive value only if we could discover in this way something which, though it had actually taken place, had remained unconscious to the dreamer, or at any rate something he would not like to divulge under any circumstances. If neither is the case, then we are dealing simply with memory images whose appearance in the dream is, a. not denied by anyone, and b. completely irrelevant so far as a meaningful dream function is concerned, since the dreamer could just as well have supplied the information consciously. This unfortunately exhausts the possible ways of proving the meaning of a dream directly. It is Freud's great achievement to have put dream interpretation on the right track. Above all, he recognized that no interpretation can be undertaken without the dreamer. The words composing a dream narrative have not just one meaning, but many meanings. If, for instance, someone dreams of a table, we are still far from knowing what the table of the dreamer signifies, although the word table sounds unambiguous enough. For the thing we do not know is that this table is the very one at which his father sat when he refused the dreamer all further financial help and threw him out of the house as a good-for-nothing. The polished surface of this table stares at him as a symbol of his lamentable worthlessness in his daytime consciousness as well as in his dreams at night. This is what our dreamer understands by table. Therefore we need the dreamer's help in order to limit the multiple meanings of words to those that are essential and convincing. That the table stands as a mortifying landmark in the dreamer's life may be doubted by anyone who was not present. But the dreamer does not doubt it, nor do I. Clearly, dream interpretation is in the first place an experience which has immediate validity for only two persons. If, therefore, we establish that the table in the dream means just that fatal table, with all that this implies, then, although we have not explained the dream, we have at least interpreted one important motif of it, that is, we have recognized the subjective context in which the word table is embedded. We arrived at this conclusion by a methodical questioning of the dreamer's own associations. The further procedures to which Freud subjects the dream contents I have had to reject, for they are too much influenced by the preconceived opinion that dreams are the fulfillment of repressed wishes. Although there are such dreams, this is far from proving that all dreams are wish fulfillments, any more than are the thoughts of our conscious psychic life. There is no ground for the assumption that the unconscious processes underlying the dream are more limited and one-sided, in form and content, than conscious processes. One would rather expect that the latter could be limited to known categories, since they usually reflect the regularity or even monotony of the conscious way of life. On the basis of these conclusions and for the purpose of ascertaining the meaning of the dream, I have developed a procedure which I call taking up the context. This consists in making sure that every shade of meaning which each salient feature of the dream has for the dreamer is determined by the associations of the dreamer himself. I therefore proceed in the same way as I would in deciphering a difficult text. This method does not always produce an immediately understandable result. Often the only thing that emerges, at first, is a hint that looks significant. To give an example, I was working once with a young man who mentioned in his anamnesis that he was happily engaged, and to a girl of good family. In his dreams she frequently appeared in very unflattering guise. The context showed that the dreamer's unconscious connected the figure of his bride with all kinds of scandalous stories from quite another source, which was incomprehensible to him and naturally also to me. But, from the constant repetition of such combinations, I had to conclude that, despite his conscious resistance, there existed in him an unconscious tendency to show his bride in this ambiguous light. He told me that if such a thing were true it would be a catastrophe. His acute neurosis had set in a short time after his engagement. Although it was something he could not bear to think about, this suspicion of his bride seemed to me a point of such capital importance that I advised him to instigate some inquiries. These showed the suspicion to be well founded, and the shock of the unpleasant discovery did not kill the patient but, on the contrary, cured him of his neurosis and also of his bride. Thus, although the taking up of the context resulted in an unthinkable meaning and hence in an apparently nonsensical interpretation, it proved correct in the light of facts which were subsequently disclosed. This case is of exemplary simplicity, and it is superfluous to point out that only rarely do dreams have so simple a solution. The examination of the context is, to be sure, a simple, almost mechanical piece of work which has only a preparatory significance. But the subsequent production of a readable text, i.e., the actual interpretation of the dream, is as a rule a very exacting task. It needs psychological empathy, ability to coordinate, intuition, knowledge of the world and of men, and above all a special canniness which depends on wide understanding as well as on a certain intelligence du cœur. All these presupposed qualifications, including even the last, are valuable for the art of medical diagnosis in general. No sixth sense is needed to understand dreams. But more is required than routine recipes such as are found in vulgar little dream books, or which invariably develop under the influence of preconceived notions. Stereotyped interpretation of dream motifs is to be avoided. The only justifiable interpretations are those reached through a painstaking examination of the context. Even if one has great experience in these matters, one is again and again obliged, before each dream, to admit one's ignorance and, renouncing all preconceived ideas, to prepare for something entirely unexpected. Even though dreams refer to a definite attitude of consciousness and a definite psychic situation, their roots lie deep in the unfathomably dark recesses of the conscious mind. For want of a more descriptive term, we call this unknown background the unconscious. We do not know its nature in and for itself, but we observe certain effects from whose qualities we venture certain conclusions in regard to the nature of the unconscious psyche. Because dreams are the most common and most normal expression of the unconscious psyche, they provide the bulk of the material for its investigation. Since the meaning of most dreams is not in accord with the tendencies of the conscious mind but shows peculiar deviations, we must assume that the unconscious, the matrix of dreams, has an independent function. This is what I call the autonomy of the unconscious. The dream not only fails to obey our will but very often stands in flagrant opposition to our conscious intentions. The opposition need not always be so marked. Sometimes the dream deviates only a little from the conscious attitude and introduces only slight modifications. Occasionally it may even coincide with conscious contents and tendencies. When I attempted to express this behavior in a formula, the concept of compensation seemed to me the only adequate one, for it alone is capable of summing up all the various ways in which a dream behaves. Compensation must be strictly distinguished from complementation. The concept of a complement is too narrow and too restricting. It does not suffice to explain the function of dreams, because it designates a relationship in which two things supplement one another more or less mechanically. Compensation, on the other hand, as the term implies, means balancing and comparing different data or points of view so as to produce an adjustment or a rectification. In this regard there are three possibilities. If the conscious attitude to the life situation is in large degree one-sided, then the dream takes the opposite side. If the conscious has a position fairly near the middle, the dream is satisfied with variations. If the conscious attitude is correct, adequate, then the dream coincides with and emphasizes this tendency, though without forfeiting its peculiar autonomy. As one never knows with certainty how to evaluate the conscious situation of a patient, dream interpretation is naturally impossible without questioning the dreamer. But even if we know the conscious situation, we know nothing of the attitude of the unconscious. As the unconscious is the matrix not only of dreams but also of psychogenic symptoms, the question of the attitude of the unconscious is of great practical importance. The unconscious, not caring whether I and those about me feel my attitude to be right, may, so to speak, be of another mind. This, especially in the case of a neurosis, is not a matter of indifference, as the unconscious is quite capable of bringing about all kinds of unwelcome disturbances by mistake, often with serious consequences, or of provoking neurotic symptoms. These disturbances are due to lack of harmony between conscious and unconscious. Normally, as we say, such harmony should be present. The fact is, however, that very frequently it is simply not there, and this is the reason for a vast number of psychogenic misfortunes ranging from severe accidents and illness to harmless slips of the tongue. We owe our knowledge of these relationships to the work of Freud. Although in the great majority of cases compensation aims at establishing a normal psychological balance and thus appears as a kind of self-regulation of the psychic system, one must not forget that under certain circumstances and in certain cases, for instance, in latent psychoses, compensation may lead to a fatal outcome owing to the preponderance of destructive tendencies. The result is suicide or some other abnormal action, apparently preordained in the life pattern of certain hereditarily tainted individuals. In the treatment of neurosis, the task before us is to re-establish an approximate harmony between conscious and unconscious. This, as we know, can be achieved in a variety of ways, from living a natural life, persuasive reasoning, strengthening the will, to analysis of the unconscious. Because the simpler methods so often fail and the doctor does not know how to go on treating the patient, the compensatory function of dreams offers welcome assistance. I do not mean that the dreams of modern people indicate the appropriate method of healing, as was reported of the incubation dreams dreamt in the temples of Aesculapius. They do, however, illuminate the patient's situation in a way that can be exceedingly beneficial to health. They bring him memories, insights, experiences, awaken dormant qualities in the personality, and reveal the unconscious element in his relationships. So it seldom happens that anyone who has taken the trouble to work over his dreams with qualified assistance for a longer period of time remains without enrichment and a broadening of his mental horizon. Just because of their compensatory behavior, a methodical analysis of dreams discloses new points of view and new ways of getting over the dreaded impasse. The term compensation naturally gives us only a very general idea of the function of dreams. But if, as happens in long and difficult treatments, the analyst observes a series of dreams often running into hundreds. There gradually forces itself upon him a phenomenon which, in an isolated dream, would remain hidden behind the compensation of the moment. This phenomenon is a kind of developmental process in the personality itself. At first it seems that each compensation is a momentary adjustment of one-sidedness or an equalization of disturbed balance. But with deeper insight and experience, these apparently separate acts of compensation arrange themselves into a kind of plan. They seem to hang together and in the deepest sense to be subordinated to a common goal, so that a long dream series no longer appears as a senseless string of incoherent and isolated happenings, but resembles the successive steps in a planned and orderly process of development. I have called this unconscious process spontaneously expressing itself in the symbolism of a long dream series the individuation process. Here, more than anywhere else in a discussion of dream psychology, illustrative examples would be desirable. Unfortunately, this is quite impossible for technical reasons. I must therefore refer the reader to my book Psychology and Alchemy, which contains an investigation into the structure of a dream series with special reference to the individuation process. The question whether a long series of dreams recorded outside the analytical procedure would likewise reveal a development aiming at individuation is one that cannot be answered at present for lack of the necessary material. The analytical procedure, especially when it includes a systematic dream analysis, is a process of quickened maturation, as Stanley Hall once aptly remarked. It is therefore possible that the motifs accompanying the individuation process appear chiefly and predominantly in dream series recorded under analysis, whereas in extra-analytical dream series they occur only at much greater intervals of time. I have mentioned before that dream interpretation requires, among other things, specialized knowledge. While I am quite ready to believe that an intelligent layman with some psychological knowledge and experience of life could, with practice, diagnose dream compensation correctly, I consider it impossible for anyone without knowledge of mythology and folklore and without some understanding of the psychology of primitives and of comparative religion to grasp the essence of the individuation process, which, according to all we know, lies at the base of psychological compensation. Not all dreams are of equal importance. Even primitives distinguish between little and big dreams, or, as we might say, insignificant and significant dreams. Looked at more closely, little dreams are the nightly fragments of fantasy coming from the subjective and personal sphere, and their meaning is limited to the affairs of every day. That is why such dreams are easily forgotten, just because their validity is restricted to the day-to-day fluctuations of the psychic balance. Significant dreams, on the other hand, are often remembered for a lifetime, and not infrequently prove to be the richest jewel in the treasure house of psychic experience. How many people have I encountered who at the first meeting could not refrain from saying, "I once had a dream." Sometimes it was the first dream they could ever remember, and one that occurred between the ages of 3 and 5. I have examined many such dreams, and often found in them a peculiarity which distinguishes them from other dreams. They contain symbolical images which we also come across in the mental history of mankind. It is worth noting that the dreamer does not need to have any inkling of the existence of such parallels. This peculiarity is characteristic of dreams of the individuation process, where we find the mythological motifs or mythologems I have designated as archetypes. These are to be understood as specific forms and groups of images which occur not only at all times and in all places but also in individual dreams, fantasies, visions, and delusional ideas. Their frequent appearance in individual case material, as well as their universal distribution, prove that the human psyche is unique and subjective or personal only in part, and for the rest is collective and objective. Thus we speak on the one hand of a personal and on the other of a collective unconscious, which lies at a deeper level and is further removed from consciousness than the personal unconscious. The big or meaningful dreams come from this deeper level. They reveal their significance, quite apart from the subjective impression they make, by their plastic form, which often has a poetic force and beauty. Such dreams occur mostly during the critical phases of life, in early youth, puberty, at the onset of middle age, 36 to 40, and within sight of death. Their interpretation often involves considerable difficulties, because the material which the dreamer is able to contribute is too meager. For these archetypal products are no longer concerned with personal experiences but with general ideas, whose chief significance lies in their intrinsic meaning and not in any personal experience and its associations. For example, a young man dreamed of a great snake that guarded a golden bowl in an underground vault. To be sure, he had once seen a huge snake in a zoo, but otherwise he could suggest nothing that might have prompted such a dream, except perhaps the reminiscence of fairy tales. Judging by this unsatisfactory context, the dream, which actually produced a very powerful effect, would have hardly any meaning. But that would not explain its decided emotionality. In such a case we have to go back to mythology, where the combination of snake or dragon with treasure and cave represents an ordeal in the life of the hero. Then it becomes clear that we are dealing with a collective emotion, a typical situation full of affect, which is not primarily a personal experience but becomes one only secondarily. Primarily it is a universally human problem which, because it has been overlooked subjectively, forces itself objectively upon the dreamer's consciousness. A man in middle life still feels young, and age and death lie far ahead of him. At about 36 he passes the zenith of life, without being conscious of the meaning of this fact. If he is a man whose whole makeup and nature do not tolerate excessive unconsciousness, then the import of this moment will be forced upon him, perhaps in the form of an archetypal dream. It would be in vain for him to try to understand the dream with the help of a carefully worked out context, for it expresses itself in strange mythological forms that are not familiar to him. The dream uses collective figures, because it has to express an eternal human problem that repeats itself endlessly, and not just a disturbance of personal balance. All these moments in the individual's life, when the universal laws of human fate break in upon the purposes, expectations, and opinions of the personal consciousness, are stations along the road of the individuation process. This process is, in effect, the spontaneous realization of the whole man. The ego-conscious personality is only a part of the whole man, and its life does not yet represent his total life. The more he is merely I, the more he splits himself off from the collective man, of whom he is also a part, and may even find himself in opposition to him. But since everything living strives for wholeness, the inevitable one-sidedness of our conscious life is continually being corrected and compensated by the universal human being in us, whose goal is the ultimate integration of conscious and unconscious, or better, the assimilation of the ego to a wider personality. Such reflections are unavoidable if one wants to understand the meaning of big dreams. They employ numerous mythological motifs that characterize the life of the hero, of that greater man who is semi-divine by nature. Here we find the dangerous adventures and ordeals such as occur in initiations. We meet dragons, helpful animals, and demons, also the wise old man, the animal man, the wishing tree, the hidden treasure, the well, the cave, the walled garden, the transformative processes and substances of alchemy, and so forth, all things which in no way touch the banalities of everyday. The reason for this is that they have to do with the realization of a part of the personality which has not yet come into existence but is still in the process of becoming. How such mythologisms get condensed in dreams, and how they modify one another, is shown by the picture of the dream of Nebuchadnezzar, Daniel 4:7. Although purporting to be no more than a representation of that dream, it has, so to speak, been dreamed over again by the artist, as is immediately apparent if one examines the details more closely. The tree is growing, in a quite unbiblical manner, out of the king's navel. It is therefore the genealogical tree of Christ's ancestors, that grows from the navel of Adam, the tribal father. For this reason it bears in its branches the pelican, who nourishes its young with its blood, a well-known allegory of Christ. Apart from that, the pelican, together with the four birds that take the place of the four symbols of the evangelists, form a quincunx, and this quincunx reappears lower down in the stag, another symbol of Christ 9 with the four animals looking upwards. These two quaternities have the closest connections with alchemical ideas, above the volatilia, below the terrena, the former traditionally represented as birds, the latter as quadrupeds. Thus not only has the Christian conception of the genealogical tree and of the evangelical quaternity insinuated itself into the picture, but also the alchemical idea of the double quaternity, suprius est sicut quad inferius. This contamination shows in the most vivid way how individual dreams make use of archetypes. The archetypes are condensed, interwoven, and blended not only with one another, as here, but also with unique individual elements. But if dreams produce such essential compensations, why are they not understandable? I have often been asked this question. The answer must be that the dream is a natural occurrence, and that nature shows no inclination to offer her fruits gratis or according to human expectations. It is often objected that the compensation must be ineffective unless the dream is understood. This is not so certain, however, for many things can be effective without being understood. But there is no doubt that we can enhance its effect considerably by understanding the dream, and this is often necessary because the voice of the unconscious so easily goes unheard. What nature leaves imperfect is perfected by the art, says an alchemical dictum. Coming now to the form of dreams, we find everything from lightning impressions to endlessly spun out dream narrative. Nevertheless, there are a great many average dreams in which a definite structure can be perceived, not unlike that of a drama. For instance, the dream begins with a statement of place, such as, I was in a street, it was an avenue, 1, or, I was in a large building like a hotel, 2. Next comes a statement about the protagonists, for instance, I was walking with my friend X in a city park. At a crossing we suddenly ran into Mrs. Y, 3, or, I was sitting with father and mother in a train compartment, 4, or, I was in uniform with many of my comrades, 5. Statements of time are rarer. I call this phase of the dream the exposition. It indicates the scene of action, the people involved, and often the initial situation of the dreamer. In the second phase comes the development of the plot. For instance, I was in a street, it was an avenue. In the distance a car appeared, which approached rapidly. It was being driven very unsteadily, and I thought the driver must be drunk, 1. Or, Mrs. Y seemed to be very excited and wanted to whisper something to me hurriedly, which my friend X was obviously not intended to hear, 3. The situation is somehow becoming complicated, and a definite tension develops because one does not know what will happen. The third phase brings the culmination or peripeteia. Here something decisive happens or something changes completely. Suddenly I was in the car and seemed to be myself, this drunken driver. Only I was not drunk, but strangely insecure and as if without a steering wheel. I could no longer control the fast-moving car, and crashed into a wall, 1. Or, suddenly Mrs. Y turned deathly pale and fell to the ground, 3. The fourth and last phase is the lysis, the solution or result produced by the dream work. There are certain dreams in which the fourth phase is lacking, and this can present a special problem, not to be discussed here. Examples: I saw that the front part of the car was smashed. It was a strange car that I did not know. I myself was unhurt. I thought with some uneasiness of my responsibility, 1. We thought Mrs. Y was dead, but it was evidently only a faint. My friend X cried out, I must fetch a doctor, 3. The last phase shows the final situation, which is at the same time the solution sought by the dreamer. In Dream 1 a new reflectiveness has supervened after a kind of rudderless confusion, or rather, should supervene, since the dream is compensatory. The upshot of Dream 3 is the thought that the help of a competent third person is indicated. The first dreamer was a man who had rather lost his head in difficult family circumstances and did not want to let matters go to extremes. The other dreamer wondered whether he ought to obtain the help of a psychiatrist for his neurosis. Naturally, these statements are not an interpretation of the dream, they merely outline the initial situation. This division into 4 phases can be applied without much difficulty to the majority of dreams met with in practice, an indication that dreams generally have a dramatic structure. The essential content of the dream action, as I have shown above, is a sort of finely attuned compensation of the one-sidedness, errors, deviations, or other shortcomings of the conscious attitude. An hysterical patient of mine, an aristocratic lady who seemed to herself no end distinguished, met in her dreams a whole series of dirty fishwives and drunken prostitutes. In extreme cases the compensation becomes so menacing that the fear of it results in sleeplessness. Thus the dream may either repudiate the dreamer in a most painful way, or bolster him up morally. The first is likely to happen to people who, like the last mentioned patient, have too good an opinion of themselves, the second to those whose self-valuation is too low. Occasionally, however, the arrogant person is not simply humiliated in the dream, but is raised to an altogether improbable and absurd eminence, while the all too humble individual is just as improbably degraded, in order to rub it in, as the English say. Many people who know something, but not enough, about dreams and their meaning, and who are impressed by their subtle and apparently intentional compensation, are liable to succumb to the prejudice that the dream actually has a moral purpose, that it warns, rebukes, comforts, foretells the future, etc. If one believes that the unconscious always knows best, one can easily be betrayed into leaving the dreams to take the necessary decisions, and is then disappointed when the dreams become more and more trivial and meaningless. Experience has shown me that a slight knowledge of dream psychology is apt to lead to an overrating of the unconscious, which impairs the power of conscious decision. The unconscious functions satisfactorily only when the conscious mind fulfills its tasks to the very limit. A dream may perhaps supply what is then lacking, or it may help us forward where our best efforts have failed. If the unconscious really were superior to consciousness, it would be difficult to see wherein the advantage of consciousness lay, or why it should ever have come into being as a necessary element in the scheme of evolution. If it were nothing but a lusus naturae, the fact of our conscious awareness of the world and of our own existence would be without meaning. The idea that consciousness is a freak of nature is somehow difficult to digest, and for psychological reasons we should avoid emphasizing it, even if it were correct, which, by the way, we shall luckily never be in a position to prove, any more than we can prove the contrary. It is a question that belongs to the realm of metaphysics, where no criterion of truth exists. However, this is in no way to underestimate the fact that metaphysical views are of the utmost importance for the well-being of the human psyche. In the study of dream psychology we encounter far-reaching philosophical and even religious problems to the understanding of which the phenomenon of dreams has already made decisive contributions. But we cannot boast that we are, at present, in possession of a generally satisfying theory or explanation of this complicated phenomenon. We still know far too little about the nature of the unconscious psyche for that. In this field there is still an infinite amount of patient and unprejudiced work to be done, which no one will begrudge. For the purpose of research is not to imagine that one possesses the theory which alone is right, but, doubting all theories, to approach gradually nearer to the truth. 3. The practical use of dream analysis. The use of dream analysis in psychotherapy is still a much debated question. Many practitioners find it indispensable in the treatment of neuroses, and consider that the dream is a function whose psychic importance is equal to that of the conscious mind itself. Others, on the contrary, dispute the value of dream analysis and regard dreams as a negligible byproduct of the psyche. Obviously, if a person holds the view that the unconscious plays a decisive part in the etiology of neuroses, he will attribute a high practical importance to dreams as direct expressions of the unconscious. Equally obviously, if he denies the unconscious or at least thinks it etiologically insignificant, he will minimize the importance of dream analysis. It might be considered regrettable that in this year of grace 1931, more than half a century after Kesswil formulated the concept of the unconscious, more than a century after Kant spoke of the illimitable field of obscure ideas, and nearly 200 years after Leibniz postulated an unconscious psychic activity, not to mention the achievements of Janet, Flournoy, Freud, and many more, that after all this, the actuality of the unconscious should still be a matter for controversy. But, since it is my intention to deal exclusively with practical questions, I will not advance in this place an apology for the unconscious, although our special problem of dream analysis stands or falls with such an hypothesis. Without it, the dream is a mere freak of nature, a meaningless conglomeration of fragments left over from the day. Were that really so, there would be no excuse for the present discussion. We cannot treat our theme at all unless we recognize the unconscious, for the avowed aim of dream analysis is not only to exercise our wits, but to uncover and realize those hitherto unconscious contents which are considered to be of importance in the elucidation or treatment of a neurosis. Anyone who finds this hypothesis unacceptable must simply rule out the question of the applicability of dream analysis. But since, according to our hypothesis, the unconscious possesses an etiological significance, and since dreams are the direct expression of unconscious psychic activity, the attempt to analyze and interpret dreams is theoretically justified from a scientific standpoint. If successful, we may expect this attempt to give us scientific insight into the structure of psychic causality, quite apart from any therapeutic results that may be gained. The practitioner, however, tends to consider scientific discoveries as, at most, a gratifying byproduct of his therapeutic work, so he is hardly likely to take the bare possibility of theoretical insight into the etiological background as a sufficient reason for, much less an indication of, the practical use of dream analysis. He may believe, of course, that the explanatory insight so gained is of therapeutic value, in which case he will elevate dream analysis to a professional duty. It is well known that the Freudian school is of the firm opinion that very valuable therapeutic results are achieved by throwing light upon the unconscious causal factors, that is, by explaining them to the patient and thus making him fully conscious of the sources of his trouble. Assuming for the moment that this expectation is justified by the facts, then the only question that remains is whether dream analysis can or cannot be used, alone or in conjunction with other methods, to discover the unconscious etiology. The Freudian answer to this question is, I may assume, common knowledge. I can confirm this answer inasmuch as dreams, particularly the initial dreams which appear at the very outset of the treatment, often bring to light the essential etiological factor in the most unmistakable way. The following example may serve as an illustration. I was consulted by a man who held a prominent position in the world. He was afflicted with a sense of anxiety and insecurity, and complained of dizziness sometimes resulting in nausea, heaviness in the head, and constriction of breath, a state that might easily be confused with mountain sickness. He had had an extraordinarily successful career, and had risen, by dint of ambition, industry, and native talent, from his humble origins as the son of a poor peasant. Step by step he had climbed, attaining at last a leading position which held every prospect of further social advancement. He had now in fact reached the springboard from which he could have commenced his flight into the empyrean, had not his neurosis suddenly intervened. At this point in his story the patient could not refrain from that familiar exclamation which begins with the stereotyped words, "And just now, when?" The fact that he had all the symptoms of mountain sickness seemed highly appropriate as a drastic illustration of his peculiar impasse. He had also brought to the consultation 2 dreams from the preceding night. The first dream was as follows: I am back again in the small village where I was born. Some peasant lads who went to school with me are standing together in the street. I walk past, pretending not to know them. Then I hear one of them say, pointing at me, "He doesn't often come back to our village." It requires no feat of interpretation to see in this dream a reference to the humble beginnings of the dreamer's career and to understand what this reference means. The dream says quite clearly, "You forgot how far down you began." Here is the second dream: I am in a great hurry because I want to go on a journey. I keep on looking for things to pack, but can find nothing. Time flies, and the train will soon be leaving. Having finally succeeded in getting all my things together, I hurry along the street, only to discover that I have forgotten a briefcase containing important papers. I dash back all out of breath, find it at last, then race to the station, but I make hardly any headway. With a final effort I rush onto the platform only to see the train just steaming out of the station yard. It is very long, and it runs in a curious S-shaped curve, and it occurs to me that if the engine driver does not look out, and puts on steam when he comes into the straight, the rear coaches will still be on the curve and will be thrown off the rails by the gathering speed. And this is just what happens. The engine driver puts on steam, I try to cry out, the rear coaches give a frightful lurch and are thrown off the rails. There is a terrible catastrophe. I wake up in terror. Here again no effort is needed to understand the message of the dream. It describes the patient's frantic haste to advance himself still further. But since the engine driver in front steams relentlessly ahead, the neurosis happens at the back, the coaches rock and the train is derailed. It is obvious that, at the present phase of his life, the patient has reached the highest point of his career, the strain of the long ascent from his lowly origin has exhausted his strength. He should have rested content with his achievements, but instead of that his ambition drives him on, and up into an atmosphere that is too thin for him and to which he is not accustomed. Therefore his neurosis comes upon him as a warning. Circumstances prevented me from treating the patient further, nor did my view of the case satisfy him. The upshot was that the fate depicted in the dream ran its course. He tried to exploit the professional openings that tempted his ambition, and ran so violently off the rails that the catastrophe was realized in actual life. Thus, what could only be inferred from the conscious anamnesis, namely that the mountain sickness was a symbolical representation of the patient's inability to climb any further, was confirmed by the dreams as a fact. Here we come upon something of the utmost importance for the applicability of dream analysis. The dream describes the inner situation of the dreamer, but the conscious mind denies its truth and reality, or admits it only grudgingly. Consciously the dreamer could not see the slightest reason why he should not go steadily forward. On the contrary, he continued his ambitious climbing and refused to admit his own inability, which subsequent events made all too plain. So long as we move in the conscious sphere, we are always unsure in such cases. The anamnesis can be interpreted in various ways. After all, the common soldier carries the marshal's baton in his knapsack, and many a son of poor parents has achieved the highest success. Why should it not be the case here? Since my judgment is fallible, why should my conjecture be better than his? At this point the dream comes in as the expression of an involuntary, unconscious psychic process beyond the control of the conscious mind. It shows the inner truth and reality of the patient as it really is, not as I conjecture it to be, and not as he would like it to be, but as it is. I have therefore made it a rule to regard dreams as I regard physiological facts. If sugar appears in the urine, then the urine contains sugar, and not albumin or urobilin or something else that might fit in better with my expectations. That is to say, I take dreams as diagnostically valuable facts. As is the way of all dreams, my little dream example gives us rather more than we expected. It gives us not only the etiology of the neurosis but a prognosis as well. What is more, we even know exactly where the treatment should begin. We must prevent the patient from going full steam ahead. This is just what he tells himself in the dream. Let us for the time being content ourselves with this hint and return to our consideration of whether dreams enable us to throw light on the etiology of a neurosis. The dreams I have cited actually do this. But I could equally well cite any number of initial dreams where there is no trace of an etiological factor, although they are perfectly transparent. I do not wish for the present to consider dreams which call for searching analysis and interpretation. The point is this: there are neuroses whose real etiology becomes clear only right at the end of an analysis, and other neuroses whose etiology is relatively unimportant. This brings me back to the hypothesis from which we started, that for the purposes of therapy it is absolutely necessary to make the patient conscious of the etiological factor. This hypothesis is little more than a hangover from the old trauma theory. I do not of course deny that many neuroses are traumatic in origin. I simply contest the notion that all neuroses are of this nature and arise without exception from some crucial experience in childhood. Such a view necessarily results in the causalistic approach. The doctor must give his whole attention to the patient's past. He must always ask why, and ignore the equally pertinent question what for. Often this has a most deleterious effect on the patient, who is thereby compelled to go searching about in his memory, perhaps for years, for some hypothetical event in his childhood, while things of immediate importance are grossly neglected. The purely causalistic approach is too narrow and fails to do justice to the true significance either of the dream or of the neurosis. Hence, an approach that uses dreams for the sole purpose of discovering the etiological factor is biased and overlooks the main point of the dream. Our example indeed shows the etiology clearly enough, but it also offers a prognosis or anticipation of the future as well as a suggestion about the treatment. There are in addition large numbers of initial dreams which do not touch the etiology at all, but deal with quite other matters, such as the patient's attitude to the doctor. As an example of this, I would like to tell you 3 dreams, all from the same patient, and each dreamt at the beginning of a course of treatment under 3 different analysts. Here is the first. I have to cross the frontier into another country, but cannot find the frontier and nobody can tell me where it is. The ensuing treatment proved unsuccessful and was broken off after a short time. The second dream is as follows. I have to cross the frontier, but the night is pitch black and I cannot find the customs house. After a long search I see a tiny light far off in the distance, and assume that the frontier is over there. But in order to get there, I have to pass through a valley and a dark wood in which I lose my way. Then I notice that someone is near me. Suddenly he clings to me like a madman and I awake in terror. This treatment, too, was broken off after a few weeks because the analyst unconsciously identified himself with the patient and the result was complete loss of orientation on both sides. The third dream took place under my treatment. I have to cross a frontier, or rather, I have already crossed it and find myself in a Swiss customs house. I have only a handbag with me and think I have nothing to declare. But the customs official dives into my bag and, to my astonishment, pulls out a pair of twin beds. The patient had got married while under my treatment, and at first she developed the most violent resistance to her marriage. The etiology of the neurotic resistance came to light only many months afterwards, and there is not a word about it in the dreams. They are without exception anticipations of the difficulties she is to have with the doctors concerned. These examples, like many others of the kind, may suffice to show that dreams are often anticipatory and would lose their specific meaning completely on a purely causalistic view. They afford unmistakable information about the analytical situation, the correct understanding of which is of the greatest therapeutic importance. Dr. A understood the situation correctly and handed the patient over to Dr. B. Under him she drew her own conclusions from the dream and decided to leave. My interpretation of the third dream was a disappointment to her, but the fact that the dream showed the frontier as already crossed encouraged her to go on in spite of all difficulties. Initial dreams are often amazingly lucid and clear-cut. But as the work of analysis progresses, the dreams tend to lose their clarity. If, by way of exception, they keep it, we can be sure that the analysis has not yet touched on some important layer of the personality. As a rule, dreams get more and more opaque and blurred soon after the beginning of the treatment, and this makes the interpretation increasingly difficult. A further difficulty is that a point may soon be reached where, if the truth be told, the doctor no longer understands the situation as a whole. That he does not understand is proved by the fact that the dreams become increasingly obscure, for we all know that their obscurity is a purely subjective opinion of the doctor. To the understanding, nothing is obscure. It is only when we do not understand that things appear unintelligible and muddled. In themselves, dreams are naturally clear, that is, they are just what they must be under the given circumstances. If, from a later stage of treatment or from a distance of some years, we look back at these unintelligible dreams, we are often astounded at our own blindness. Thus when, as the analysis proceeds, we come upon dreams that are strikingly obscure in comparison with the illuminating initial dreams, the doctor should not be too ready to accuse the dreams of confusion or the patient of deliberate resistance. He would do better to take these findings as a sign of his own growing inability to understand, just as the psychiatrist who calls his patient confused should recognize that this is a projection and should rather call himself confused, because in reality it is he whose wits are confused by the patient's peculiar behavior. Moreover, it is therapeutically very important for the doctor to admit his lack of understanding in time, for nothing is more unbearable to the patient than to be always understood. He relies far too much anyway on the mysterious powers of the doctor and, by appealing to his professional vanity, lays a dangerous trap for him. By taking refuge in the doctor's self-confidence and profound understanding, the patient loses all sense of reality, falls into a stubborn transference, and retards the cure. Understanding is clearly a very subjective process. It can be extremely one-sided, in that the doctor understands but not the patient. In such a case the doctor conceives it to be his duty to convince the patient, and if the latter will not allow himself to be convinced, the doctor accuses him of resistance. When the understanding is all on my side, I say quite calmly that I do not understand, for in the end it makes very little difference whether the doctor understands or not, but it makes all the difference whether the patient understands. Understanding should therefore be understanding in the sense of an agreement which is the fruit of joint reflection. The danger of a one-sided understanding is that the doctor may judge the dream from the standpoint of a preconceived opinion. His judgment may be in line with orthodox theory, it may even be fundamentally correct, but it will not win the patient's assent, he will not come to an understanding with him, and that is in the practical sense incorrect. Incorrect because it anticipates and thus cripples the patient's development. The patient, that is to say, does not need to have a truth inculcated into him. If we do that, we only reach his head. He needs far more to grow up to this truth, and in that way we reach his heart, and the appeal goes deeper and works more powerfully. When the doctor's one-sided interpretation is based on mere agreement as to theory or on some other preconceived opinion, his chances of convincing the patient or of achieving any therapeutic results depend chiefly upon suggestion. Let no one deceive himself about this. In itself, suggestion is not to be despised, but it has serious limitations, not to speak of the subsidiary effects upon the patient's independence of character which, in the long run, we could very well do without. A practicing analyst may be supposed to believe implicitly in the significance and value of conscious realization, whereby hitherto unconscious parts of the personality are brought to light and subjected to conscious discrimination and criticism. It is a process that requires the patient to face his problems and that taxes his powers of conscious judgment and decision. It is nothing less than a direct challenge to his ethical sense, a call to arms that must be answered by the whole personality. As regards the maturation of personality, therefore, the analytical approach is of a higher order than suggestion, which is a species of magic that works in the dark and makes no ethical demands upon the personality. Methods of treatment based on suggestion are deceptive makeshifts. They are incompatible with the principles of analytical therapy and should be avoided if at all possible. Naturally, suggestion can only be avoided if the doctor is conscious of its possibility. There is at the best of times always enough, and more than enough, unconscious suggestion. The analyst who wishes to rule out conscious suggestion must therefore consider every dream interpretation invalid until such time as a formula is found which wins the assent of the patient. The observance of this rule seems to me imperative when dealing with those dreams whose obscurity is evidence of the lack of understanding of both doctor and patient. The doctor should regard every such dream as something new, as a source of information about conditions whose nature is unknown to him, concerning which he has as much to learn as the patient. It goes without saying that he should give up all his theoretical assumptions and should in every single case be ready to construct a totally new theory of dreams. There are still boundless opportunities for pioneer work in this field. The view that dreams are merely the imaginary fulfillments of repressed wishes is hopelessly out of date. There are, it is true, dreams which manifestly represent wishes or fears, but what about all the other things? Dreams may contain ineluctable truths, philosophical pronouncements, illusions, wild fantasies, memories, plans, anticipations, irrational experiences, even telepathic visions, and heaven knows what besides. One thing we ought never to forget, almost half our life is passed in a more or less unconscious state. The dream is specifically the utterance of the unconscious. Just as the psyche has a diurnal side which we call consciousness, so also it has a nocturnal side, the unconscious psychic activity which we apprehend as dreamlike fantasy. It is certain that the conscious mind consists not only of wishes and fears, but of vastly more besides, and it is highly probable that our dream psyche possesses a wealth of contents and living forms equal to or even greater than those of the conscious mind. which is characterized by concentration, limitation, and exclusion. This being so, it is imperative that we should not pare down the meaning of the dream to fit some narrow doctrine. We must remember that there are not a few patients who imitate the technical or theoretical jargon of the doctor, and do this even in their dreams, in accordance with the old tag, Canis panem somniat, Piscator Pisces. This is not to say that the fishes of which the fisherman dreams are fishes and nothing more. There is no language that cannot be misused. As may easily be imagined, the misuse often turns the tables on us. It even seems as if the unconscious had a way of strangling the doctor in the coils of his own theory. Therefore I leave theory aside as much as possible when analyzing dreams, not entirely, of course, for we always need some theory to make things intelligible. It is on the basis of theory, for instance, that I expect dreams to have a meaning. I cannot prove in every case that this is so, for there are dreams which the doctor and the patient simply do not understand. But I have to make such an hypothesis in order to find courage to deal with dreams at all. To say that dreams add something important to our conscious knowledge, and that a dream which fails to do so has not been properly interpreted, that, too, is a theory. But I must make this hypothesis as well in order to explain to myself why I analyze dreams in the first place. All other hypotheses, however, about the function and the structure of dreams are merely rules of thumb and must be subjected to constant modification. In dream analysis we must never forget, even for a moment, that we move on treacherous ground where nothing is certain but uncertainty. If it were not so paradoxical, one would almost like to call out to the dream interpreter, "Do anything you like, only don't try to understand." When we take up an obscure dream, our first task is not to understand and interpret, but to establish the context with minute care. By this I do not mean unlimited free association starting from any and every image in the dream, but a careful and conscious illumination of the interconnected associations objectively grouped round particular images. Many patients have first to be educated to this, for they resemble the doctor in their insuperable desire to understand and interpret offhand, especially when they have been primed by ill-digested reading or by a previous analysis that went wrong. They begin by associating in accordance with a theory, that is, they try to understand and interpret, and they nearly always get stuck. Like the doctor, they want to get behind the dream at once in the false belief that the dream is a mere facade concealing the true meaning. But the so-called facade of most houses is by no means a fake or a deceptive distortion. On the contrary, it follows the plan of the building and often betrays the interior arrangement. The manifest dream picture is the dream itself and contains the whole meaning of the dream. When I find sugar in the urine, it is sugar and not just a facade for albumin. What Freud calls the dream facade is the dream's obscurity, and this is really only a projection of our own lack of understanding. We say that the dream has a false front only because we fail to see into it. We would do better to say that we are dealing with something like a text that is unintelligible not because it has a facade. A text has no facade, but simply because we cannot read it. We do not have to get behind such a text, but must first learn to read it. The best way to do this, as I have already remarked, is to establish the context. Free association will get me nowhere, any more than it would help me to decipher a Hittite inscription. It will of course help me to uncover all my own complexes, but for this purpose I have no need of a dream. I could just as well take a public notice or a sentence in a newspaper. Free association will bring out all my complexes, but hardly ever the meaning of a dream. To understand the dream's meaning I must stick as close as possible to the dream images. When somebody dreams of a deal table, it is not enough for him to associate it with his writing desk which does not happen to be made of deal. Supposing that nothing more occurs to the dreamer, this blocking has an objective meaning, for it indicates that a particular darkness reigns in the immediate neighborhood of the dream image, and that is suspicious. We would expect him to have dozens of associations to a deal table, and the fact that there is apparently nothing is itself significant. In such cases I keep on returning to the image, and I usually say to my patient, suppose I had no idea what the words deal table mean. Describe this object and give me its history in such a way that I cannot fail to understand what sort of a thing it is. In this way we manage to establish almost the whole context of the dream image. When we have done this for all the images in the dream, we are ready for the venture of interpretation. Every interpretation is an hypothesis, an attempt to read an unknown text. An obscure dream, taken in isolation, can hardly ever be interpreted with any certainty. For this reason I attach little importance to the interpretation of single dreams. A relative degree of certainty is reached only in the interpretation of a series of dreams, where the later dreams correct the mistakes we have made in handling those that went before. Also, the basic ideas and themes can be recognized much better in a dream series, and I therefore urge my patients to keep a careful record of their dreams and of the interpretations given. I also show them how to work out their dreams in the manner described, so that they can bring the dream and its context with them in writing to the consultation. At a later stage I get them to work out the interpretation as well. In this way the patient learns how to deal correctly with his unconscious without the doctor's help. Were dreams nothing more than sources of information about factors of etiological importance, the whole work of dream interpretation could safely be left to the doctor. Again, if their only use was to provide the doctor with a collection of useful hints and psychological tips, my own procedure would be entirely superfluous. But since, as my examples have shown, dreams contain something more than practical helps for the doctor, dream analysis deserves very special attention. Sometimes, indeed, it is a matter of life and death. Among many instances of this sort, there is one that has remained particularly impressive. It concerns a colleague of mine, a man somewhat older than myself, whom I used to see from time to time and who always teased me about my dream interpretations. Well, I met him one day in the street and he called out to me, "How are things going? Still interpreting dreams? By the way, I've had another idiotic dream. Does that mean something too?" This is what he had dreamed: I am climbing a high mountain, over steep snow-covered slopes. I climb higher and higher, and it is marvelous weather. The higher I climb the better I feel. I think, if only I could go on climbing like this forever. When I reach the summit my happiness and elation are so great that I feel I could mount right up into space. And I discover that I can actually do so. I mount upwards on empty air, and awake in sheer ecstasy. After some discussion, I said, "My dear fellow, I know you can't give up mountaineering, but let me implore you not to go alone from now on. When you go, take 2 guides, and promise on your word of honor to follow them absolutely." "Incorrigible," he replied, laughing, and waved goodbye. I never saw him again. 2 months later the first blow fell. When out alone, he was buried by an avalanche, but was dug out in the nick of time by a military patrol that happened to be passing. 3 months afterwards the end came. He went on a climb with a younger friend, but without guides. A guide standing below saw him literally step out into the air while descending a rock face. He fell on the head of his friend, who was waiting lower down, and both were dashed to pieces far below. That was ecstasis with a vengeance. No amount of skepticism and criticism has yet enabled me to regard dreams as negligible occurrences. Often enough they appear senseless, but it is obviously we who lack the sense and ingenuity to read the enigmatic message from the nocturnal realm of the psyche. Seeing that at least half our psychic existence is passed in that realm, and that consciousness acts upon our nightly life just as much as the unconscious overshadows our daily life, it would seem all the more incumbent on medical psychology to sharpen its senses by a systematic study of dreams. Nobody doubts the importance of conscious experience. Why then should we doubt the significance of unconscious happenings? They also are part of our life, and sometimes more truly a part of it for weal or woe than any happenings of the day. Since dreams provide information about the hidden inner life and reveal to the patient those components of his personality which, in his daily behavior, appear merely as neurotic symptoms, it follows that we cannot effectively treat him from the side of consciousness alone, but must bring about a change in and through the unconscious. In the light of our present knowledge this can be achieved only by the thorough and conscious assimilation of unconscious contents. Assimilation in this sense means mutual penetration of conscious and unconscious, and not, as is commonly thought and practiced, a one-sided evaluation, interpretation, and deformation of unconscious contents by the conscious mind. As to the value and significance of unconscious contents in general, very mistaken views are current. It is well known that the Freudian school presents the unconscious in a thoroughly negative light, much as it regards primitive man as little better than a monster. Its nursery tales about the terrible old man of the tribe and its teachings about the infantile perverse criminal unconscious have led people to make a dangerous ogre out of something perfectly natural. As if all that is good, reasonable, worthwhile, and beautiful had taken up its abode in the conscious mind. Have the horrors of the World War done nothing to open our eyes, so that we still cannot see that the conscious mind is even more devilish and perverse than the naturalness of the unconscious? The charge has recently been laid at my door that my teaching about the assimilation of the unconscious would undermine civilization and deliver up our highest values to sheer primitivity. Such an opinion can only be based on the totally erroneous supposition that the unconscious is a monster. It is a view that springs from fear of nature and the realities of life. Freud invented the idea of sublimation to save us from the imaginary claws of the unconscious. But what is real, what actually exists, cannot be alchemically sublimated, and if anything is apparently sublimated, it never was what a false interpretation took it to be. The unconscious is not a demoniacal monster, but a natural entity which, as far as moral sense, aesthetic taste, and intellectual judgment go, is completely neutral. It only becomes dangerous when our conscious attitude to it is hopelessly wrong. To the degree that we repress it, its danger increases. But the moment the patient begins to assimilate contents that were previously unconscious, its danger diminishes. The dissociation of personality, the anxious division of the daytime and the nighttime sides of the psyche, cease with progressive assimilation. What my critic feared, the overwhelming of the conscious mind by the unconscious, is far more likely to ensue when the unconscious is excluded from life by being repressed, falsely interpreted, and depreciated. The fundamental mistake regarding the nature of the unconscious is probably this: it is commonly supposed that its contents have only one meaning and are marked with an unalterable plus or minus sign. In my humble opinion, this view is too naive. The psyche is a self-regulating system that maintains its equilibrium just as the body does. Every process that goes too far immediately and inevitably calls forth compensations, and without these there would be neither a normal metabolism nor a normal psyche. In this sense we can take the theory of compensation as a basic law of psychic behavior. Too little on one side results in too much on the other. Similarly, the relation between conscious and unconscious is compensatory. This is one of the best proven rules of dream interpretation. When we set out to interpret a dream, it is always helpful to ask, what conscious attitude does it compensate? Compensation is not as a rule merely an illusory wish fulfillment, but an actual fact that becomes still more actual the more we repress it. We do not stop feeling thirsty by repressing our thirst. In the same way, the dream content is to be regarded with due seriousness as an actuality that has to be fitted into the conscious attitude as a codetermining factor. If we fail to do this, we merely persist in that eccentric frame of mind which evoked the unconscious compensation in the first place. It is then difficult to see how we can ever arrive at a sane judgment of ourselves or at a balanced way of living. If it should occur to anyone to replace the conscious content by an unconscious one, and this is the prospect which my critics find so alarming, he would only succeed in repressing it, and it would then reappear as an unconscious compensation. The unconscious would thus have changed its face completely. It would now be timidly reasonable, in striking contrast to its former tone. It is not generally believed that the unconscious operates in this way, yet such reversals constantly take place and constitute its proper function. That is why every dream is an organ of information and control, and why dreams are our most effective aid in building up the personality. The unconscious does not harbor in itself any explosive materials unless an overweening or cowardly conscious attitude has secretly laid up stores of explosives there. All the more reason, then, for watching our step. From all this it should now be clear why I make it an heuristic rule, in interpreting a dream, to ask myself, what conscious attitude does it compensate? By so doing, I relate the dream as closely as possible to the conscious situation, Indeed, I would even assert that without knowledge of the conscious situation the dream can never be interpreted with any degree of certainty. Only in the light of this knowledge is it possible to make out whether the unconscious content carries a plus or a minus sign. The dream is not an isolated event completely cut off from daily life and lacking its character. If it seems so to us, that is only the result of our lack of understanding, a subjective illusion. In reality, the relation between the conscious mind and the dream is strictly causal, and they interact in the subtlest of ways. I should like to show by means of an example how important it is to evaluate the unconscious contents correctly. A young man brought me the following dream: my father is driving away from the house in his new car. He drives very clumsily, and I get very annoyed over his apparent stupidity. He goes this way and that, forwards and backwards, and maneuvers the car into a dangerous position. Finally he runs into a wall and damages the car badly. I shout at him in a perfect fury that he ought to behave himself. My father only laughs, and then I see that he is dead drunk. This dream has no foundation in fact. The dreamer is convinced that his father would never behave like that, even when drunk. As a motorist he himself is very careful and extremely moderate in the use of alcohol, especially when he has to drive. Bad driving, and even slight damage to the car, irritate him greatly. His relation to his father is positive. He admires him for being an unusually successful man. We can say, without any great feat of interpretation, that the dream presents a most unfavorable picture of the father. What, then, should we take its meaning to be for the son? Is his relation to his father good only on the surface, and does it really consist in overcompensated resistances? If so, we should have to give the dream content a positive sign. We should have to tell the young man, that is your real relation to your father. But since I could find nothing neurotically ambivalent in the son's real relation to his father, I had no warrant for upsetting the young man's feelings with such a destructive pronouncement. To do so would have been a bad therapeutic blunder. But, if his relation to his father is in fact good, why must the dream manufacture such an improbable story in order to discredit the father? In the dreamer's unconscious there must be some tendency to produce such a dream. Is that because he has resistances after all, perhaps fed by envy or some other inferior motive? Before we go out of our way to burden his conscience, and with sensitive young people this is always rather a dangerous proceeding, we would do better to inquire not why he had this dream, but what its purpose is. The answer in this case would be that his unconscious is obviously trying to take the father down a peg. If we regard this as a compensation, we are forced to the conclusion that his relation to his father is not only good, but actually too good. In fact, he deserves the French sobriquet of fils à papa. His father is still too much the guarantor of his existence, and the dreamer is still living what I would call a provisional life. His particular danger is that he cannot see his own reality on account of his father, therefore the unconscious resorts to a kind of artificial blasphemy so as to lower the father and elevate the son. An immoral business, we may be tempted to say. An unintelligent father would probably take umbrage, but the compensation is entirely to the point, since it forces the son to contrast himself with his father, which is the only way he could become conscious of himself. The interpretation just outlined was apparently the correct one, for it struck home. It won the spontaneous assent of the dreamer, and no real values were damaged, either for the father or for the son. But this interpretation was only possible when the whole conscious phenomenology of the father-son relationship had been carefully studied. Without a knowledge of the conscious situation, the real meaning of the dream would have remained in doubt. For dream contents to be assimilated, it is of overriding importance that no real values of the conscious personality should be damaged, much less destroyed, otherwise there is no one left to do the assimilating. The recognition of the unconscious is not a Bolshevist experiment which puts the lowest on top and thus re-establishes the very situation it intended to correct. We must see to it that the values of the conscious personality remain intact, for unconscious compensation is only effective when it co-operates with an integral consciousness. Assimilation is never a question of this or that, but always of this and that. Just as the interpretation of dreams requires exact knowledge of the conscious status quo, so the treatment of dream symbolism demands that we take into account the dreamer's philosophical, religious, and moral convictions. It is far wiser in practice not to regard dream symbols semiotically, i.e., as signs or symptoms of a fixed character, but as true symbols, i.e., as expressions of a content not yet consciously recognized or conceptually formulated. In addition, they must be considered in relation to the dreamer's immediate state of consciousness. I say that this procedure is advisable in practice because in theory relatively fixed symbols do exist whose meaning must on no account be referred to anything known and formulable as a concept. If there were no such relatively fixed symbols, it would be impossible to determine the structure of the unconscious, for there would be nothing that could in any way be laid hold of or described. It may seem strange that I should attribute an as it were indefinite content to these relatively fixed symbols. Yet if their content were not indefinite, they would not be symbols at all, but signs or symptoms. We all know how the Freudian school operates with hard and fast sexual symbols, which in this case I would call signs, and endows them with an apparently definitive content, namely sexuality. Unfortunately, Freud's idea of sexuality is incredibly elastic and so vague that it can be made to include almost anything. The word sounds familiar enough, but what it denotes is no more than an indeterminable X that ranges from the physiological activity of the glands at one extreme to the sublime reaches of the spirit at the other. Instead of yielding to a dogmatic conviction based on the illusion that we know something because we have a familiar word for it, I prefer to regard the symbol as an unknown quantity, hard to recognize and, in the last resort, never quite determinable. Take, for instance, the so-called phallic symbols which are supposed to stand for the membrum virile and nothing more. Psychologically speaking, the membrum is itself, as Kranefeld points out in a recent WORK3, an emblem of something whose wider content is not at all easy to determine. But primitive people, who, like the ancients, make the freest use of phallic symbols, would never dream of confusing the phallus, as a ritualistic symbol, with the penis. The phallus always means the creative mana, the power of healing and fertility, the extraordinarily potent, to use Lehmann's expression, whose equivalents in mythology and in dreams are the bull, the ass, the pomegranate, the yoni, the he-goat, the lightning, the horse's hoof, the dance, the magical cohabitation in the furrow, and the menstrual fluid, to mention only a few of the thousand other analogies. That which underlies all the analogies, and sexuality itself, is an archetypal image whose character is hard to define, but whose nearest psychological equivalent is perhaps the primitive monosymbol. All these symbols are relatively fixed, but in no single case can we have the a priori certainty that in practice the symbol must be interpreted in that way. Practical necessity may call for something quite different. Of course, if we had to give an exhaustive scientific interpretation of a dream, in accordance with a theory, we should have to refer every such symbol to an archetype. But in practice that can be a positive mistake, for the patient's psychological state at the moment may require anything but a digression into dream theory. It is therefore advisable to consider first and foremost the meaning of the symbol in relation to the conscious situation, in other words, to treat the symbol as if it were not fixed. This is as much as to say that we must renounce all preconceived opinions, however knowing they make us feel, and try to discover what things mean for the patient. In so doing, we shall obviously not get very far towards a theoretical interpretation, indeed we shall probably get stuck at the very beginning. But if the practitioner operates too much with fixed symbols, there is a danger of his falling into mere routine and pernicious dogmatism, and thus failing his patient. Unfortunately, I must refrain from illustrating this point, for I should have to go into greater detail than space here permits. Moreover, I have published sufficient material elsewhere in support of my statements. It frequently happens at the very beginning of the treatment that a dream will reveal to the doctor, in broad perspective, the whole program of the unconscious. But for practical reasons it may be quite impossible to make clear to the patient the deeper meaning of the dream. In this respect, too, we are limited by practical considerations. Such insight is rendered possible by the doctor's knowledge of relatively fixed symbols. It can be of the greatest value in diagnosis as well as in prognosis. I was once consulted about a 17-year-old girl. One specialist had conjectured that she might be in the first stages of progressive muscular atrophy, while another thought that it was a case of hysteria. In view of the second opinion, I was called in. The clinical picture made me suspect an organic disease, but there were signs of hysteria as well. I asked for dreams. The patient answered at once, "Yes, I have terrible dreams. Only recently I dreamt I was coming home at night. Everything is as quiet as death. The door into the living room is half open, and I see my mother hanging from the chandelier, swinging to and fro in the cold wind that blows in through the open windows. Another time I dreamt that a terrible noise broke out in the house at night. I get up and discover that a frightened horse is tearing through the rooms. At last it finds the door into the hall, and jumps through the hall window from the 4th floor into the street below. I was terrified when I saw it lying there, all mangled. The gruesome character of the dreams is alone sufficient to make one pause. All the same, other people have anxiety dreams now and then. We must therefore look more closely into the meaning of the two main symbols, mother and horse. They must be equivalents, for they both do the same thing, they commit suicide. Mother is an archetype and refers to the place of origin, to nature, to that which passively creates, hence to substance and matter, to materiality, the womb, the vegetative functions. It also means the unconscious, our natural and instinctive life, the physiological realm, the body in which we dwell or are contained, for the mother is also the matrix, the hollow form, the vessel that carries and nourishes, and it thus stands psychologically for the foundations of consciousness. Being inside or contained in something also suggests darkness, something nocturnal and fearful, hemming one in. These allusions give the idea of the mother in many of its mythological and etymological variants. They also represent an important part of the yin idea in Chinese philosophy. This is no individual acquisition of a 17-year-old girl, it is a collective inheritance, alive and recorded in language, inherited along with the structure of the psyche and therefore to be found at all times and among all peoples. The word mother, which sounds so familiar, apparently refers to the best known, the individual mother, to my mother. But the mother symbol points to a darker background which eludes conceptual formulation and can only be vaguely apprehended as the hidden, nature-bound life of the body. Yet even this is too narrow and excludes too many vital subsidiary meanings. The underlying, primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols. If we apply our findings to the dream, its interpretation will be, the unconscious life is destroying itself. That is the dream's message to the conscious mind of the dreamer and to anybody who has ears to hear. Horse is an archetype that is widely current in mythology and folklore. As an animal it represents the non-human psyche, the subhuman, animal side, the unconscious. That is why horses in folklore sometimes see visions, hear voices, and speak. As a beast of burden it is closely related to the mother archetype, witness the Valkyries that bear the dead hero to Valhalla, the Trojan horse, etc. As an animal lower than man it represents the lower part of the body and the animal impulses that rise from there. The horse is dynamic and vehicular power, it carries one away like a surge of instinct. It is subject to panics like all instinctive creatures who lack higher consciousness. Also it has to do with sorcery and magical spells, especially the Black Knight horses which herald death. It is evident, then, that horse is an equivalent of mother with a slight shift of meaning. The mother stands for life at its origin, the horse for the merely animal life of the body. If we apply this meaning to the text of our dream, its interpretation will be, the animal life is destroying itself. The two dreams make nearly identical statements, but, as is usually the case, the second is the more specific. Note the peculiar subtlety of the dream, there is no mention of the death of the individual. It is notorious that one often dreams of one's own death, but that is no serious matter. When it is really a question of death, the dream speaks another language. Both dreams point to a grave organic disease with a fatal outcome. This prognosis was soon confirmed. As for the relatively fixed symbols, this example gives a fair idea of their general nature. There are a great many of them, and all are individually marked by subtle shifts of meaning. It is only through comparative studies in mythology, folklore, religion, and philology that we can evaluate their nature scientifically. The evolutionary stratification of the psyche is more clearly discernible in the dream than in the conscious mind. In the dream, the psyche speaks in images, and gives expression to instincts, which derive from the most primitive levels of nature. Therefore, through the assimilation of unconscious contents, the momentary life of consciousness can once more be brought into harmony with the law of nature from which it all too easily departs, and the patient can be led back to the natural law of his own being. I have not been able, in so short a space, to deal with anything but the elements of the subject. I could not put together before your eyes, stone by stone, the edifice that is reared in every analysis from the materials of the unconscious and finally reaches completion in the restoration of the total personality. The way of successive assimilations goes far beyond the curative results that specifically concern the doctor. It leads in the end to that distant goal which may perhaps have been the first urge to life, the complete actualization of the whole human being, that is, individuation. We physicians may well be the first conscious observers of this dark process of nature. As a rule, we see only the pathological phase of development, and we lose sight of the patient as soon as he is cured. Yet it is only after the cure that we would really be in a position to study the normal process, which may extend over years and decades. Had we but a little knowledge of the ends toward which the unconscious development is tending, and were the doctor's psychological insight not drawn exclusively from the pathological phase, we should have a less confused idea of the processes mediated to the conscious mind by dreams and a clearer recognition of what the symbols point to. In my opinion, every doctor should understand that every procedure in psychotherapy, and particularly the analytical procedure, breaks into a purposeful and continuous process of development, now at this point and now at that, and thus singles out separate phases which seem to follow opposing courses. Each individual analysis by itself shows only one part or one aspect of the deeper process, and for this reason nothing but hopeless confusion can result from comparative case histories. For this reason, too, I have preferred to confine myself to the rudiments of the subject and to practical considerations, for only in closest contact with the everyday facts can we come to anything like a satisfactory understanding. 4. Individual dream symbolism in relation to alchemy. Easy is the descent to Avernus, night and day the door of gloomy dis stands open, but to recall thy steps and pass out to the upper air, this is the task, this the toil. Virgil. Introduction. The material. The symbols of the process of individuation that appear in dreams are images of an archetypal nature which depict the centralizing process or the production of a new center of personality. The general idea of this process may be got from my essay, The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. For certain reasons mentioned there I call this center the self, which should be understood as the totality of the psyche. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality, just as the ego is the center of consciousness. The symbols now under consideration are not concerned with the manifold stages and transformations of the individuation process, but with the images that refer directly and exclusively to the new center as it comes into consciousness. These images belong to a definite category which I call mandala symbolism. In The Secret of the Golden Flower, published in collaboration with Richard Wilhelm, I have described this symbolism in some detail. In the present study I should like to put before you an individual series of such symbols in chronological order. The material consists of over 1,000 dreams and visual impressions coming from a young man of excellent scientific education. For the purposes of this study I have worked on the first 400 dreams and visions, which covered a period of nearly 10 months. In order to avoid all personal influence I asked one of my pupils, a woman doctor, who was then a beginner, to undertake the observation of the process. This went on for 5 months. The dreamer then continued his observations alone for 3 months. Except for a short interview at the very beginning, before the commencement of the observation, I did not see the dreamer at all during the first 8 months. Thus it happened that 355 of the dreams were dreamed away from any personal contact with myself. Only the last 45 occurred under my observation. No interpretations worth mentioning were then attempted because the dreamer, owing to his excellent scientific training and ability, did not require any assistance. Hence conditions were really ideal for unprejudiced observation and recording. First of all, then, I shall present extracts from the 22 initial dreams in order to show how the mandala symbolism makes a very early appearance and is embedded in the rest of the dream material. Later on I shall pick out in chronological order the dreams that refer specifically to the mandala. With few exceptions, all the dreams have been abbreviated, either by extracting the part that carries the main thought or by condensing the whole text to essentials. This simplifying procedure has not only curtailed their length but has also removed personal allusions and complications, as was necessary for reasons of discretion. Despite this somewhat doubtful interference, I have, to the best of my knowledge and scrupulosity, avoided any arbitrary distortion of meaning. The same considerations had also to apply to my own interpretation, so that certain passages in the dreams may appear to have been overlooked. Had I not made this sacrifice and kept the material absolutely complete, I should not have been in a position to publish this series, which in my opinion could hardly be surpassed in intelligence, clarity, and consistency. It therefore gives me great pleasure to express my sincere gratitude here and now to the author for the service he has rendered to science. 2. The method. In my writings and lectures I have always insisted that we must give up all preconceived opinions when it comes to the analysis and interpretation of the objective psyche, in other words the unconscious. We do not yet possess a general theory of dreams that would enable us to use a deductive method with impunity, any more than we possess a general theory of consciousness from which we can draw deductive conclusions. The manifestations of the subjective psyche, or consciousness, can be predicted to only the smallest degree, and there is no theoretical argument to prove beyond doubt that any causal connection necessarily exists between them. On the contrary, we have to reckon with a high percentage of arbitrariness and chance in the complex actions and reactions of the conscious mind. Similarly, there is no empirical, still less a theoretical, reason to assume that the same does not apply to the manifestations of the unconscious. The latter are just as manifold, unpredictable, and arbitrary as the former and must therefore be subjected to as many different ways of approach. In the case of conscious utterances we are in the fortunate position of being directly addressed and presented with a content whose purpose we can recognize, but with unconscious manifestations there is no directed or adapted language in our sense of the word, there is merely a psychic phenomenon that would appear to have only the loosest connections with conscious contents. If the expressions of the conscious mind are incomprehensible we can always ask what they mean. But the objective psyche is something alien even to the conscious mind through which it expresses itself. We are therefore obliged to adopt the method we would use in deciphering a fragmentary text or one containing unknown words. We examine the context. The meaning of the unknown word may become evident when we compare a series of passages in which it occurs. The psychological context of dream contents consists in the web of associations in which the dream is naturally embedded. Theoretically we can never know anything in advance about this web, but in practice it is sometimes possible, granted long enough experience. Even so, careful analysis will never rely too much on technical rules, the danger of deception and suggestion is too great. In the analysis of isolated dreams above all, this kind of knowing in advance and making assumptions on the grounds of practical expectation or general probability is positively wrong. It should therefore be an absolute rule to assume that every dream, and every part of a dream, is unknown at the outset, and to attempt an interpretation only after carefully taking up the context. We can then apply the meaning we have thus discovered to the text of the dream itself and see whether this yields a fluent reading, or rather whether a satisfying meaning emerges. But in no circumstances may we anticipate that this meaning will fit in with any of our subjective expectations, for quite possibly, indeed very frequently, the dream is saying something surprisingly different from what we would expect. As a matter of fact, if the meaning we find in the dream happens to coincide with our expectations, that is a reason for suspicion, for as a rule the standpoint of the unconscious is complementary or compensatory to consciousness and thus unexpectedly different. I would not deny the possibility of parallel dreams, i.e., dreams whose meaning coincides with or supports the conscious attitude, but, in my experience at least, these are rather rare. Now, the method I adopt in the present study seems to run directly counter to this basic principle of dream interpretation. It looks as if the dreams were being interpreted without the least regard for the context. And in fact I have not taken up the context at all, seeing that the dreams in this series were not dreamed, as mentioned above, under my observation. I proceed rather as if I had had the dreams myself and were therefore in a position to supply the context. This procedure, if applied to isolated dreams of someone unknown to me personally, would indeed be a gross technical blunder. But here we are not dealing with isolated dreams, they form a coherent series in the course of which the meaning gradually unfolds more or less of its own accord. The series is the context which the dreamer himself supplies. It is as if not one text but many lay before us, throwing light from all sides on the unknown terms, so that a reading of all the texts is sufficient to elucidate the difficult passages in each individual one. Moreover, in the third chapter we are concerned with a definite archetype, the mandala, that has long been known to us from other sources, and this considerably facilitates the interpretation. Of course the interpretation of each individual passage is bound to be largely conjecture, but the series as a whole gives us all the clues we need to correct any possible errors in the preceding passages. It goes without saying that while the dreamer was under the observation of my pupil he knew nothing of these interpretations and was therefore quite unprejudiced by anybody else's opinion. Moreover I hold the view, based on wide experience, that the possibility and danger of prejudgment are exaggerated. Experience shows that the objective psyche is independent in the highest degree. Were it not so, it could not carry out its most characteristic function, the compensation of the conscious mind. The conscious mind allows itself to be trained like a parrot, but the unconscious does not, which is why St. Augustine thanked God for not making him responsible for his dreams. The unconscious is an autonomous psychic entity, any efforts to drill it are only apparently successful, and moreover are harmful to consciousness. It is and remains beyond the reach of subjective arbitrary control, in a realm where nature and her secrets can be neither improved upon nor perverted, where we can listen but may not meddle. The initial dreams. 1. Dream. The dreamer is at a social gathering. On leaving, he puts on a stranger's hat instead of his own. The hat, as a covering for the head, has the general sense of something that epitomizes the head. Just as in summing up we bring ideas under one head, unter einen Hut, so the hat, as a sort of leading idea, covers the whole personality and imparts its own significance to it. Coronation endows the ruler with the divine nature of the sun, the doctor's hood bestows the dignity of a scholar, and a stranger's hat imparts a strange personality. Marink uses this theme in his novel The Golem, where the hero puts on the hat of Athanasius Pernath and, as a result, becomes involved in a strange experience. It is clear enough in The Golem that it is the unconscious which entangles the hero in fantastic adventures. Let us stress at once the significance of the Golem parallel and assume that the hat in the dream is the hat of an Athanasius, an immortal, a being beyond time, the universal and everlasting man as distinct from the ephemeral and accidental mortal man. Encircling the head, the hat is round like the sun disk of a crown and therefore contains the first allusion to the mandala. We shall find the attribute of eternal duration confirmed in the 9th mandala dream, PAR 134, while the mandala character of the hat comes out in the 35th mandala dream, PAR 254. As a general result of the exchange of hats we may expect a development similar to that in the Golem, an emergence of the unconscious. The unconscious with its figures is already standing like a shadow behind the dreamer and pushing its way into consciousness. 2. Dream. The dreamer is going on a railway journey, and by standing in front of the window, he blocks the view for his fellow passengers. He must get out of their way. The process is beginning to move, and the dreamer discovers that he is keeping the light from those who stand behind him, namely the unconscious components of his personality. We have no eyes behind us, consequently behind is the region of the unseen, the unconscious. If the dreamer will only stop blocking the window, consciousness, the unconscious content will become conscious. 3. Hypnagogic visual impression. By the seashore. The sea breaks into the land, flooding everything. Then the dreamer is sitting on a lonely island. The sea is the symbol of the collective unconscious, because unfathomed depths lie concealed beneath its reflecting surface. Those who stand behind, the shadowy personifications of the unconscious, have burst into the terra firma of consciousness like a flood. Such invasions have something uncanny about them because they are irrational and incomprehensible to the person concerned. They bring about a momentous alteration of his personality since they immediately constitute a painful personal secret which alienates and isolates him from his surroundings. It is something that we cannot tell anybody. We are afraid of being accused of mental abnormality, not without reason, for much the same thing happens to lunatics. Even so, it is a far cry from the intuitive perception of such an invasion to being inundated by it pathologically, though the layman does not realize this. Isolation by a secret results as a rule in an animation of the psychic atmosphere, as a substitute for loss of contact with other people. It causes an activation of the unconscious, and this produces something similar to the illusions and hallucinations that beset lonely wanderers in the desert, seafarers, and saints. The mechanism of these phenomena can best be explained in terms of energy. Our normal relations to objects in the world at large are maintained by a certain expenditure of energy. If the relation to the object is cut off, there is a retention of energy, which then creates an equivalent substitute. For instance, just as persecution mania comes from a relationship poisoned by mistrust, so, as a substitute for the normal animation of the environment, an illusory reality rises up in which weird ghostly shadows flit about in place of people. That is why primitive man has always believed that lonely and desolate places are haunted by devils and such like apparitions. 4. Dream. The dreamer is surrounded by a throng of vague female forms. A voice within him says, "First I must get away from father." Here the psychic atmosphere has been animated by what the Middle Ages would call succubi. We are reminded of the visions of Saint Anthony in Egypt, so eruditely described by Flaubert in La Tentation de Saint Antoine. The element of hallucination shows itself in the fact that the thought is spoken aloud. The words "first I must get away" call for a concluding sentence which would begin with "in order to." Presumably it would run in order to follow the unconscious, i.e., the alluring female forms. The father, the embodiment of the traditional spirit as expressed in religion or a general philosophy of life, is standing in his way. He imprisons the dreamer in the world of the conscious mind and its values. The traditional masculine world with its intellectualism and rationalism is felt to be an impediment, from which we must conclude that the unconscious, now approaching him, stands in direct opposition to the tendencies of the conscious mind, and that the dreamer, despite this opposition, is already favorably disposed towards the unconscious. For this reason the latter should not be subordinated to the rationalistic judgments of consciousness, it ought rather to be an experience sui generis. Naturally it is not easy for the intellect to accept this, because it involves at least a partial, if not a total, sacrificium intellectus. Furthermore, the problem thus raised is very difficult for modern man to grasp, for to begin with he can only understand the unconscious as an inessential and unreal appendage of the conscious mind, and not as a special sphere of experience with laws of its own. In the course of the later dreams this conflict will appear again and again, until finally the right formula is found for the correlation of conscious and unconscious, and the personality is assigned its correct position between the two. Moreover, such a conflict cannot be solved by understanding, but only by experience. Every stage of the experience must be lived through. There is no feat of interpretation or any other trick by which to circumvent this difficulty, for the union of conscious and unconscious can only be achieved step by step. The resistance of the conscious mind to the unconscious and the depreciation of the latter were historical necessities in the development of the human psyche, for otherwise the conscious mind would never have been able to differentiate itself at all. But modern man's consciousness has strayed rather too far from the fact of the unconscious. We have even forgotten that the psyche is by no means of our design, but is for the most part autonomous and unconscious. Consequently, the approach of the unconscious induces a panic fear in civilized people, not least on account of the menacing analogy with insanity. The intellect has no objection to analyzing the unconscious as a passive object. On the contrary, such an activity would coincide with our rational expectations. But to let the unconscious go its own way and to experience it as a reality is something that exceeds the courage and capacity of the average European. He prefers simply not to understand this problem. For the spiritually weak need this as the better course, since the thing is not without its dangers. The experience of the unconscious is a personal secret communicable only to very few, and that with difficulty, hence the isolating effect we noted above. But isolation brings about a compensatory animation of the psychic atmosphere which strikes us as uncanny. The figures that appear in the dream are feminine, thus pointing to the feminine nature of the unconscious. They are fairies or fascinating sirens and lamias, who infatuate the lonely wanderer and lead him astray. Likewise, seductive maidens appear at the beginning of the Nikaya of Polyphilo, and the Melusina of Paracelsus is another such figure. 5. Visual impression. A snake describes a circle round the dreamer, who stands rooted to the ground like a tree. The drawing of a spellbinding circle is an ancient magical device used by everyone who has a special or secret purpose in mind. He thereby protects himself from the perils of the soul that threaten him from without and attack anyone who is isolated by a secret. The same procedure has also been used since olden times to set a place apart as holy and inviolable. In founding a city, for instance, they first drew the sulcus primigenius or original furrow. The fact that the dreamer stands rooted to the center is a compensation of his almost insuperable desire to run away from the unconscious. He experienced an agreeable feeling of relief after this vision, and rightly, since he has succeeded in establishing a protected temenos 6 a taboo area where he will be able to meet the unconscious. His isolation, so uncanny before, is now endowed with meaning and purpose, and thus robbed of its terrors. 6. Visual impression, directly following upon the veiled figure of a woman seated on a stair. The motif of the unknown woman, whose technical name is the anima, appears here for the first time. Like the throng of vague female forms in dream, she is a personification of the animated psychic atmosphere. From now on, the figure of the unknown woman reappears in a great many of the dreams. Personification always indicates an autonomous activity of the unconscious. If some personal figure appears, we may be sure that the unconscious is beginning to grow active. The activity of such figures very often has an anticipatory character. Something that the dreamer himself will do later is now being done in advance. In this case, the allusion is to a stair, thus indicating an ascent or a descent. Since the process running through dreams of this kind has an historical analogy in the rites of initiation, it may not be superfluous to draw attention to the important part which the stairway of the 7 planets played in these rites, as we know from Apuleius, among others. The initiations of late classical syncretism, already saturated with alchemy, were particularly concerned with the theme of ascent, i.e., sublimation. The ascent was often represented by a ladder, hence the burial gift in Egypt of a small ladder for the ka of the dead. The idea of an ascent through the 7 spheres of the planets symbolizes the return of the soul to the sun god from whom it originated, as we know for instance from Firmicus Maternus. Thus the Isis mystery described by Apuleius culminated in what early medieval alchemy, going back to Alexandrian tradition as transmitted by the Arabs, called the solificatio, where the initiand was crowned as Helios. 7. Visual impression. The veiled woman uncovers her face. It shines like the sun. The solificatio is consummated on the person of the anima. The process would seem to correspond to the illuminatio, or enlightenment. This mystical idea contrasts strongly with the rational attitude of the conscious mind, which recognizes only intellectual enlightenment as the highest form of understanding and insight. Naturally, this attitude never reckons with the fact that scientific knowledge only satisfies the little tip of personality that is contemporaneous with ourselves, not the collective psyche that reaches back into the grey mists of antiquity and always requires a special rite if it is to be united with present-day consciousness. It is clear, therefore, that a lighting up of the unconscious is being prepared, which has far more the character of an illuminatio than of rational elucidation. The solificatio is infinitely far removed from the conscious mind and seems to it almost chimerical. 8. Visual impression. A rainbow is to be used as a bridge. But one must go under it and not over it. Whoever goes over it will fall and be killed. Only the gods can walk rainbow bridges in safety, mere mortals fall and meet their death, for the rainbow is only a lovely semblance that spans the sky, and not a highway for human beings with bodies. These must pass under it. But water flows under bridges too, following its own gradient and seeking the lowest place. This hint will be confirmed later. 9. Dream. A green land where many sheep are pastured. It is the land of sheep. This curious fragment, inscrutable at first glance, may derive from childhood impressions and particularly from those of a religious nature, which would not be far to seek in this connection, e.g., he maketh me to lie down in green pastures, or the early Christian allegories of sheep and shepherd. The next vision points in the same direction. 9. Visual impression. The unknown woman stands in the land of sheep and points the way. The anima, having already anticipated the solificatio, now appears as the psychopomp, the one who shows the way. The way begins in the children's land, i.e., at a time when rational present-day consciousness was not yet separated from the historical psyche, the collective unconscious. The separation is indeed inevitable, but it leads to such an alienation from that dim psyche of the dawn of mankind that a loss of instinct ensues. The result is instinctual atrophy and hence disorientation in everyday human situations. But it also follows from the separation that the children's land will remain definitely infantile and become a perpetual source of childish inclinations and impulses. These intrusions are naturally most unwelcome to the conscious mind, and it consistently represses them for that reason. But the very consistency of the repression only serves to bring about a still greater alienation from the fountainhead, thus increasing the lack of instinct until it becomes lack of soul. As a result, the conscious mind is either completely swamped by childishness or else constantly obliged to defend itself in vain against the inundation, by means of a cynical affectation of old age or embittered resignation. We must therefore realize that despite its undeniable successes, the rational attitude of present-day consciousness is, in many human respects, childishly unadapted and hostile to life. Life has grown desiccated and cramped, crying out for the rediscovery of the fountainhead. But the fountainhead can only be found if the conscious mind will suffer itself to be led back to the children's land, there to receive guidance from the unconscious as before. To remain a child too long is childish, but it is just as childish to move away and then assume that childhood no longer exists because we do not see it. But if we return to the children's land, we succumb to the fear of becoming childish, because we do not understand that everything of psychic origin has a double face. One face looks forward, the other back. It is ambivalent and therefore symbolic, like all living reality. We stand on a peak of consciousness, believing in a childish way that the path leads upward to yet higher peaks beyond. That is the chimerical rainbow bridge. In order to reach the next peak, we must first go down into the land where the paths begin to divide. 1. Dream. A voice says, "But you are still a child." This dream forces the dreamer to admit that even a highly differentiated consciousness has not by any means finished with childish things, and that a return to the world of childhood is necessary. 12. Dream. A dangerous walk with father and mother, up and down many ladders. A childish consciousness is always tied to father and mother, and is never by itself. Return to childhood is always the return to father and mother, to the whole burden of the psychic non-ego as represented by the parents, with its long and momentous history. Regression spells disintegration into our historical and hereditary determinants, and it is only with the greatest effort that we can free ourselves from their embrace. Our psychic prehistory is in truth the spirit of gravity, which needs steps and ladders because, unlike the disembodied airy intellect, it cannot fly at will. Disintegration into the jumble of historical determinants is like losing one's way, where even what is right seems an alarming mistake. As hinted above, the Steps and Ladders theme points to the process of psychic transformation, with all its ups and downs. We find a classic example of this in Zosimo's Ascent and Descent of the 15 Steps of Light and Darkness. It is of course impossible to free oneself from one's childhood without devoting a great deal of work to it, as Freud's researches have long since shown. Nor can it be achieved through intellectual knowledge only. What is alone effective is a remembering that is also a re-experiencing. The swift passage of the years and the overwhelming inrush of the newly discovered world leave a mass of material behind that is never dealt with. We do not shake this off, we merely remove ourselves from it. So that when, in later years, we return to the memories of childhood, we find bits of our personality still alive, which cling round us and suffuse us with the feeling of earlier times. Being still in their childhood state, these fragments are very powerful in their effect. They can lose their infantile aspect and be corrected only when they are reunited with adult consciousness. This personal unconscious must always be dealt with first, that is, made conscious, otherwise the gateway to the collective unconscious cannot be opened. The journey with father and mother up and down many ladders represents the making conscious of infantile contents that have not yet been integrated. 13. Dream. The father calls out anxiously, that is the 7th. During the walk over many ladders some event has evidently taken place which is spoken of as the 7th. In the language of initiation, 7 stands for the highest stage of illumination and would therefore be the coveted goal of all desire. But to the conventional mind the solidificatio is an outlandish, mystical idea bordering on madness. We assume that it was only in the dark ages of misty superstition that people thought in such a nonsensical fashion, but that the lucid and hygienic mentality of our own enlightened days has long since outgrown such nebulous notions, so much so, indeed, that this particular kind of illumination is to be found nowadays only in a lunatic asylum. No wonder the father is scared and anxious, like a hen that has hatched out ducklings and is driven to despair by the aquatic proclivities of its young. If this interpretation, that the 7th represents the highest stage of illumination, is correct, it would mean in principle that the process of integrating the personal unconscious was actually at an end. Thereafter the collective unconscious would begin to open up, which would suffice to explain the anxiety the father felt as the representative of the traditional spirit. Nevertheless, the return to the dim twilight of the unconscious does not mean that we should entirely abandon the precious acquisition of our forefathers, namely the intellectual differentiation of consciousness. It is rather a question of the man taking the place of the intellect, not the man whom the dreamer imagines himself to be, but someone far more rounded and complete. This would mean assimilating all sorts of things into the sphere of his personality which the dreamer still rejects as disagreeable or even impossible. The father who calls out so anxiously, that is the 7th, is a psychic component of the dreamer himself, and the anxiety is therefore his own. So the interpretation must bear in mind the possibility that the 7th means not only a sort of culmination but something rather ominous as well. We come across this theme, for instance, in the fairy tale of Tom Thumb and the Ogre. Tom Thumb is the youngest of 7 brothers. His dwarf-like stature and his cunning are harmless enough, yet he is the one who leads his brothers to the ogre's lair, thus proving his own dangerous double nature as a bringer of good and bad luck. In other words, he is also the ogre himself. Since olden times the 7 have represented the 7 gods of the planets, they form what the pyramid inscriptions call a Potneteru, a company of gods. Although a company is described as 9, it often proves to be not 9 at all but 10, and sometimes even more. Thus Maspero tells us that the first and last members of the series can be added to, or doubled, without injury to the number 9. Something of the sort happened to the classical pot of the Greco-Roman or Babylonian gods in the post-classical age, when the gods were degraded to demons and retired partly to the distant stars and partly to the metals inside the earth. It then transpired that Hermes or Mercurius possessed a double nature, being a chthonic god of revelation and also the spirit of quicksilver, for which reason he was represented as a hermaphrodite. As the planet Mercury, he is nearest to the sun, hence he is preeminently related to gold. But, as quicksilver, he dissolves the gold and extinguishes its sun-like brilliance. All through the Middle Ages he was the object of much puzzled speculation on the part of the natural philosophers. Sometimes he was a ministering and helpful spirit, literally assistant, comrade, or familiaris, and sometimes the servus or servus fugitivus, the fugitive slave or stag, an elusive, deceptive, teasing goblin who drove the alchemists to despair and had many of his attributes in common with the devil. For instance, he is dragon, lion, eagle, raven, to mention only the most important of them. In the alchemical hierarchy of gods, Mercurius comes lowest as prima materia and highest as lapis philosophorum. The spiritus mercurialis is the alchemist's guide, and their tempter. He is their good luck and their ruin. His dual nature enables him to be not only the seventh but also the eighth on Olympus whom nobody thought of. It may seem odd to the reader that anything as remote as medieval alchemy should have relevance here. But the black art is not nearly so remote as we think, for as an educated man the dreamer must have read Faust, and Faust is an alchemical drama from beginning to end, although the educated man of today has only the haziest notion of this. Our conscious mind is far from understanding everything, but the unconscious always keeps an eye on the age-old, sacred things, however strange they may be, and reminds us of them at a suitable opportunity. No doubt Faust affected our dreamer much as Goethe was affected when, as a young man in his Leipzig days, he studied Theophrastus Paracelsus with Fräulein von Klettenberg. It was then, as we certainly may assume, that the mysterious equivalence of 7 and 8 sank deep into his soul, without his conscious mind ever unraveling the mystery. The following dream will show that this reminder of Faust is not out of place. 14. Dream. The dreamer is in America looking for an employee with a pointed beard. They say that everybody has such an employee. America is the land of practical, straightforward thinking, uncontaminated by our European sophistication. The intellect would there be kept, very sensibly, as an employee. This naturally sounds like lèse-majesté and might therefore be a serious matter. So it is consoling to know that everyone, as is always the case in America, does the same. The man with a pointed beard is our time-honored Mephisto whom Faust employed and who was not permitted to triumph over him in the end, despite the fact that Faust had dared to descend into the dark chaos of the historical psyche and steep himself in the ever-changing, seamy side of life that rose up out of that bubbling cauldron. From subsequent questions it was discovered that the dreamer himself had recognized the figure of Mephistopheles in the man with the pointed beard. Versatility of mind as well as the inventive gift and scientific leanings are attributes of the astrological Mercurius. Hence the man with the pointed beard represents the intellect, which is introduced by the dream as a real familiaris, an obliging if somewhat dangerous spirit. The intellect is thus degraded from the supreme position it once occupied and is put in the second rank, and at the same time branded as demonic. Not that it had ever been anything but demonic. Only the dreamer had not noticed before how possessed he was by the intellect as the tacitly recognized supreme power. Now he has a chance to view this function, which till then had been the uncontested dominant of his psychic life, at somewhat closer quarters. Well might he exclaim with Faust, so that's what was inside the poodle. Mephistopheles is the diabolical aspect of every psychic function that has broken loose from the hierarchy of the total psyche and now enjoys independence and absolute power. But this aspect can be perceived only when the function becomes a separate entity and is objectivated or personified, as in this dream. Amusingly enough, the man with the pointed beard also crops up in alchemical literature, in one of the parabolae contained in the Goldenen Traktat vom Philosophischem Stein, written in 1625, which Herbert Silberer has analyzed from a psychological point of view. Among the company of old white-bearded philosophers there is a young man with a black pointed beard. Silberer is uncertain whether he should assume this figure to be the devil. Mercurius as quicksilver is an eminently suitable symbol for the fluid, i.e., mobile, intellect. Therefore in alchemy Mercurius is sometimes a spirit and sometimes a water, the so-called aqua permanens, which is none other than argentum vivum. 15. Dream. The dreamer's mother is pouring water from one basin into another. The dreamer only remembered in connection with Vision 28 of the next series that this basin belonged to his sister. This action is performed with great solemnity, it is of the highest significance for the outside world. Then the dreamer is rejected by his father. Once more we meet with the theme of exchange, one thing is put in the place of another. The father has been dealt with, now begins the action of the mother. Just as the father represents collective consciousness, the traditional spirit, so the mother stands for the collective unconscious, the source of the water of life. The unconscious has altered the locus of the life forces, thus indicating a change of attitude. The dreamer's subsequent recollection enables us to see who is now the source of life, it is the sister. The mother is superior to the son, but the sister is his equal. Thus the deposition of the intellect frees the dreamer from the domination of the unconscious and hence from his infantile attitude. Although the sister is a remnant of the past, we know definitely from later dreams that she was the carrier of the anima image. We may therefore assume that the transferring of the water of life to the sister really means that the mother has been replaced by the anima. The anima now becomes a life-giving factor, a psychic reality which conflicts strongly with the world of the father. Which of us could assert, without endangering his sanity, that he had accepted the guidance of the unconscious in the conduct of his life, assuming that anyone exists who could imagine what that would mean? Anyone who could imagine it at all would certainly have no difficulty in understanding what a monstrous affront such a volte-face would offer to the traditional spirit, especially to the spirit that has put on the earthly garment of the church. It was this subtle change of psychic standpoint that caused the old alchemists to resort to deliberate mystification, and that sponsored all kinds of heresies. Hence it is only logical for the father to reject the dreamer, it amounts to nothing less than excommunication. Be it noted that the dreamer is a Roman Catholic. By acknowledging the reality of the psyche and making it a co-determining ethical factor in our lives, we offend against the spirit of convention which for centuries has regulated psychic life from outside by means of institutions as well as by reason. Not that unreasoning instinct rebels of itself against firmly established order, by the strict logic of its own inner laws it is itself of the firmest structure imaginable and, in addition, the creative foundation of all binding order. But just because this foundation is creative, all order which proceeds from it, even in its most divine form, is a phase, a stepping stone. Despite appearances to the contrary, the establishment of order and the dissolution of what has been established are at bottom beyond human control. The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. It is well that these things are difficult to understand and thus enjoy a wholesome concealment, for weak heads are only too easily addled by them and thrown into confusion. From all these dangers dogma, whether ecclesiastical, philosophical, or scientific, offers effective protection, and, looked at from a social point of view, excommunication is a necessary and useful consequence. The water that the mother, the unconscious, pours into the basin belonging to the anima is an excellent symbol for the living power of the psyche. The old alchemists never tired of devising new and expressive synonyms for this water. They called it aqua nostra, mercurius vivus, argentum vivum, vinum ardens, aqua vitae, succus lunarii, and so on, by which they meant a living being not devoid of substance, as opposed to the rigid immateriality of mind in the abstract. The expression succus lunarii, sap of the moon plant, refers clearly enough to the nocturnal origin of the water, and aqua nostra, like mercurius vivus, to its earthliness. Acetum fontis is a powerful corrosive water that dissolves all created things and at the same time leads to the most durable of all products, the mysterious lapis. These analogies may seem very far-fetched. But let me refer the reader to Dreams 13 and 14 in the next section, where the water symbolism is taken up again. The importance of the action for the outside world, noted by the dreamer himself, points to the collective significance of the dream, as also does the fact, which had a far-reaching influence on the conscious attitude of the dreamer, that he is rejected by the father. The saying extra ecclesiam nulla salus, outside the church there is no salvation, rests on the knowledge that an institution is a safe, practicable highway with a visible or definable goal, and that no paths and no goals can be found outside it. We must not underestimate the devastating effect of getting lost in the chaos, even if we know that it is the sine qua non of any regeneration of the spirit and the personality. 16. Dream. An ace of clubs lies before the dreamer. A7 appears beside it. The ace, as 1, is the lowest card but the highest in value. The ace of clubs, being in the form of a cross, points to the Christian symbol. Hence in Swiss German the club is often called Kreuz, cross. At the same time the 3 leaves contain an allusion to the threefold nature of the one God. Lowest and highest are beginning and end, Alpha and Omega. The 7 appears after the ace of clubs and not before. Presumably the idea is, first the Christian conception of God, and then the 7 stages. The 7 stages symbolize the transformation which begins with the symbolism of cross and Trinity, and, judging by the earlier archaic allusions in Dreams 7 and 13, culminates in the solificatio. But this solution is not hinted at here. Now, we know that the regression to the Helios of antiquity vainly attempted by Julian the Apostate was succeeded in the Middle Ages by another movement that was expressed in the formula per cruciam ad rosam, through the cross to the rose, which was later condensed into the rosy cross of the Rosicrucians. Here the essence of the heavenly soul descends into the flower, earth's answer to the sun's countenance. The solar quality has survived in the symbol of the golden flower of Chinese alchemy. The well-known blue flower of the Romantics might well be the last nostalgic perfume of the rose. It looks back in true romantic fashion to the medievalism of ruined cloisters, yet at the same time modestly proclaims something new in earthly loveliness. But even the golden brilliance of the sun had to submit to a descent, and it found its analogy in the glitter of earthly gold, although, as aurum nostrum, this was far removed from the gross materiality of the metal, at least for subtler minds. One of the most interesting of the alchemical texts is the Rosarium Philosophorum, subtitled Secunda pars alchimiae de lapide philosophico vero modo preparando. Cum figuris rei perfectionem ostendentibus, 1550. The anonymous author was very definitely a philosopher and was apparently aware that alchemy was not concerned with ordinary gold making but with a philosophical secret. For these alchemists the gold undoubtedly had a symbolic nature and was therefore distinguished by such attributes as vitrium or philosophicum. It was probably owing to its all too obvious analogy with the sun that gold was denied the highest philosophical honor, which fell instead to the lapis philosophorum. The transformer is above the transformed, and transformation is one of the magical properties of the marvelous stone. The Rosarium Philosophorum says, "For our stone, namely the living Western quicksilver which has placed itself above the gold and vanquished it, is that which kills and quickens." As to the philosophical significance of the lapis, the following quotation from a treatise ascribed to Hermes is particularly enlightening. "Understand, ye sons of the wise, what this exceeding precious stone proclaims. And my light conquers every light, and my virtues are more excellent than all virtues. I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature." 17. Dream. The dreamer goes for a long walk, and finds a blue flower on the way. To go for a walk is to wander along paths that lead nowhere in particular. It is both a search and a succession of changes. The dreamer finds a blue flower blossoming aimlessly by the wayside, a chance child of nature, evoking friendly memories of a more romantic and lyrical age, of the youthful season when it came to bud, when the scientific view of the world had not yet broken away from the world of actual experience, or rather when this break was only just beginning and the eye looked back to what was already the past. The flower is in fact like a friendly sign, a numinous emanation from the unconscious, showing the dreamer, who as a modern man has been robbed of security and of participation in all the things that lead to man's salvation, the historical place where he can meet friends and brothers of like mind, where he can find the seed that wants to sprout in him too. But the dreamer knows nothing as yet of the old solar gold which connects the innocent flower with the obnoxious black art of alchemy and with the blasphemous pagan idea of the solificatio. For the golden flower of alchemy can sometimes be a blue flower, the sapphire blue flower of the hermaphrodite. 18. Dream. A man offers him some golden coins in his outstretched hand. The dreamer indignantly throws them to the ground and immediately afterwards deeply regrets his action. A variety performance then takes place in an enclosed space. The blue flower has already begun to drag its history after it. The gold is offered and is indignantly refused. Such a misinterpretation of the Aurum Philosophicum is easy to understand. But hardly has it happened when there comes a pang of remorse that the precious secret has been rejected and a wrong answer given to the riddle of the Sphinx. The same thing happened to the hero in Mering's Golem, when the ghost offered him a handful of grain which he spurned. The gross materiality of the yellow metal with its odious fiscal flavor, and the mean look of the grain, make both rejections comprehensible enough, but that is precisely why it is so hard to find the lapis. It is exilis, uncomili, it is thrown out into the street or on the dunghill, it is the commonest thing to be picked up anywhere, in planetae, in montibus et aquis. It has this ordinary aspect in common with Spitaler's jewel and Prometheus and Epimetheus, which, for the same reason, was also not recognized by the worldly wise. But the stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner, and the intuition of this possibility arouses the liveliest regret in the dreamer. It is all part of the banality of its outward aspect that the gold is minted, i.e., shaped into coins, stamped, and valued. Applied psychologically, this is just what Nietzsche refuses to do in his Zarathustra, to give names to the virtues. By being shaped and named, psychic life is broken down into coined and valued units. But this is possible only because it is intrinsically a great variety of things, an accumulation of unintegrated hereditary units. Natural man is not a self, he is the mass and a particle in the mass, collective to such a degree that he is not even sure of his own ego. That is why since time immemorial he has needed the transformation mysteries to turn him into something, and to rescue him from the animal collective psyche, which is nothing but a variet. But if we reject this unseemly variet of man as he is, it is impossible for him to attain integration, to become a self. And that amounts to spiritual death. Life that just happens in and for itself is not real life, it is real only when it is known. Only a unified personality can experience life, not that personality which is split up into partial aspects, that bundle of odds and ends which also calls itself man. The dangerous plurality already hinted at in Dream 4 is compensated in Vision 5, where the snake describes a magic circle and thus marks off the taboo area, the temenos. In much the same way and in a similar situation the temenos reappears here, drawing the many together for a united variety performance, a gathering that has the appearance of an entertainment, though it will shortly lose its entertaining character. The play of goats will develop into a tragedy. According to all the analogies, the satyr play was a mystery performance, from which we may assume that its purpose, as everywhere, was to re-establish man's connection with his natural ancestry and thus with the source of life, much as the obscene stories, told by Athenian ladies at the mysteries of Eleusis, were thought to promote the earth's fertility. The allusion to the compensatory significance of the temenos, however, is still wrapped in obscurity for the dreamer. As might be imagined, he is much more concerned with the danger of spiritual death, which is conjured up by his rejection of the historical context. 19. Visual impression. A death's head. The dreamer wants to kick it away, but cannot. The skull gradually changes into a red ball, then into a woman's head which emits light. The skull soliloquies of Faust and of Hamlet are reminders of the appalling senselessness of human life when sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. It was traditional opinions and judgments that caused the dreamer to dash aside the doubtful and uninviting-looking offerings. But when he tries to ward off the sinister vision of the death's head it is transformed into a red ball, which we may take as an allusion to the rising sun, since it at once changes into the shining head of a woman, reminding us directly of Vision 7. Evidently an enantiodromia, a play of opposites, has occurred. After being rejected the unconscious insists on itself all the more strongly. First it produces the classical symbol for the unity and divinity of the self, the sun, then it passes to the motif of the unknown woman who personifies the unconscious. Naturally this motif includes not merely the archetype of the anima but also the dreamer's relationship to a real woman, who is both a human personality and a vessel for psychic projections. In Neoplatonic philosophy, the soul has definite affinities with the sphere. The soul substance is laid round the concentric spheres of the four elements above the fiery heaven. 20. Visual impression. A globe. The unknown woman is standing on it and worshipping the sun. This impression, too, is an amplification of Vision 7. The rejection in Dream 18 evidently amounted to the destruction of the whole development up to that point. Consequently, the initial symbols reappear now, but in amplified form. Such enantiodromias are characteristic of dream sequences in general. Unless the conscious mind intervened, the unconscious would go on sending out wave after wave without result, like the treasure that is said to take 9 years, 9 months, and 9 nights to come to the surface and, if not found on the last night, sinks back to start all over again from the beginning. The globe probably comes from the idea of the red ball. But, whereas this is the sun, the globe is rather an image of the earth, upon which the anima stands worshipping the sun. Anima and sun are thus distinct, which points to the fact that the sun represents a different principle from that of the anima. The latter is a personification of the unconscious, while the sun is a symbol of the source of life and the ultimate wholeness of man, as indicated in the Solificatio. Now, the sun is an antique symbol that is still very close to us. We know also that the early Christians had some difficulty in distinguishing the rising sun, from Christ. The dreamer's anima still seems to be a sun worshipper, that is to say, she belongs to the ancient world, and for the following reason, the conscious mind with its rationalistic attitude has taken little or no interest in her and therefore made it impossible for the anima to become modernized, or better, Christianized. It almost seems as if the differentiation of the intellect that began in the Christian Middle Ages, as a result of scholastic training, had driven the anima to regress to the ancient world. The Renaissance gives us evidence enough for this, the clearest of all being the Hypnerotomachia of Francesco Colonna, where Polyphilo meets his anima, the Lady Polia, at the court of Queen Venus, quite untouched by Christianity and graced with all the virtues of antiquity. The book was rightly regarded as a mystery text. With this anima, then, we plunge straight into the ancient world. So that I would not think anyone mistaken who interpreted the rejection of the gold in Dream 18 ex effectu as an attempt to escape this regrettable and unseemly regression to antiquity. Certain vital doctrines of alchemical philosophy go back textually to late Greco-Roman syncretism, as Ruska, for instance, has sufficiently established in the case of the tuba. Hence any allusion to alchemy wafts one back to the ancient world and makes one suspect regression to pagan levels. It may not be superfluous to point out here, with due emphasis, that consciously the dreamer had no inkling of all this. But in his unconscious he is immersed in this sea of historical associations, so that he behaves in his dreams as if he were fully cognizant of these curious excursions into the history of the human mind. He is in fact an unconscious exponent of an autonomous psychic development, just like the medieval alchemist or the classical Neoplatonist. Hence one could say, cum grano salis, that history could be constructed just as easily from one's own unconscious as from the actual texts. 21. Visual impression. The dreamer is surrounded by nymphs. A voice says, "We were always there, only you did not notice us." Here the regression goes back even further, to an image that is unmistakably classical. At the same time the situation of Dream 4 is taken up again and also the situation of Dream 18, where the rejection led to the compensatory enantiodromia in Vision 19. But here the image is amplified by the hallucinatory recognition that the drama has always existed although unnoticed until now. The realization of this fact joins the unconscious psyche to consciousness as a coexistent entity. The phenomenon of the voice in dreams always has for the dreamer the final and indisputable character of the, i.e., the voice expresses some truth or condition that is beyond all doubt. The fact that a sense of the remote past has been established, that contact has been made with the deeper layers of the psyche, is accepted by the unconscious personality of the dreamer and communicates itself to his conscious mind as a feeling of comparative security. Vision 20 represents the anima as a sun worshipper. She has as it were stepped out of the globe or spherical form. but the first spherical form was the skull. According to tradition, the head or brain is the seat of the anima intellectualis. For this reason too the alchemical vessel must be round like the head, so that what comes out of the vessel shall be equally round, i.e., simple and perfect like the anima mundi. The work is crowned by the production of the rotundum, which, as the materia globosa, stands at the beginning and also at the end, in the form of gold. Possibly the nymphs who were always there are an allusion to this. The regressive character of the vision is also apparent from the fact that there is a multiplicity of female forms, as in Dream 4. But this time they are of a classical nature, which, like the sun worship in Vision 20, points to an historical regression. The splitting of the anima into many figures is equivalent to dissolution into an indefinite state, i.e., into the unconscious, from which we may conjecture that a relative dissolution of the conscious mind is running parallel with the historical regression, a process to be observed in its extreme form in schizophrenia. The dissolution of consciousness, or, as Janet calls it, abasement du niveau mental, comes very close to the primitive state of mind. A parallel to this scene with the nymphs is to be found in the Paracelsan Regio Nymphiditica, mentioned in the treatise De Vita Longa as the initial stage of the individuation process. 22. Visual impression. In a primeval forest, an elephant looms up menacingly. Then a large ape man, bear, or caveman threatens to attack the dreamer with a club. Suddenly the man with the pointed beard appears and stares at the aggressor, so that he is spellbound. But the dreamer is terrified. The voice says, "Everything must be ruled by the light." The multiplicity of nymphs has broken down into still more primitive components, that is to say, the animation of the psychic atmosphere has very considerably increased, and from this we must conclude that the dreamer's isolation from his contemporaries has increased in proportion. This intensified isolation can be traced back to Vision 21, where the union with the unconscious was realized and accepted as a fact. From the point of view of the conscious mind, this is highly irrational. It constitutes a secret which must be anxiously guarded, since the justification for its existence could not possibly be explained to any so-called reasonable person. Anyone who tried to do so would be branded as a lunatic. The discharge of energy into the environment is therefore considerably impeded, the result being a surplus of energy on the side of the unconscious, hence the abnormal increase in the autonomy of the unconscious figures, culminating in aggression and real terror. The earlier entertaining variety performance is beginning to become uncomfortable. We find it easy enough to accept the classical figures of nymphs thanks to their aesthetic embellishments, but we have no idea that behind these gracious figures there lurks the Dionysian mystery of antiquity, the satyr play with its tragic implications, the bloody dismemberment of the god who has become an animal. It needed a Nietzsche to expose in all its feebleness Europe's schoolboy attitude to the ancient world. But what did Dionysus mean to Nietzsche? What he says about it must be taken seriously, what it did to him still more so. There can be no doubt that he knew, in the preliminary stages of his fatal illness, that the dismal fate of Zagreus was reserved for him. Dionysus is the abyss of impassioned dissolution, where all human distinctions are merged in the animal divinity of the primordial psyche, a blissful and terrible experience. Humanity, huddling behind the walls of its culture, believes it has escaped this experience, until it succeeds in letting loose another orgy of bloodshed. All well-meaning people are amazed when this happens and blame high finance, the armaments industry, the Jews, or the Freemasons. At the last moment, Friend Pointed Beard appears on the scene as an obliging deus ex machina and exorcises the annihilation threatened by the formidable ape man. Who knows how much Faust owed his imperturbable curiosity, as he gazed on the spooks and bogies of the classical Walpurgis Nash, to the helpful presence of Mephisto and his matter-of-fact point of view. Would that more people could remember the scientific or philosophical reflections of the much-abused intellect at the right moment. Those who abuse it lay themselves open to the suspicion of never having experienced anything that might have taught them its value and shown them why mankind has forged this weapon with such unprecedented effort. One has to be singularly out of touch with life not to notice such things. The intellect may be the devil, but the devil is the strange son of chaos who can most readily be trusted to deal effectively with his mother. The Dionysian experience will give this devil plenty to do should he be looking for work, since the resultant settlement with the unconscious far outweighs the labors of Hercules. In my opinion, it presents a whole world of problems which the intellect could not settle even in 100 years, the very reason why it so often goes off for a holiday to recuperate on lighter tasks. And this is also the reason why the psyche is forgotten so often and so long, and why the intellect makes such frequent use of magical apotropaic words like occult and mystic, in the hope that even intelligent people will think that these mutterings really mean something. The voice finally declares, everything must be ruled by the light, which presumably means the light of the discerning, conscious mind, a genuine illuminatio honestly acquired. The dark depths of the unconscious are no longer to be denied by ignorance and sophistry, at best a poor disguise for common fear, nor are they to be explained away with pseudo-scientific rationalizations. On the contrary, it must now be admitted that things exist in the psyche about which we know little or nothing at all, but which nevertheless affect our bodies in the most obstinate way, and that they possess at least as much reality as the things of the physical world which ultimately we do not understand either. No line of research which asserted that its subject was unreal or a nothing but has ever made any contribution to knowledge. With the active intervention of the intellect, a new phase of the unconscious process begins. The conscious mind must now come to terms with the figures of the unknown woman, anima, the unknown man, the shadow, the wise old man, monopersonality, and the symbols of the self. The last named are dealt with in the following section. 3. The symbolism of the mandala. 1. Concerning the mandala. As I have already said, I have put together, out of a continuous series of some 400 dreams and visions, all those that I regard as mandala dreams. The term mandala was chosen because this word denotes the ritual or magic circle used in Lamaism and also in Tantric Yoga as a yantra or aid to contemplation. The Eastern mandalas used in ceremonial are figures fixed by tradition. They may be drawn or painted or, in certain special ceremonies, even represented plastically. In 1938, I had the opportunity, in the monastery of Buddhiyabasti, near Darjeeling, of talking with a Lama Ikrimpaki, Lingdamgamkan by name, about the kikkar or mandala. He explained it as a dmigspa, pronounced migpa, a mental image which can be built up only by a fully instructed Lama through the power of imagination. He said that no mandala is like any other, they are all individually different. Also, he said, the mandalas to be found in monasteries and temples were of no particular significance because they were external representations only. The true mandala is always an inner image, which is gradually built up through active imagination, at such times when psychic equilibrium is disturbed or when a thought cannot be found and must be sought for, because it is not contained in holy doctrine. The aptness of this explanation will become apparent in the course of my exposition. The alleged free and individual formation of the mandala, however, should be taken with a considerable grain of salt, since in all Lamaite mandalas there predominates not only a certain unmistakable style but also a traditional structure. For instance, they are all based on a quaternary system, a quadratura circuli, and their contents are invariably derived from Lamaite dogma. There are texts, such as the Sri Chakra Samhara Tantra 2, which contain directions for the construction of these mental images. The kikkar is strictly distinguished from the so-called side korlo, or world wheel, which represents the course of human existence in its various forms as conceived by the Buddhists. In contrast to the kikkar, the world wheel is based on a ternary system in that the three world principles are to be found in its center: the cock, equaling concupiscence, the serpent, hatred or envy, and the pig, ignorance or unconsciousness, avidya. Here we come upon the dilemma of 3 and 4, which also crops up in Buddhism. We shall meet this problem again in the further course of our dream series. It seems to me beyond question that these Eastern symbols originated in dreams and visions, and were not invented by some Mahayana church father. On the contrary, they are among the oldest religious symbols of humanity and may even have existed in Paleolithic times. Moreover, they are distributed all over the world, a point I need not insist on here. In this section I merely wish to show from the material at hand how mandalas come into existence. The mandalas used in ceremonial are of great significance because their centers usually contain one of the highest religious figures, either Shiva himself, often in the embrace of Shakti, or the Buddha, Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, or one of the great Mahayana teachers, or simply the Dorhi, symbol of all the divine forces together, whether creative or destructive. The text of the Golden Flower, a product of Taoist syncretism, specifies in addition certain alchemical properties of this center after the manner of the lapis and the elixir vitae. The Aztec Great Calendar Stone. It is not without importance for us to appreciate the high value set upon the mandala, for it accords very well with the paramount significance of individual mandala symbols, which are characterized by the same qualities of a, so to speak, metaphysical nature. Unless everything deceives us, they signify nothing less than a psychic center of the personality not to be identified with the ego. I have observed these processes and their products for close on 30 years on the basis of very extensive material drawn from my own experience. For 14 years I neither wrote nor lectured about them so as not to prejudice my observations. But when, in 1929, Richard Wilhelm laid the text of the Golden Flower before me, I decided to publish at least a foretaste of the results. One cannot be too cautious in these matters, for what with the imitative urge and a positively morbid avidity to possess themselves of outlandish feathers and deck themselves out in this exotic plumage, far too many people are misled into snatching at such magical ideas and applying them externally, like an ointment. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. They will practice Indian yoga and all its exercises, observe a strict regimen of diet, learn theosophy by heart, or mechanically repeat mystic texts from the literature of the whole world, all because they cannot get on with themselves and have not the slightest faith that anything useful could ever come out of their own souls. Thus the soul has gradually been turned into a Nazareth from which nothing good can come. Therefore let us fetch it from the four corners of the earth, the more far-fetched and bizarre it is the better. I have no wish to disturb such people at their pet pursuits, but when anybody who expects to be taken seriously is deluded enough to think that I use yoga methods and yoga doctrines, or that I get my patients, whenever possible, to draw mandalas for the purpose of bringing them to the right point, then I really must protest and tax these people with having read my writings with the most horrible inattention. The doctrine that all evil thoughts come from the heart and that the human soul is a sink of iniquity must lie deep in the marrow of their bones. Were that so, then God had made a sorry job of creation, and it were high time for us to go over to Martian the Gnostic and depose the incompetent demiurge. Ethically, of course, it is infinitely more convenient to leave God the sole responsibility for such a home for idiot children, where no one is capable of putting a spoon into his own mouth. But it is worth man's while to take pains with himself, and he has something in his soul that can grow. It is rewarding to watch patiently the silent happenings in the soul, and the most and the best happens when it is not regulated from outside and from above. I readily admit that I have such a great respect for what happens in the human soul that I would be afraid of disturbing and distorting the silent operation of nature by clumsy interference. That was why I even refrained from observing this particular case myself and entrusted the task to a beginner who was not handicapped by my knowledge, anything rather than disturb the process. The results which I now lay before you are the unadulterated, conscientious, and exact self-observations of a man of unerring intellect, who had nothing suggested to him from outside and who would in any case not have been open to suggestion. Anyone at all familiar with psychic material will have no difficulty in recognizing the authentic character of the results. 2. The mandalas in the dreams. For the sake of completeness I will recapitulate the mandala symbols which occur in the initial dreams and visions already discussed. 1. The snake that described a circle round the dreamer. 2. The blue flower. 3. The man with the gold coins in his hand, and the enclosed space for a variety performance. 4. The red ball. 5. The globe. The next mandala symbol occurs in the first dream of the new series. 6. Dream. An unknown woman is pursuing the dreamer. He keeps running round in a circle. The snake in the first mandala dream was anticipatory, as is often the case when a figure personifying a certain aspect of the unconscious does or experiences something that the subject himself will experience later. The snake anticipates a circular movement in which the subject is going to be involved, i.e., something is taking place in the unconscious which is perceived as a circular movement, and this occurrence now presses into consciousness so forcefully that the subject himself is gripped by it. The unknown woman or anima representing the unconscious continues to harass the dreamer until he starts running round in circles. This clearly indicates a potential center which is not identical with the ego and round which the ego revolves. 7. Dream. The anima accuses the dreamer of paying too little attention to her. There is a clock that says 5 minutes to the hour. The situation is much the same. The unconscious pesters him like an exacting woman. The situation also explains the clock, for a clock's hands go round in a circle. 5 minutes to the hour implies a state of tension for anybody who lives by the clock. When the 5 minutes are up he must do something or other. He might even be pressed for time. The symbol of circular movement is always connected with a feeling of tension, as we shall see later. 8. Dream. On board ship, the dreamer is occupied with a new method of taking his bearings. Sometimes he is too far away and sometimes too near. The right spot is in the middle. There is a chart on which is drawn a circle with its center. Obviously the task set here is to find the center, the right spot, and this is the center of a circle. While the dreamer was writing down this dream he remembered that he had dreamed shortly before of shooting at a target. Sometimes he shot too high, sometimes too low. The right aim lay in the middle. Both dreams struck him as highly significant. The target is a circle with the center bearings at sea are taken by the apparent rotation of the stars round the Earth. Accordingly the dream describes an activity whose aim is to construct or locate an objective center, a center outside the subject. 9. Dream. A pendulum clock that goes forever without the weights running down. This is a species of clock whose hands move unceasingly, and, since there is obviously no loss due to friction, it is a perpetuum mobile, an everlasting movement in a circle. Here we meet with a metaphysical attribute. As I have already said, I use this word in a psychological sense, hence figuratively. I mean by this that eternity is a quality predicated by the unconscious, and not a hypostasis. The statement made by the dream will obviously offend the dreamer's scientific judgment, but this is just what gives the mandala its peculiar significance. Highly significant things are often rejected because they seem to contradict reason and thus set it too arduous a test. The movement without friction shows that the clock is cosmic, even transcendental. At any rate it raises the question of equality which leaves us in some doubt whether the psychic phenomenon expressing itself in the mandala is under the laws of space and time. And this points to something so entirely different from the empirical ego that the gap between them is difficult to bridge, i.e., the other center of personality lies on a different plane from the ego since, unlike this, it has the quality of eternity or relative timelessness. 10. Dream. The dreamer is in the Peter Hofstadt in Zurich with the doctor, the man with the pointed beard, and the doll woman. The last is an unknown woman who neither speaks nor is spoken to. Question: to which of the three does the woman belong? The Tower of St. Peter's in Zurich has a clock with a strikingly large face. The Peter Hofstadt is an enclosed space, a temenos in the truest sense of the word, a precinct of the church. The four of them find themselves in this enclosure. The circular dial of the clock is divided into 4 quarters, like the horizon. In the dream the dreamer represents his own ego, the man with the pointed beard the employed intellect, Mephisto, and the doll woman the anima. Since the doll is a childish object it is an excellent image for the non-ego nature of the anima, who is further characterized as an object by not being spoken to. This negative element indicates an inadequate relationship between the conscious mind and the unconscious, as also does the question of whom the unknown woman belongs to. The doctor, too, belongs to the non-ego. He probably contains a faint allusion to myself, although at that time I had no connections with the dreamer. The man with the pointed beard, on the other hand, belongs to the ego. This whole situation is reminiscent of the relations depicted in the diagram of functions. If we think of the psychological functions as arranged in a circle, then the most differentiated function is usually the carrier of the ego and, equally regularly, has an auxiliary function attached to it. The inferior function, on the other hand, is unconscious and for that reason is projected into a non-ego. It too has an auxiliary function. Hence it would not be impossible for the four persons in the dream to represent the four functions as components of the total personality, i.e., if we include the unconscious. But this totality is ego plus non-ego. Therefore the center of the circle which expresses such a totality would correspond not to the ego but to the self as the summation of the total personality. The center with the circle is a very well-known allegory of the nature of God. In the philosophy of the Upanishads, the self is in one aspect the personal Atman, but at the same time it has a cosmic and metaphysical quality as the suprapersonal Atman. We meet with similar ideas in Gnosticism. I would mention the idea of the anthropos, the pleroma, the monad, and the spark of light, spindler, in a treatise of the Codex Brucianus. This same is he, monogenes, who dwelleth in the monad, which is in the theus, and which came from the place of which none can say where it is. From him it is the monad came, in the manner of a ship, laden with all good things, and in the manner of a field, filled or planted with every kind of tree, and in the manner of a city, filled with all races of mankind. This is the fashion of the monad, all these being in it. There are 12 monads as a crown upon its head. And to its veil which surroundeth it in the manner of a defense equals tower, there are 12 gates. This same is the mother city of the only begotten. By way of explanation I should add that Theos is a name for God, meaning creator. The monogenes is the son of God. The comparison of the monad with a field and a city corresponds to the idea of the dimenos. Also, the monad is crowned. As metropolis, the monad is feminine, like the Padma or lotus, the basic form of the Lamaik mandala, the golden flower in China and the rose or golden flower in the West. The Son of God, God made manifest, dwells in the flower. In the book of Revelation, we find the Lamb in the center of the heavenly Jerusalem. And in our Coptic text we are told that Theos dwells in the innermost and holiest recesses of the Pleroma, a city with 4 gates, equivalent to the Hindu city of Brahma on the world mountain Meru. In each gate there is a monad. The limbs of the anthropos born of the autogenes, equals monogenes, correspond to the 4 gates of the city. The monad is a spark of light, spindler, and an image of the Father, identical with the monogenes. An invocation runs, Thou art the house and the dweller in the house. The monogene stands on a tetraplegia, a table or platform with 4 pillars corresponding to the quaternion of the 4 evangelists. The idea of the lapis has several points of contact with all this. In the Rosarium the lapis says, quoting Hermes 16, I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature, therefore nothing better or more worthy of veneration can come to pass in the world than the conjunction of myself and my Son. Similarly, the monogenes is called the dark light, a reminder of the soul Niger, the black sun of alchemy. The following passage from chapter 4 of the Tractatus Aureus provides an interesting parallel to the monogenes who dwells in the bosom of the mother city and is identical with the crowned and veiled monad. But the king reigns, as is witnessed by his brothers, and says, I am crowned, and I am adorned with the diadem, I am clothed with the royal garment, and I bring joy to the heart, for, being chained to the arms and breast of my mother, and to her substance, I cause my substance to hold together and rest, and I compose the invisible from the visible, making the occult to appear, and everything that the philosophers have concealed will be generated from us. Hear then these words, and understand them, keep them, and meditate upon them, and seek for nothing more. Man is generated from the principle of nature whose inward parts are fleshy, and from no other substance. The king refers to the lapis. That the lapis is the master is evident from the following Hermes quotation in the Rosarium, Et sic philosophus non est magister lapidus, said Podius minister, and thus the philosopher is not the master of the stone but rather its minister. Similarly, the final production of the lapis in the form of the crowned hermaphrodite is called the enigma regis. A German verse refers to the enigma as follows. Here now is born the Emperor of all honor than whom there cannot be born any higher, neither by art nor by the work of nature. Out of the womb of any living creature. Philosophers speak of him as their son, and everything they do by him is done. The last two lines might easily be a direct reference to the above quotation from Hermes. It looks as if the idea had dawned on the alchemists that the son who, according to classical and Christian tradition, dwells eternally in the Father and reveals himself as God's gift to mankind, was something that man could produce out of his own nature, with God's help, of course, Deo concedent. The heresy of this idea is obvious. The feminine nature of the inferior function derives from its contamination with the unconscious. Because of its feminine characteristics, the unconscious is personified by the anima, that is to say, in men; in women it is masculine. If we assume that this dream and its predecessors really do mean something that justly arouses a feeling of significance in the dreamer, and if we further assume that this significance is more or less in keeping with the views put forward in the commentary, then we would have reached here a high point of introspective intuition whose boldness leaves nothing to be desired. But even the everlasting pendulum clock is an indigestible morsel for a consciousness unprepared for it, and likely to hamper any too lofty flight of thought. 1. Dream. The dreamer, the doctor, a pilot, and the unknown woman are traveling by airplane. A croquet ball suddenly smashes the mirror, an indispensable instrument of navigation, and the airplane crashes to the ground. Here again there is the same doubt: to whom does the unknown woman belong? Doctor, pilot, and unknown woman are characterized as belonging to the non-ego by the fact that all three of them are strangers. Therefore the dreamer has retained possession only of the differentiated function, which carries the ego, that is, the unconscious has gained ground considerably. The croquet ball is part of a game where the ball is driven under a hoop. Vision 8 of the first series said that people should not go over the rainbow, fly, but must go under it. Those who go over it fall to the ground. It looks as though the flight had been too lofty after all. Croquet is played on the ground and not in the air. We should not rise above the earth with the aid of spiritual intuitions and run away from hard reality, as so often happens with people who have brilliant intuitions. We can never reach the level of our intuitions and should therefore not identify ourselves with them. Only the gods can pass over the rainbow bridge. Mortal men must stick to the earth and are subject to its laws. In the light of the possibilities revealed by intuition, man's earthliness is certainly a lamentable imperfection, but this very imperfection is part of his innate being, of his reality. He is compounded not only of his best intuitions, his highest ideals and aspirations, but also of the odious conditions of his existence, such as heredity and the indelible sequence of memories that shout after him, "You did it, and that's what you are." Man may have lost his ancient saurian's tail, but in its stead he has a chain hanging on to his psyche which binds him to the earth, an anything but Homeric chain of given conditions which weigh so heavy that it is better to remain bound to them, even at the risk of becoming neither a hero nor a saint. History gives us some justification for not attaching any absolute value to these collective norms. That we are bound to the earth does not mean that we cannot grow, on the contrary it is the sine qua non of growth. No noble, well-grown tree ever disowned its dark roots, for it grows not only upward but downward as well. The question of where we are going is of course extremely important, but equally important, it seems to me, is the question of who is going where. The who always implies a whence. It takes a certain greatness to gain lasting possession of the heights, but anybody can overreach himself. The difficulty lies in striking the dead center. For this an awareness of the two sides of man's personality is essential, of their respective aims and origins. These two aspects must never be separated through arrogance or cowardice. The mirror as an indispensable instrument of navigation doubtless refers to the intellect, which is able to think and is constantly persuading us to identify ourselves with its insights, reflections. The mirror is one of Schopenhauer's favorite similes for the intellect. The term instrument of navigation is an apt expression for this, since it is indeed man's indispensable guide on pathless seas. But when the ground slips from under his feet and he begins to speculate in the void, seduced by the soaring flights of intuition, the situation becomes dangerous. Here again the dreamer and the three dream figures form a quadrinity. The unknown woman or anima always represents the inferior, i.e., the undifferentiated function, which in the case of our dreamer is feeling. The croquet ball is connected with the round motif and is therefore a symbol of wholeness, that is, of the self, here shown to be hostile to the intellect, the mirror. Evidently the dreamer navigates too much by the intellect and thus upsets the process of individuation. In De Vita Longa, Paracelsus describes the four Eschaeli, but the self is a deck, from Adam equals the first man. Both, as Paracelsus emphasizes, cause so many difficulties in the work that one can almost speak of a deck as hostile. 12. Dream. The dreamer finds himself with his father, mother, and sister in a very dangerous situation on the platform of a tram car. Once more the dreamer forms a quadrinity with the other dream figures. He has fallen right back into childhood, a time when we are still a long way from wholeness. Wholeness is represented by the family, and its components are still projected upon the members of the family and personified by them. But this state is dangerous for the adult because regressive. It denotes a splitting of personality which primitive man experiences as the perilous loss of soul. In the breakup, the personal components that have been integrated with such pains are once more sucked into the outside world. The individual loses his guilt and exchanges it for infantile innocence. Once more he can blame the wicked father for this and the unloving mother for that, and all the time he is caught in this inescapable causal nexus like a fly in a spider's web, without noticing that he has lost his moral freedom. But no matter how much parents and grandparents may have sinned against the child, the man who is really adult will accept these sins as his own condition which has to be reckoned with. Only a fool is interested in other people's guilt, since he cannot alter it. The wise man learns only from his own guilt. He will ask himself, who am I that all this should happen to me? To find the answer to this fateful question he will look into his own heart. As in the previous dream the vehicle was an airplane, so in this it is a tram. The type of vehicle in a dream illustrates the kind of movement or the manner in which the dreamer moves forward in time, in other words, how he lives his psychic life, whether individually or collectively, whether on his own or on borrowed means, whether spontaneously or mechanically. In the airplane he is flown by an unknown pilot, i.e., he is borne along on intuitions emanating from the unconscious. The mistake is that the mirror is used too much to steer by. But in this dream he is in a collective vehicle, a tram, which anybody can ride in, i.e., he moves or behaves just like everybody else. All the same he is again one of four, which means that he is in both vehicles on account of his unconscious striving for wholeness. 13. Dream. In the sea there lies a treasure. To reach it, he has to dive through a narrow opening. This is dangerous, but down below he will find a companion. The dreamer takes the plunge into the dark and discovers a beautiful garden in the depths, symmetrically laid out, with a fountain in the center. The treasure hard to attain lies hidden in the ocean of the unconscious, and only the brave can reach it. I conjecture that the treasure is also the companion, the one who goes through life at our side, in all probability a close analogy to the lonely ego who finds a mate in the self, for at first the self is the strange non-ego. This is the theme of the magical traveling companion, of whom I will give three famous examples: the disciples on the road to Emmaus, Krishna and Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, Moses and Al-Qadr in Surah 18 of the Quran. I conjecture further that the treasure in the sea, the companion, and the garden with the fountain are all one and the same thing, the self. For the garden is another temenos, and the fountain is the source of living water mentioned in John 7:38, which the Moses of the Quran also sought and found, and beside it Al-Qadr, one of our servants whom we had endowed with our grace and wisdom, Surah 18. And the legend has it that the ground round about Al-Qadr blossomed with spring flowers, although it was desert. In Islam, the plan of the temenos with the fountain developed under the influence of early Christian architecture into the court of the mosque with the ritual wash house in the center, e.g., Ahmed ibn Tulun in Cairo. We see much the same thing in our Western cloisters with the fountain in the garden. This is also the rose garden of the philosophers, which we know from the treatises on alchemy and from many beautiful engravings. The dweller in the house is the companion. The center and the circle, here represented by fountain and garden, are analogues of the lapis, which is among other things a living being. In the Rosarium the lapis says, Protege me, protegam te. Largire me ius meum, utte adiuvem, protect me and I will protect you. Give me my due that I may help you. Here the lapis is nothing less than a good friend and helper who helps those that help him, and this points to a compensatory relationship. The crash to earth thus leads into the depths of the sea, into the unconscious, and the dreamer reaches the shelter of the domenos as a protection against the splintering of personality caused by his regression to childhood. The situation is rather like that of Dream 4 and Vision 5 in the first series, where the magic circle warded off the lure of the unconscious and its plurality of female forms. The dangers of temptation approach Polyphilo in much the same way at the beginning of his Nikaya. The source of life is, like Al-Qadr, a good companion, though it is not without its dangers, as Moses of old found to his cost, according to the Quran. It is the symbol of the life force that eternally renews itself and of the clock that never runs down. An uncanonical saying of our Lord runs, "He who is near unto me is near unto the fire." Just as this esoteric Christ is a source of fire, probably not without reference to the of Heraclitus, so the alchemical philosophers conceive their aqua nostra to be ignis, fire. The source means not only the flow of life but its warmth, indeed its heat, the secret of passion, whose synonyms are always fiery. The all-dissolving aqua nostra is an essential ingredient in the production of the lapis. But the source is underground and therefore the way leads underneath. Only down below can we find the fiery source of life. These depths constitute the natural history of man, his causal link with the world of instinct. Unless this link be rediscovered, no lapis and no self can come into being. 14. Dream. The dreamer goes into a chemist's shop with his father. Valuable things can be got there quite cheap, above all a special water. His father tells him about the country the water comes from. Afterwards he crosses the Rubicon by train. The traditional apothecary's shop, with its carboys and gallipots, its waters, its lapis divinus and infernalis and its magisteries, is the last visible remnant of the kitchen paraphernalia of those alchemists who saw in the donum spiritus sancti, the precious gift, nothing beyond the chimera of gold making. The special water is literally the aqua nostra non vulgi. It is easy to understand why it is his father who leads the dreamer to the source of life, since he is the natural source of the latter's life. We could say that the father represents the country or soil from which that life sprang. But figuratively speaking, he is the informing spirit who initiates the dreamer into the meaning of life and explains its secrets according to the teachings of old. He is a transmitter of the traditional wisdom. But nowadays the fatherly pedagogue fulfills this function only in the dreams of his son, where he appears as the archetypal father figure, the wise old man. The water of life is easily had, everybody possesses it, though without knowing its value. Sperniter stultus, it is despised by the stupid, because they assume that every good thing is always outside and somewhere else, and that the source in their own souls is a nothing but. Like the lapis, it is pretio quoque vilis, of little price, and therefore, like the jewel in Spitaler's Prometheus, it is rejected by everyone from the high priest and the academicians down to the very peasants, and in viam aeictus, flung out into the street, where Ahasuerus picks it up and puts it into his pocket. The treasure has sunk down again into the unconscious. But the dreamer has noticed something and with vigorous determination crosses the Rubicon. He has realized that the flux and fire of life are not to be underrated and are absolutely necessary for the achievement of wholeness. But there is no recrossing the Rubicon. 15. Dream. 4 people are going down a river, the dreamer, his father, a certain friend, and the unknown woman. In so far as the friend is a definite person well known to the dreamer, he belongs, like the father, to the conscious world of the ego. Hence something very important has happened. In Dream 11 the unconscious was 3 against 1, but now the situation is reversed and it is the dreamer who is 3 against 1, the latter being the unknown woman. The unconscious has been depoentiat. The reason for this is that by taking the plunge, the dreamer has connected the upper and the lower regions, that is to say, he has decided not to live only as a bodiless abstract being but to accept the body and the world of instinct, the reality of the problems posed by love and life, and to act accordingly. This was the Rubicon that was crossed. Individuation, becoming a self, is not only a spiritual problem, it is the problem of all life. 16. Dream. Many people are present. They are all walking to the left around a square. The dreamer is not in the center but to one side. They say that a given is to be reconstructed. Here the square appears for the first time. Presumably it arises from the circle with the help of the four people. This will be confirmed later. Like the lapis, the tinctura rubia, and the aurum philosophicum, the squaring of the circle was a problem that greatly exercised medieval minds. It is a symbol of the opus alchemicum, since it breaks down the original chaotic unity into the four elements and then combines them again in a higher unity. Unity is represented by a circle and the four elements by a square. The production of one from four is the result of a process of distillation and sublimation which takes the so-called circular form. The distillate is subjected to sundry distillations so that the soul or spirit shall be extracted in its purest state. The product is generally called the quintessence, though this is by no means the only name for the ever hoped for and never to be discovered one. It has, as the alchemists say, 1,000 names, like the prima materia. Heinrich Küsnacht has this to say about the circular distillation: through circumrotation or a circular philosophical revolving of the quaternarius, it is brought back to the highest and purest simplicity of the plusquamperfect Catholic monad. Out of the gross and impure one there cometh an exceeding pure and subtle one, and so forth. Soul and spirit must be separated from the body, and this is equivalent to death. Therefore Paul of Tarsus saith, Cupio dissolvi, et esse cum Christo. Therefore, my dear philosopher, must thou catch the spirit and soul of the magnesia. The spirit, or spirit and soul, is the ternarius or number 3 which must first be separated from its body and, after the purification of the latter, infused back into it. Evidently the body is the fourth. Hence Küsnacht refers to a passage from Pseudo-Aristotle, where the circle re-emerges from a triangle set in a square. This circular figure, together with the Ouroboros, the dragon devouring itself tail first, is the basic mandala of alchemy. The Eastern and more particularly the Lamaic mandala usually contains a square ground plan of the stupa. We can see from the mandalas constructed in solid form that it is really the plan of a building. The square also conveys the idea of a house or temple, or of an inner walled-in space. According to the ritual, stupas must always be circumambulated to the right, because a leftward movement is evil. The left, the sinister side, is the unconscious side. Therefore a leftward movement is equivalent to a movement in the direction of the unconscious, whereas a movement to the right is correct and aims at consciousness. In the East these unconscious contents have gradually, through long practice, come to assume definite forms which have to be accepted as such and retained by the conscious mind. Yoga, so far as we know it as an established practice, proceeds in much the same way. It impresses fixed forms on consciousness. Its most important Western parallel is the Exercitia Spiritualia of Ignatius Loyola, which likewise impress fixed concepts about salvation on the psyche. This procedure is right so long as the symbol is still a valid expression of the unconscious situation. The psychological rightness of both Eastern and Western yoga ceases only when the unconscious process, which anticipates future modifications of consciousness, has developed so far that it produces shades of meaning which are no longer adequately expressed by, or are at variance with, the traditional symbol. Then and only then can one say that the symbol has lost its rightness. Such a process signifies a gradual shift in man's unconscious view of the world over the centuries and has nothing whatever to do with intellectual criticisms of this view. Religious symbols are phenomena of life, plain facts, and not intellectual opinions. If the Church clung for so long to the idea that the sun rotates round the earth, and then abandoned this contention in the 19th century, she can always appeal to the psychological truth that for millions of people the sun did revolve round the earth, and that it was only in the 19th century that any major portion of mankind became sufficiently sure of the intellectual function to grasp the proofs of the earth's planetary nature. Unfortunately, there is no truth unless there are people to understand it. Presumably the leftward circumambulation of the square indicates that the squaring of the circle is a stage on the way to the unconscious, a point of transition leading to a goal lying as yet unformulated beyond it. It is one of those paths to the center of the non-ego which were also trodden by the medieval investigators when producing the lapis. The Rosarium says, "Out of man and woman make a round circle and extract the quadrangle from this, and from the quadrangle the triangle. Make a round circle and you will have the philosopher's stone." The modern intellect naturally regards all this as poppycock. But this estimate fails to get rid of the fact that such concatenations of ideas do exist, and that they even played an important part for many centuries. It is up to psychology to understand these things, leaving the layman to rant about poppycock and obscurantism. Many of my critics who call themselves scientific behave exactly like the bishop who excommunicated the cockchafers for their unseemly proliferation. Just as the stupas preserve relics of the Buddha in their innermost sanctuary, so in the interior of the Lamaite quadrangle, and again in the Chinese Earth Square, there is a holy of holies with its magical agent, the cosmic source of energy, be it the god Shiva, the Buddha, a bodhisattva, or a great teacher. In China it is Ch'in, heaven, with the four cosmic effluences radiating from it. And equally in the Western mandalas of medieval Christendom the deity is enthroned at the center, often in the form of the triumphant Redeemer together with the four symbolical figures of the evangelists. The symbol in our dream presents the most violent contrast to these highly metaphysical ideas, for it is a gibbon, unquestionably an ape, that is to be reconstructed in the center. Here we meet again the ape who first turned up in Vision 22 of the first series. In that dream he caused a panic, but he also brought about the helpful intervention of the intellect. Now he is to be reconstructed, and this can only mean that the anthropoid, man as an archaic fact, is to be put together again. Clearly the left-hand path does not lead upwards to the kingdom of the gods and eternal ideas, but down into natural history, into the bestial instinctive foundations of human existence. We are therefore dealing, to put it in classical language, with the Dionysian mystery. The square corresponds to the temenos, where a drama is taking place, in this case a play of apes instead of satyrs. The inside of the golden flower is a seating place where the diamond body is produced. The synonymous term the ancestral land may actually be a hint that this product is the result of integrating the ancestral stages. The ancestral spirits play an important part in primitive rites of renewal. The Aborigines of Central Australia even identify themselves with their mythical ancestors of the Alchiringa period, a sort of Homeric age. Similarly, the Pueblo Indians of Taos, in preparation for their ritual dances, identify with the sun, whose sons they are. This atavistic identification with human and animal ancestors can be interpreted psychologically as an integration of the unconscious, a veritable bath of renewal in the life source where one is once again a fish, unconscious as in sleep, intoxication, and death. Hence the sleep of incubation, the Dionysian orgy, and the ritual death in initiation. Naturally the proceedings always take place in some hallowed spot. We can easily translate these ideas into the concretism of Freudian theory. The temenos would then be the womb of the mother and the rite a regression to incest. But these are the neurotic misunderstandings of people who have remained partly infantile and who do not realize that such things have been practiced since time immemorial by adults whose activities cannot possibly be explained as a mere regression to infantilism. Otherwise the highest and most important achievements of mankind would ultimately be nothing but the perverted wishes of children, and the word childish would have lost its raison d'être. Since the philosophical side of alchemy was concerned with problems that are very closely related to those which interest the most modern psychology, it might perhaps be worthwhile to probe a little deeper into the dream motif of the ape that is to be reconstructed in the square. In the overwhelming majority of cases alchemy identifies its transforming substance with the argentum vivum or mercurius. Chemically this term denotes quicksilver, but philosophically it means the spiritus vitae, or even the world soul, so that Mercurius also takes on the significance of Hermes, god of revelation? This question has been discussed in detail elsewhere. Hermes is associated with the idea of roundness and also of squareness, as can be seen particularly in Papyrus 5 of the Papyri Graeci Magici, where he is named round and square. He is also called quadrangular. He is in general connected with the number 4, hence there is a four-headed Hermes. These attributes were known also in the Middle Ages, as the work of Carteret, for instance, shows. He says, again, the square figures of Mercury, Hermes, made up of nothing but a head and a virile member, signify that the sun is the head of the world, and scatters the seed of all things, while the four sides of the square figure have the same significance as the four-stringed sistrum which was likewise attributed to Mercury, namely, the 4 quarters of the world or the 4 seasons of the year, or again, that the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices make up between them the 4 parts of the whole zodiac. It is easy to see why such qualities made Mercurius an eminently suitable symbol for the mysterious transforming substance of alchemy, for this is round and square, i.e., a totality consisting of 4 parts, 4 elements. Consequently the Gnostic quadripartite original man as well as Christ Pantocrator is an imago lapidus. Western alchemy is mainly of Egyptian origin, so let us first of all turn our attention to the Hellenistic figure of Hermes Trismegistus, who, while standing sponsor to the medieval Mercurius, derives ultimately from the ancient Egyptian Thoth. The attribute of Thoth was the baboon, or again he was represented outright as an ape. This idea was visibly preserved all through the numberless editions of the Book of the Dead right down to the most recent times. It is true that in the existing alchemical texts, which with few exceptions belong to the Christian era, the ancient connection between Thoth Hermes and the ape has disappeared, but it still existed at the time of the Roman Empire. Mercurius, however, had several things in common with the devil, which we will not enter upon here, and so the ape once more crops up in the vicinity of Mercurius as the simia dei. It is of the essence of the transforming substance to be on the one hand extremely common, even contemptible. This is expressed in the series of attributes it shares with the devil, such as serpent, dragon, raven, lion, basilisk, and eagle, but on the other hand to mean something of great value, not to say divine. For the transformation leads from the depths to the heights, from the bestially archaic and infantile to the mystical Homo Maximus. The symbolism of the rites of renewal, if taken seriously, points far beyond the merely archaic and infantile to man's innate psychic disposition, which is the result and deposit of all ancestral life right down to the animal level, hence the ancestor and animal symbolism. The rites are attempts to abolish the separation between the conscious mind and the unconscious, the real source of life, and to bring about a reunion of the individual with the native soil of his inherited, instinctive make-up. Had these rites of renewal not yielded definite results, they would not only have died out in prehistoric times but would never have arisen in the first place. The case before us proves that even if the conscious mind is miles away from the ancient conceptions of the rites of renewal, the unconscious still strives to bring them closer in dreams. It is true that without the qualities of autonomy and autarky there would be no consciousness at all, yet these qualities also spell the danger of isolation and stagnation since, by splitting off the unconscious, they bring about an unbearable alienation of instinct. Loss of instinct is the source of endless error and confusion. Finally, the fact that the dreamer is not in the center but to one side is a striking indication of what will happen to his ego. It will no longer be able to claim the central place but must presumably be satisfied with the position of a satellite, or at least of a planet revolving round the sun. Clearly the important place in the center is reserved for the gibbon about to be reconstructed. The gibbon belongs to the anthropoids and, on account of its kinship with man, is an appropriate symbol for that part of the psyche which goes down into the subhuman. Further, we have seen from the cynocephalus or dog-headed baboon associated with Thoth Hermes, the highest among the apes known to the Egyptians, that its godlike affinities make it an equally appropriate symbol for that part of the unconscious which transcends the conscious level. The assumption that the human psyche possesses layers that lie below consciousness is not likely to arouse serious opposition. But that there could just as well be layers lying above consciousness seems to be a surmise which borders on a crime en lese majestatis humani. In my experience, the conscious mind can claim only a relatively central position and must accept the fact that the unconscious psyche transcends and as it were surrounds it on all sides. Unconscious contents connect it backwards with physiological states on the one hand and archetypal data on the other. But it is extended forwards by intuitions which are determined partly by archetypes and partly by subliminal perceptions depending on the relativity of time and space in the unconscious. I must leave it to the reader, after thorough consideration of this dream series and the problems it opens up, to form his own judgment as to the possibility of such an hypothesis. The following dream is given unabridged, in its original text. 17. Dream. All the houses have something theatrical about them, with stage scenery and decorations. The name of Bernard Shaw is mentioned. The play is supposed to take place in the distant future. There is a notice in English and German on one of the sets. This is the Universal Catholic Church. It is the Church of the Lord. All those who feel that they are the instruments of the Lord may enter. Under this is printed in smaller letters, "The Church was founded by Jesus and Paul," like a firm advertising its long standing. I say to my friend, "Come on, let's have a look at this." He replies, "I do not see why a lot of people have to get together when they're feeling religious." I answer, "As a Protestant you will never understand." A woman nods emphatic approval. Then I see a sort of proclamation on the wall of the church. It runs, "Soldiers, when you feel you are under the power of the Lord, do not address him directly. The Lord cannot be reached by words. We also strongly advise you not to indulge in any discussions among yourselves concerning the attributes of the Lord. It is futile, for everything valuable and important is ineffable. Signed, Pope. Name illegible." Now we go in. The interior resembles a mosque, more particularly the Hagia Sophia. No seats, wonderful effect of space, no images, only framed texts decorating the walls, like the Quran texts in the Hagia Sophia. One of the texts reads, "Do not flatter your benefactor." The woman who had agreed with me before bursts into tears and cries, "Then there's nothing left." I reply, "I find it quite right," but she vanishes. At first I stand with a pillar in front of me and can see nothing. Then I change my position and see a crowd of people. I do not belong to them and stand alone. But they are quite distinct, so that I can see their faces. They all say in unison, "We confess that we are under the power of the Lord. The kingdom of heaven is within us." They repeat this 3 times with great solemnity. Then the organ starts to play and they sing a Bach fugue with chorale. But the original text is omitted. Sometimes there is only a sort of coloratura singing, then the words are repeated. Everything else is paper, meaning that it does not make a living impression on me. When the chorale has faded away, the gemütlich part of the ceremony begins. It is almost like a student's party. The people are all cheerful and equable. We move about, converse, and greet one another, and wine, from an Episcopal seminary, is served with other refreshments. The health of the church is drunk and, as if to express everybody's pleasure at the increase in membership, a loudspeaker blares out a ragtime melody with the refrain, "Charles is also with us now." A priest explains to me, these somewhat trivial amusements are officially approved and permitted. We must adapt a little to American methods. With a large crowd such as we have here, this is inevitable. But we differ in principle from the American churches by our decidedly anti-ascetic tendency. Thereupon I awake with a feeling of great relief. Unfortunately, I must refrain from commenting on this dream as a whole and confine myself to our theme. The Temenos has become a sacred building, in accordance with the hint given earlier. The proceedings are thus characterized as religious. The grotesque humorous side of the Dionysian mystery comes out in the so-called gemütlich part of the ceremony, where wine is served and a toast drunk to the health of the church. An inscription on the floor of an Orphic Dionysian shrine puts it very aptly, "Only no water." The Dionysian relics in the church, such as the fish and wine symbolism, the Damascus chalice, the seal cylinder with the crucifix and the inscription Opiate Baccacoke, and much else besides, can be mentioned only in passing. The anti-ascetic tendency clearly marks the point of difference from the Christian Church, here defined as American. Cf. Commentary to Dream 14 of the first series. America is the ideal home of the reasonable ideas of the practical intellect, which would like to put the world to rights by means of a brain trust. This view is in keeping with the modern formula intellect equals spirit, but it completely forgets the fact that spirit was never a human activity, much less a function. The movement to the left is thus confirmed as a withdrawal from the modern world of ideas and a regression to pre-Christian Dionysus worship, where asceticism in the Christian sense is unknown. At the same time, the movement does not lead right out of the sacred spot but remains within it. In other words, it does not lose its sacramental character. It does not simply fall into chaos and anarchy. It relates the Church directly to the Dionysian sanctuary just as the historical process did, though from the opposite direction. We could say that this regressive development faithfully retreads the path of history in order to reach the pre-Christian level. Hence it is not a relapse but a kind of systematic descent ad inferos, a psychological Nikaya. I encountered something very similar in the dream of a clergyman who had a rather problematical attitude to his faith. Coming into his church at night, he found that the whole wall of the choir had collapsed. The altar and ruins were overgrown with vines hanging full of grapes, and the moon was shining in through the gap. Again, a man who was much occupied with religious problems had the following dream: an immense Gothic cathedral, almost completely dark. High Mass is being celebrated. Suddenly the whole wall of the aisle collapses. Blinding sunlight bursts into the interior together with a large herd of bulls and cows. This setting is evidently more Mithraic, but Mithras is associated with the early church in much the same way Dionysus is. Interestingly enough, the church in our dream is a syncretistic building, for the Hagia Sophia is a very ancient Christian church which, however, served as a mosque until quite recently. It therefore fits in very well with the purpose of the dream, to attempt a combination of Christian and Dionysian religious ideas. Evidently this is to come about without the one excluding the other, without any values being destroyed. This is extremely important, since the reconstruction of the gibbon is to take place in the sacred precincts. Such a sacrilege might easily lead to the dangerous supposition that the leftward movement is a diabolica fraus and the gibbon the devil, for the devil is in fact regarded as the ape of God. The leftward movement would then be a perversion of divine truth for the purpose of setting up his black majesty in place of God. But the unconscious has no such blasphemous intentions. It is only trying to restore the lost Dionysus who is somehow lacking in modern man, pace Nietzsche, to the world of religion. At the end of Vision 22, where the ape first appears, it was said that everything must be ruled by the light, and everything, we might add, includes the Lord of Darkness with his horns and cloven hoof, actually a Dionysian Korriban who has rather unexpectedly risen to the rank of prince. The Dionysian element has to do with emotions and effects which have found no suitable religious outlets in the predominantly Apollonian cult and ethos of Christianity. The medieval carnivals and jeux de paume in the church were abolished relatively early, consequently the carnival became secularized and with it divine intoxication vanished from the sacred precincts. Mourning, earnestness, severity, and well-tempered spiritual joy remained. But intoxication, that most direct and dangerous form of possession, turned away from the gods and enveloped the human world with its exuberance and pathos. The pagan religions met this danger by giving drunken ecstasy a place within their cult. Heraclitus doubtless saw what was at the back of it when he said, "But Hades is that same Dionysus in whose honor they go mad and keep the feast of the wine vat." For this very reason orgies were granted religious license, so as to exorcise the danger that threatened from Hades. Our solution, however, has served to throw the gates of hell wide open. 18. Dream. A square space with complicated ceremonies going on in it, the purpose of which is to transform animals into men. Two snakes, moving in opposite directions, have to be got rid of at once. Some animals are there, e.g., foxes and dogs. The people walk round the square and must let themselves be bitten in the calf by these animals at each of the four corners. If they run away, all is lost. Now the higher animals come on the scene, bulls and ibexes. 4 snakes glide into the 4 corners. Then the congregation files out. 2 sacrificial priests carry in a huge reptile, and with this they touch the forehead of a shapeless animal lump or life mass. Out of it there instantly rises a human head, transfigured. A voice proclaims, "These are attempts at being." One might almost say that the dream goes on with the explanation of what is happening in the square space. Animals are to be changed into men, a shapeless life mass is to be turned into a transfigured, illuminated, human head by magic contact with a reptile. The animal lump or life mass stands for the mass of the inherited unconscious, which is to be united with consciousness. This is brought about by the ceremonial use of a reptile, presumably a snake. The idea of transformation and renewal by means of a serpent is a well-substantiated archetype. It is the healing serpent, representing the god. It is reported of the mysteries of Sabazius, Aureus coluber in sinem dimititur consecratus et eximeter rarsus ab inferioribus partibus et gimmis. A golden snake is let down into the lap of the initiated and taken away again from the lower parts. Among the ophites, Christ was the serpent. Probably the most significant development of serpent symbolism as regards renewal of personality is to be found in Kundalini Yoga. The shepherd's experience with the snake in Nietzsche's Zarathustra would accordingly be a fatal omen, and not the only one of its kind. Cf. the prophecy at the death of the rope dancer. The shapeless life mass immediately recalls the ideas of the alchemical chaos, the massa or materia informis or confusa, which has contained the divine seeds of life ever since the creation. According to a midrashic view, Adam was created in much the same way. In the first hour God collected the dust, in the second made a shapeless mass out of it, in the third fashioned the limbs, and so on. But if the life mass is to be transformed, a circumambulatio is necessary, i.e., exclusive concentration on the center, the place of creative change. During this process one is bitten by animals. In other words, we have to expose ourselves to the animal impulses of the unconscious without identifying with them and without running away, for flight from the unconscious would defeat the purpose of the whole proceeding. We must hold our ground, which means here that the process initiated by the dreamer's self-observation must be experienced in all its ramifications and then articulated with consciousness to the best of his understanding. This often entails an almost unbearable tension because of the utter incommensurability between conscious life and the unconscious process, which can be experienced only in the innermost soul and cannot touch the visible surface of life at any point. The principle of conscious life is, nihil est in intellectu, quod non prius fuerit in sensu. But the principle of the unconscious is the autonomy of the psyche itself, reflecting in the play of its images not the world but itself, even though it utilizes the illustrative possibilities offered by the sensible world in order to make its images clear. The sensory datum, however, is not the causa efficiens of this, rather, it is autonomously selected and exploited by the psyche, with the result that the rationality of the cosmos is constantly being violated in the most distressing manner. But the sensible world has an equally devastating effect on the deeper psychic processes when it breaks into them as a causa efficiens. If reason is not to be outraged on the one hand and the creative play of images not violently suppressed on the other, a circumspect and far-sighted synthetic procedure is required in order to accomplish the paradoxical union of irreconcilables. Hence the alchemical parallels in our dreams. The focusing of attention on the center demanded in this dream and the warning about running away have clear parallels in the opus alchemicum. The need to concentrate on the work and to meditate upon it is stressed again and again. The tendency to run away, however, is attributed not to the operator but to the transforming substance. Mercurius is evasive and is labeled servus, servant, or servus fugit ivus, fugitive stag. The vessel must be well sealed so that what is within may not escape. Irenaeus Philolaethes says of this servus, "You must be very wary how you lead him, for if he can find an opportunity he will give you the slip, and leave you to a world of misfortune." It did not occur to these philosophers that they were chasing a projection, and that the more they attributed to the substance the further away they were getting from the psychological source of their expectations. From the difference between the material in this dream and its medieval predecessors we can measure the psychological advance. The running away is now clearly apparent as a characteristic of the dreamer, i.e., it is no longer projected into the unknown substance. Running away thus becomes a moral question. This aspect was recognized by the alchemists insofar as they emphasized the need for a special religious devotion at their work, though one cannot altogether clear them of the suspicion of having used their prayers and pious exercises for the purpose of forcing a miracle. There are even some who aspire to have the Holy Ghost as their familiar. But, to do them justice, one should not overlook the fact that there is more than a little evidence in the literature that they realized it was a matter of their own transformation. For instance, Gerhard Dorn exclaims, "Transmute mini in vivos lapides philosophicos." Transform yourselves into living philosophical stones. Hardly have conscious and unconscious touched when they fly asunder on account of their mutual antagonism. Hence, right at the beginning of the dream, the snakes that are making off in opposite directions have to be removed, i.e., the conflict between conscious and unconscious is at once resolutely stopped and the conscious mind is forced to stand the tension by means of the circumambulatio. The magic circle thus traced will also prevent the unconscious from breaking out again, for such an eruption would be equivalent to psychosis. Non nulli perirunt in opere nostro, not a few have perished in our work, we can say with the author of the Rosarium. The dream shows that the difficult operation of thinking in paradoxes, a feat possible only to the superior intellect, has succeeded. The snakes no longer run away but settle themselves in the four corners, and the process of transformation or integration sets to work. The transfiguration and illumination, the conscious recognition of the center, has been attained, or at least anticipated, in the dream. This potential achievement, if it can be maintained, i.e., if the conscious mind does not lose touch with the center again, means a renewal of personality. Since it is a subjective state whose reality cannot be validated by any external criterion, any further attempt to describe and explain it is doomed to failure, for only those who have had this experience are in a position to understand and attest its reality. Happiness, for example, is such a noteworthy reality that there is nobody who does not long for it. And yet there is not a single objective criterion which would prove beyond all doubt that this condition necessarily exists. As so often with the most important things, we have to make do with a subjective judgment. The arrangement of the snakes in the four corners is indicative of an order in the unconscious. It is as if we were confronted with a pre-existent ground plan, a kind of Pythagorean tetractys. I have very frequently observed the number 4 in this connection. It probably explains the universal incidence and magical significance of the cross or of the circle divided into 4. In the present case the point seems to be to capture and regulate the animal instincts so as to exorcise the danger of falling into unconsciousness. This may well be the empirical basis of the cross as that which vanquishes the powers of darkness. In this dream the unconscious has managed to stage a powerful advance by thrusting its contents dangerously near to the conscious sphere. The dreamer appears to be deeply entangled in the mysterious synthetic ceremony and will unfailingly carry a lasting memory of the dream into his conscious life. Experience shows that this results in a serious conflict for the conscious mind, because it is not always either willing or able to put forth the extraordinary intellectual and moral effort needed to take a paradox seriously. Nothing is so jealous as a truth. As a glance at the history of the medieval mind will show, our whole modern mentality has been molded by Christianity. This has nothing to do with whether we believe the truths of Christianity or not. Consequently, the reconstruction of the ape in the sacred precincts as proposed by the dream comes as such a shock that the majority of people will seek refuge in blank incomprehension. Others will heedlessly ignore the abysmal depths of the Dionysian mystery and will welcome the rational Darwinian core of the dream as a safeguard against mystic exaltation. Only a very few will feel the collision of the two worlds and realize what it is all about. Yet the dream says plainly enough that in the place where, according to tradition, the deity dwells, the ape is to appear. This substitution is almost as bad as a black mass. In Eastern symbolism, the square, signifying the earth in China, the Padma, or lotus in India, has the character of the yoni, femininity. A man's unconscious is likewise feminine and is personified by the anima. The anima also stands for the inferior function 66 and for that reason frequently has a shady character. In fact, she sometimes stands for evil itself. She is as a rule the fourth person. She is the dark and dreaded maternal womb, which is of an essentially ambivalent nature. The Christian deity is one in three persons. The fourth person in the heavenly drama is undoubtedly the devil. In the more harmless psychological version he is merely the inferior function. On a moral valuation he is a man's sin, a function belonging to him and presumably masculine. The feminine element in the deity is kept very dark, the interpretation of the Holy Ghost as Sophia being considered heretical. Hence the Christian metaphysical drama, the prologue in heaven, has only masculine actors, a point it shares with many of the ancient mysteries. But the feminine element must obviously be somewhere, so it is presumably to be found in the dark. At any rate, that is where the ancient Chinese philosophers located it, in the yin. Although man and woman unite, they nevertheless represent irreconcilable opposites which, when activated, degenerate into deadly hostility. This primordial pair of opposites symbolizes every conceivable pair of opposites that may occur: hot and cold, light and dark, north and south, dry and damp, good and bad, conscious and unconscious. In the psychology of the functions there are two conscious and therefore masculine functions, the differentiated function and its auxiliary, which are represented in dreams by, say, father and son, whereas the unconscious functions appear as mother and daughter. Since the conflict between the two auxiliary functions is not nearly as great as that between the differentiated and the inferior function, it is possible for the third function, that is, the unconscious auxiliary one, to be raised to consciousness and thus made masculine. It will, however, bring with it traces of its contamination with the inferior function, thus acting as a kind of link with the darkness of the unconscious. It was in keeping with this psychological fact that the Holy Ghost should be heretically interpreted as Sophia, for he was the mediator of birth in the flesh, who enabled the deity to shine forth in the darkness of the world. No doubt it was this association that caused the Holy Ghost to be suspected of femininity, for Mary was the dark earth of the field, illa terra virgo nondum pluvias irrigata, that virgin earth not yet watered by the rains, as Tertullian called her. The fourth function is contaminated with the unconscious and, on being made conscious, drags the whole of the unconscious with it. We must then come to terms with the unconscious and try to bring about a synthesis of opposites. At first a violent conflict breaks out, such as any reasonable man would experience when it became evident that he had to swallow a lot of absurd superstitions. Everything in him would rise up in revolt and he would defend himself desperately against what looked to him like murderous nonsense. This situation explains the following dreams. 19. Dream. Ferocious war between two peoples. This dream depicts the conflict. The conscious mind is defending its position and trying to suppress the unconscious. The first result of this is the expulsion of the fourth function, but, since it is contaminated with the third, there is a danger of the latter disappearing as well. Things would then return to the state that preceded the present one, when only two functions were conscious and the other two unconscious. 20. Dream. There are two boys in a cave. A third falls in as if through a pipe. The cave represents the darkness and seclusion of the unconscious. The two boys correspond to the two unconscious functions. Theoretically, the third must be the auxiliary function, which would indicate that the conscious mind had become completely absorbed in the differentiated function. The odds now stand 1-3, greatly in favor of the unconscious. We may therefore expect a new advance on its part and a return to its former position. The boys are an allusion to the dwarf motif, of which more later. 21. Dream. A large transparent sphere containing many little spheres. A green plant is growing out of the top. The sphere is a whole that embraces all its contents. Life which has been brought to a standstill by useless struggle becomes possible again. In Kundalini Yoga, the green womb is a name for Ishvara, Shiva, emerging from his latent condition. 22. Dream. The dreamer is in an American hotel. He goes up in the lift to about the third or fourth floor. He has to wait there with a lot of other people. A friend, an actual person, is also there and says that the dreamer should not have kept the dark unknown woman waiting so long below, since he had put her in his, the dreamer's, charge. The friend now gives him an unsealed note for the dark woman, on which is written, "Salvation does not come from refusing to take part or from running away. Nor does it come from just drifting. Salvation comes from complete surrender, with one's eyes always turned to the center." On the margin of the note there is a drawing, a wheel or wreath with 8 spokes. Then a lift boy appears and says that the dreamer's room is on the 8th floor. He goes on up in the lift, this time to the 7th or 8th floor. An unknown red-haired man, standing there, greets him in a friendly way. Then the scene changes. There is said to be a revolution in Switzerland. The military party is making propaganda for completely throttling the left. The objection that the left is weak enough anyway is met by the answer that this is just why it ought to be throttled completely. Soldiers in old-fashioned uniforms now appear, who all resemble the red-haired man. They load their guns with ramrods, stand in a circle, and prepare to shoot at the center. But in the end they do not shoot and seem to march away. The dreamer wakes up in terror. The tendency to re-establish a state of wholeness, already indicated in the foregoing dream, once more comes up against a consciousness with a totally different orientation. It is therefore appropriate that the dream should have an American background. The lift is going up, as is right and proper when something is coming up from the subconscious. What is coming up is the unconscious content, namely the mandala characterized by the number 4. Therefore the lift should rise to the 4th floor, but, as the 4th function is taboo, it only rises to about the 3rd or 4th. This happens not to the dreamer alone but to many others as well, who must all wait like him until the 4th function can be accepted. A good friend then calls his attention to the fact that he should not have kept the dark woman, i.e., the anima who stands for the tabooed function, waiting below, i.e., in the unconscious, which was just the reason why the dreamer himself had to wait upstairs with the others. It is in fact not merely an individual but a collective problem, for the animation of the unconscious which has become so noticeable in recent times has, as Schiller foresaw, raised questions which the 19th century never even dreamed of. Nietzsche in his Zarathustra decided to reject the snake and the ugliest man, thus exposing himself to an heroic cramp of consciousness which led, logically enough, to the collapse foretold in the same book. The advice given in the note is as profound as it is to the point, so that there is really nothing to add. After it has been more or less accepted by the dreamer, the ascent can be resumed. We must take it that the problem of the 4th function was accepted, at least broadly, for the dreamer now reaches the 7th or 8th floor, which means that the 4th function is no longer represented by a quarter but by an 1/8, and is apparently reduced by a half. Curiously enough, this hesitation before the last step to wholeness seems also to play a part in Faust 2, where, in the cabaret scene, resplendent mermaids come from over the water. Nereids and tritons, bear we, on the waters riding, that which brings you all glad tiding. In Calonne's giant shield gleams a form severe revealed. These are gods that we are bringing. Hail them, you high anthem singing. Sirens, little in length, mighty in strength. Time-honored gods of shipwreck and floods. Nereids and tritons, great cabaret do we bear. That our feast be friendly fair, where their sacred powers preside Neptune's rage is pacified. A form severe is brought by mermaids, feminine figures who represent as it were the sea and the waves of the unconscious. The word severe reminds us of severe architectural or geometrical forms which illustrate a definite idea without any romantic, feeling-toned, trimmings. It gleams from the shell of a tortoise, which, primitive and cold-blooded like the snake, symbolizes the instinctual side of the unconscious. The image is somehow identical with the unseen, creative dwarf gods, hooded and cloaked mannequins who are kept hidden in the dark cista, but who also appear on the seashore as little figures about a foot high, where, as kinsmen of the unconscious, they protect navigation, i.e., the venture into darkness and uncertainty. In the form of the dactyls they are also the gods of invention, small and apparently insignificant like the impulses of the unconscious but endowed with the same mighty power. El-Gabir is the great, the mighty one. Nereids and Tritons, 3 have followed where we led. But the 4th refused to call, he the rightful seer, he said, his to think for one and all. Sirens, a god may count it sport to set a god at naught. Honor the grace they bring, and fear their threatening. It is characteristic of Goethe's feeling-toned nature that the 4th should be the thinker. If the supreme principle is feeling is all, then thinking has to play an unfavorable role and be submerged. Faust I portrays this development. Since Goethe acted as his own model, thinking became the 4th, taboo, function. Because of its contamination with the unconscious it takes on the grotesque form of the Kabiri, for the Kabiri, as dwarfs, are chthonic gods and misshapen accordingly. I call them pot-bellied freaks of common clay. They thus stand in grotesque contrast to the heavenly gods and poke fun at them. The Nereids and Tritons sing. 7 there should really be. Sirens, where, then, stay the other 3? Nereids and Tritons, that we know not. You had best on Olympus make your quest. There an 8th may yet be sought, though none other gave him thought. Well inclined to us in grace, not all perfect yet their race. Beings there beyond compare, yearning, unexplainable. Press with hunger's pang to share in the unattainable. We learn that there are really 7 of them, but again there is some difficulty with the 8th as there was before with the 4th. Similarly, in contradiction to the previous emphasis placed on their lowly origin in the dark, it now appears that the Kabiri are actually to be found on Olympus, for they are eternally striving from the depths to the heights and are therefore always to be found both below and above. The severe image is obviously an unconscious content that struggles towards the light. It seeks, and itself is, what I have elsewhere called the treasure hard to attain. 72 This hypothesis is immediately confirmed. Sirens, fame is dimmed of ancient time, honor droops in men of old, though they have the fleece of gold, yet have the Kabiri. The golden fleece is the coveted goal of the argosy, the perilous quest that is one of the numerous synonyms for attaining the unattainable. Thales makes this wise remark about it, that is indeed what men most seek on earth, it is rust alone that gives the coin its worth. That is indeed what men most seek on earth, it is rust alone that gives the coin its worth. The unconscious is always the fly in the ointment, the skeleton in the cupboard of perfection, the painful lie given to all idealistic pronouncements, the earthliness that clings to our human nature and sadly clouds the crystal clarity we long for. In the alchemical view rust, like verdigris, is the metal sickness. But at the same time this leprosy is the vera prima materia, the basis for the preparation of the philosophical gold. The Rosarium says, our gold is not the common gold. But thou hast inquired concerning the greenness, viriditas, presumably verdigris, deeming the bronze to be a leprous body on account of the greenness it hath upon it. Therefore I say unto thee that whatever is perfect in the bronze is that greenness only, because that greenness is straightway changed by our magistery into our most true gold. The paradoxical remark of Thales that the rust alone gives the coin its true value is a kind of alchemical quip, which at bottom only says that there is no light without shadow and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, life calls not for perfection but for completeness, and for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects without which there is no progress and no ascent. The problem of 3 and 4, 7 and 8, which Goethe has tackled here was a great puzzle to alchemy and goes back historically to the texts ascribed to Christianos. In the treatise on the production of the mythical water it is said, therefore the Hebrew prophetess cried without restraint, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and out of the third comes the 1 as the 4th. In alchemical literature this prophetess is taken to be Maria prophetessa, also called the Jewess, sister of Moses, or the Copt, and it is not unlikely that she is connected with the Maria of Gnostic tradition. Epiphanius testifies to the existence of writings by this Maria, namely the Interrogations Magni and Interrogations Parvi, said to describe a vision of how Christ, on a mountain, caused a woman to come forth from his side and how he mingled himself with her. It is probably no accident that the treatise of Maria deals with the theme of the matrimonium alchymicum in a dialogue with the philosopher Aros, from which comes the saying, often repeated later, marry gum with gum in true marriage. Originally it was gum Arabic, and it is used here as a secret name for the transforming substance, on account of its adhesive quality. Thus Küsnacht declares that the red gum is the resin of the wise, a synonym for the transforming substance. This substance, as the life force, vis animans, is likened by another commentator to the glue of the world, gluteum mundi, which is the medium between mind and body and the union of both. The old treatise Consilium Coniaci explains that the philosophical man consists of the four natures of the stone. Of these three are earthy or in the earth, but the fourth nature is the water of the stone, namely the viscous gold which is called red gum and with which the three earthy natures are tinted. We learn here that gum is the critical fourth nature, it is duplex, i.e., masculine and feminine, and at the same time the one and only aqua mercurialis. So the union of the two is a kind of self-fertilization, a characteristic always ascribed to the mercurial dragon. From these hints it can easily be seen who the philosophical man is. He is the androgynous original man or anthropos of Gnosticism, whose parallel in India is Purusha. Of him the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, he was as large as a man and woman embracing. He divided his self, Atman, in two, and thence arose husband and wife. He united himself with her and men were born, etc. The common origin of these ideas lies in the primitive notion of the bisexual original man. The fourth nature, to return to the text of the Consilium Coniaci, leads straight to the anthropos idea that stands for man's wholeness, that is, the conception of a unitary being who existed before man and at the same time represents man's goal. The one joins the three as the fourth and thus produces the synthesis of the four in a unity. We seem to be dealing with much the same thing in the case of 7 and 8, though this motif occurs much less frequently in the literature. It is, however, to be found in Paracelsus ein and der Erklärung der ganzen Astronomie, to which Goethe had access. 1 is powerful, 6 are subjects, the 8th is also powerful, and somewhat more so than the first. 1 is the king, the 6 are his servant, and his son, so here we have King Sol and the 6 planets or metallic homunculi as depicted in the Preciosa Margherita novella of Petrus Bonus, Licinius edition, 1546. As a matter of fact the 8th does not appear in this text, Paracelsus seems to have invented it himself. But since the 8th is even more powerful than the first, the crown is presumably bestowed on him. In Faust 2, the 8th who dwells on Olympus is a direct reference to the Paracelsian text in so far as this describes the astrology of Olympus, that is, the structure of the corpus astral. Returning now to our dream, we find at the critical point, the 7th or 8th floor, the red-haired man, a synonym for the man with the pointed beard and hence for the shrewd Mephisto, who magically changes the scene because he is concerned with something that Faust himself never saw, the severe image, symbolizing the supreme treasure, the immortal self. He changes himself into the soldiers, representatives of uniformity, of collective opinion, which is naturally dead against tolerating anything unsuitable. For collective opinion the numbers 3 and 7 are, on the highest authority, sacred, but 4 and 8 are the very devil, something inferior, common clay, that in the stern judgment of bonzes of every hue has no right to exist. The left is to be completely throttled, meaning the unconscious and all the sinister things that come from it. An antiquated view, no doubt, and one that uses antiquated methods, but even muzzle loaders can hit the mark. For reasons unknown, i.e., not stated in the dream, the destructive attack on the center, to which, according to the advice in the note, one's eyes must always be turned, peters out. In the drawing on the margin of the note this center is portrayed as a wheel with 8 spokes. 23. Dream. In the square space. The dreamer is sitting opposite the unknown woman whose portrait he is supposed to be drawing. What he draws, however, is not a face but 3-leaved clovers or distorted crosses in 4 different colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. In connection with this dream, the dreamer spontaneously drew a circle with quarters tinted in the above colors. It was a wheel with 8 spokes. In the middle there was a 4-petaled blue flower. A great many drawings now followed at short intervals, all dealing with the curious structure of the center, and arising from the dreamer's need to discover a configuration that adequately expresses the nature of this center. The drawings were based partly on visual impressions, partly on intuitive perceptions, and partly on dreams. It is to be noted that the wheel is a favorite symbol in alchemy for the circulating process, the circulatio. By this is meant firstly the ascensus and descensus, for instance the ascending and descending birds symbolizing the precipitation of vapors, and secondly the rotation of the universe as a model for the work, and hence the cycling of the year in which the work takes place. The alchemist was not unaware of the connection between the rotatio and his drawings of circles. The contemporary moral allegories of the wheel emphasize that the ascensus and descensus are, among other things, God's descent to man and man's ascent to God. On the authority of one of Saint Bernard's sermons, by his descent he established for us a joyful and wholesome ascent. Further, the wheel expresses virtues that are important for the work: constantia, obedientia, moderatio, equalitas, and humilitas. The mystical associations of the wheel play no small part in Jacob Boehme. Like the alchemists, he too operates with the wheels of Ezekiel, saying, "Thus we see that the spiritual life stands turned in upon itself, and that the natural life stands turned out of and facing itself." We can then liken it to a round spherical wheel that goes on all its sides, as the wheel in Ezekiel shows. He goes on to explain, the wheel of nature turns in upon itself from without, for God dwells within himself and has such a figure, not that it can be painted, it being only a natural likeness, the same as when God paints himself in the figure of this world, for God is everywhere entire, and so dwells in himself. Mark, the outer wheel is the zodiac with the stars, and after it come the 7 planets, etc. Albeit this figure is not fashioned sufficiently, it is nevertheless a meditation, and we could make a fine drawing of it on a great circle for the meditation of those of less understanding. Mark therefore, desire goes in upon itself to the heart, which is God, etc. But Boehme's wheel is also the impression, in alchemical terms, the informatio, of the eternal will. It is Mother Nature, or the mind, gameth, of the mother, from whence she continually creates and works, and these are the stars with the planetary orb after the model of the eternal astrum, which is only a spirit, and the eternal mind in the wisdom of God, viz., the eternal nature, from whence the eternal spirits proceeded and entered into a creaturely being. The property of the wheel is life in the form of 4 bailiffs who manage the dominion in the life-giving mother. These bailiffs are the 4 elements to which the wheel of the mind, viz., the astrum, affords will and desire, so that this whole essence is but one thing only, like the mind of a man. Even as he is in soul and body, so also is this whole essence, for he is created in the likeness of this whole essence. But nature in her 4 elements is also a whole essence with a soul. This sulphurean wheel is the origin of good and evil, or rather it leads into them and out of them. Boehme's mysticism is influenced by alchemy in the highest degree. Thus he says, the form of the birth is as a turning wheel, which Mercurius causes in the sulfur. The birth is the golden child, filius philosophorum equals archetype of the divine child, whose master workman is Mercurius. Mercurius himself is the fiery wheel of the essence in the form of a serpent. Similarly the unenlightened soul is just such a fiery Mercurius. Vulcan kindles the fiery wheel of the essence in the soul when it breaks off from God, whence come desire and sin, which are the wrath of God. The soul is then a worm like the fiery serpent, a larva and a monster. The interpretation of the wheel in Boehme reveals something of the mystical secret of alchemy and is thus of considerable importance in this respect as well as from the psychological point of view. The wheel appears here as a concept for wholeness which represents the essence of mandala symbolism and therefore includes the mysterium iniquitatis. The idea of the center, which the unconscious has been repeatedly thrusting upon the conscious mind of the dreamer, is beginning to gain foothold there and to exercise a peculiar fascination. The next drawing is again of the blue flower, but this time subdivided into 8, Then follow pictures of 4 mountains round a lake in a crater, also of a red ring lying on the ground with a withered tree standing in it, round which a green snake creeps up with a leftward movement. The layman may be rather puzzled by the serious attention devoted to this problem. But a little knowledge of yoga and of the medieval philosophy of the lapis would help him to understand. As we have already said, the squaring of the circle was one of the methods for producing the lapis, another was the use of imagination, as the following text unmistakably proves. And take care that thy door be well and firmly closed, so that he who is within cannot escape, and, God willing, thou wilt reach the goal. Nature performeth her operations gradually, and indeed I would have thee do the same. Let thy imagination be guided wholly by nature. And observe according to nature, through whom the substances regenerate themselves in the bowels of the earth. And imagine this with true and not with fantastic imagination. The vas bene clausum, well-sealed vessel, is a precautionary measure very frequently mentioned in alchemy, and is the equivalent of the magic circle. In both cases the idea is to protect what is within from the intrusion and admixture of what is without, as well as to prevent it from escaping. The imagination is to be understood here as the real and literal power to create images. Einbildungskraft equals imagination, the classical use of the word in contrast to Fantasia, which means a mere conceit in the sense of insubstantial thought. In the satiric and this connotation is more pointed still. Fantasia means something ridiculous. Imagination is the active evocation of inner images secundum naturam, an authentic feat of thought or ideation, which does not spin aimless and groundless fantasies into the blue, does not, that is to say, just play with its objects, but tries to grasp the inner facts and portray them in images true to their nature. This activity is an opus, a work. And we cannot call the manner in which the dreamer handles the objects of his inner experience anything but true work, considering how conscientiously, accurately, and carefully he records and elaborates the content now pushing its way into consciousness. The resemblance to the opus is obvious enough to anyone familiar with alchemy. Moreover, the analogy is borne out by the dreams themselves, as Dream 24 will show. The present dream, from which the above-mentioned drawings originated, shows no signs of the left having been in any way throttled. On the contrary, the dreamer finds himself once more in the domenos facing the unknown woman who personifies the fourth or inferior function. His drawing of the wheel with a 4-petaled blue flower in the middle was anticipated by the dream. What the dream represents in personified form the dreamer reproduces as an abstract ideogram. This might well be a hint that the meaning of the personification could also be represented in quite another form. This other form, 3-leaved clover, distorted cross, refers back to the ace of clubs in Dream 16 of the first series, where we pointed out its analogy with the irregular cross. The analogy is confirmed here. In this dream, however, the symbol of the Christian Trinity has been overshadowed or colored by the alchemical quaternity. The colors appear as a concretization of the Tetractys. The Rosarium quotes a similar statement from the Tractatus Aureus, Vultur clamat voci magna, inquiens, ego sum albus niger et rubius citrinus. The vulture exclaims in a loud voice, I am the white, black and the red, yellow. On the other hand, it is stressed that the lapis unites omnes colores in itself. We can thus take it that the quaternity represented by the colors is a kind of preliminary stage of the lapis. This is confirmed by the Rosarium. Our stone is from the 4 elements. The same applies to the Aurum Philosophicum. In the gold the 4 elements are contained in equal proportions 1:10. The fact is that the 4 colors in the dream represent the transition from trinity to quaternity and thus to the squared circle, which, according to the alchemists, comes nearest to the lapis on account of its roundness or perfect simplicity. For this reason a recipe for the preparation of the lapis, attributed to Raymondus, says, take of the body that is most simple and round, and do not take of the triangle or quadrangle but of the round, for the round is nearer to simplicity than the triangle. Hence it is to be noted that a simple body has no corners, for it is the first and last among the planets, like the sun among the stars. 24. Dream. 2 people are talking about crystals, particularly about a diamond. Here one can hardly avoid thinking of the lapis. In fact, this dream discloses the historical background and indicates that we really are dealing with the coveted lapis, the treasure hard to attain. The dreamer's opus amounts to an unconscious recapitulation of the efforts of Hermetic philosophy. 25. Dream. It is a question of constructing a central point and making the figure symmetrical by reflection at this point. The word constructing points to the synthetic character of the opus and also to the laborious building process that taxes the dreamer's energy. The symmetry is an answer to the conflict in Dream 22, completely throttling the left. Each side must perfectly balance the other as its mirror image, and this image is to fall at the central point, which evidently possesses the property of reflection. It is a vitrum, a crystal, or sheet of water. This power of reflection seems to be another allusion to the underlying idea of the lapis, the aurum philosophicum, the elixir, the aqua nostra, etc. Just as the right denotes the world of consciousness and its principles, so by reflection the picture of the world is to be turned round to the left, thus producing a corresponding world in reverse. We could equally well say, through reflection the right appears as the reverse of the left. Therefore the left seems to have as much validity as the right. In other words, the unconscious in its, for the most part unintelligible, order becomes the symmetrical counterpart of the conscious mind and its contents, although it is still not clear which of them is reflected and which reflecting. To carry our reasoning a step further, we could regard the center as the point of intersection of two worlds that correspond but are inverted by reflection. The idea of creating a symmetry would thus indicate some kind of climax in the task of accepting the unconscious and incorporating it in a general picture of the world. The unconscious here displays a cosmic character. 26. Dream. It is night, with stars in the sky. A voice says, "Now it will begin." The dreamer asks, "What will begin?" Whereupon the voice answers, "The circulation can begin." Then a shooting star falls in a curious leftward curve. The scene changes, and the dreamer is in a rather squalid nightclub. The proprietor, who appears to be an unscrupulous crook, is there with some bedraggled-looking girls. A quarrel starts about left and right. The dreamer then leaves and drives round the perimeter of a square in a taxi. Then he is in the bar again. The proprietor says, "What they said about left and right did not satisfy my feelings. Is there really such a thing as a left and a right side of human society?" The dreamer answers, "The existence of the left does not contradict that of the right. They both exist in everyone. The left is the mirror image of the right. Whenever I feel it like that, as a mirror image, I am at one with myself. There is no right and no left side to human society, but there are symmetrical and lopsided people. The lopsided are those who can fulfill only one side of themselves, either left or right. They are still in the childhood state." The proprietor says meditatively, "Now that's much better," and goes about his business. I have given this dream in full because it is an excellent illustration of how the ideas hinted at in the last dream have been taken up by the dreamer. The idea of symmetrical proportion has been stripped of its cosmic character and translated into psychological terms, expressed in social symbols. Right and left are used almost like political slogans. The beginning of the dream, however, is still under the cosmic aspect. The dreamer noted that the curious curve of the shooting star corresponded exactly to the line he drew when sketching the picture of the eightfold flower. The curve formed the edge of the petals. Thus the shooting star traces the outline, so to speak, of a flower that spreads over the whole starry heaven. What is now beginning is the circulation of the light. This cosmic flower corresponds roughly to the rose in Dante's Paradiso. The cosmic nature of an experience, as an aspect of some inner occurrence that can only be understood psychologically, is offensive and at once provokes a reaction from below. Evidently the cosmic aspect was too high and is compensated downward, so that the symmetry is no longer that of two world pictures but merely of human society, in fact of the dreamer himself. When the proprietor remarks that the latter's psychological understanding is much better, he is making an estimate whose conclusion should run, but still not good enough. The quarrel about right and left that starts in the bar is the conflict which breaks out in the dreamer himself when he is called upon to recognize the symmetry. He cannot do this because the other side looks so suspicious that he would rather not investigate it too closely. That is the reason for the magical circumambulatio. Driving round the square, he has to stay inside and learn to face his mirror image without running away. He does this as best he can, though not quite as the other side would wish. Hence the somewhat chill recognition of his merits. 27. Visual impression. A circle with a green tree in the middle. In the circle, a fierce battle is raging between savages. They do not see the tree. Evidently the conflict between right and left has not yet ended. It continues because the savages are still in the childhood state and therefore, being lopsided, only know either the left or the right but not a third that stands above the conflict. 28. Visual impression. A circle, within it, steps lead up to a basin with a fountain inside. When a condition is unsatisfactory because some essential aspect of the unconscious content is lacking, the unconscious process reverts to earlier symbols, as is the case here. The symbolism goes back to dream, where we met the mandala garden of the philosophers with its fountain of aqua nostra. Circle and basin emphasize the mandala, the rose of medieval symbolism. The rose garden of the philosophers is one of alchemy's favorite symbols. 29. Visual impression. A bunch of roses, then the sign, but it should be. A rose bouquet is like a fountain fanning out. The meaning of the first sign, possibly a tree, is not clear, whereas the correction represents the eightfold flower. Evidently a mistake is being corrected which somehow impaired the wholeness of the rose. The aim of the reconstruction is to bring the problem of the mandala, the correct valuation and interpretation of the center, once more into the field of consciousness. 30. Dream. The dreamer is sitting at a round table with the dark unknown woman. Whenever a process has reached a culmination as regards either its clarity or the wealth of inferences that can be drawn from it, a regression is likely to ensue. From the dreams that come in between the ones we have quoted here, it is evident that the dreamer is finding the insistent demands of wholeness somewhat disagreeable, for their realization will have far-reaching practical consequences, whose personal nature, however, lies outside the scope of our study. The round table again points to the circle of wholeness, and the anima comes in as representative of the fourth function, especially in her dark aspect, which always makes itself felt when something is becoming concrete, i.e., when it has to be translated, or threatens to translate itself, into reality. Dark means chthonic, i.e., concrete and earthy. This is also the source of the fear that causes the regression. 31. Dream. The dreamer is sitting with a certain man of unpleasant aspect at a round table. On it stands a glass filled with a gelatinous mass. This dream is an advance on the last in that the dreamer has accepted the dark as his own darkness, to the extent of producing a real shadow belonging to him personally. The anima is thus relieved of the moral inferiority projected upon her and can take up the living and creative function which is properly her own. This is represented by the glass with its peculiar contents which we, like the dreamer, may compare with the undifferentiated life mass in Dream 18. It was then a question of the gradual transformation of primitive animality into something human. So we may expect something of the sort here, for it seems as if the spiral of inner development had come round to the same point again, though higher up. The glass corresponds to the unum vas of alchemy and its contents to the living, semi-organic mixture from which the body of the lapis, endowed with spirit and life, will emerge, or possibly that strange Faustian figure who bursts into flame 3 times, the boy charioteer, the homunculus who is dashed against the throne of Galatea, and Euphorion, all symbolizing a dissolution of the center into its unconscious elements. We know that the lapis is not just a stone, since it is expressly stated to be composed de re animali, vegetabili et minerali, and to consist of body, soul, and spirit. Moreover, it grows from flesh and blood. For which reason the philosopher, Hermes in the Tabula Smaragdina, says, "The wind hath carried it in his belly." Therefore wind is air is life, and life is soul. The stone is that thing midway between perfect and imperfect bodies, and that which nature herself begins is brought to perfection through the art named the stone of invisibility, lapis invisibilitatis. The dream takes up the question of giving the center life and reality, giving birth to it, so to speak. That this birth can issue from an amorphous mass has its parallel in the alchemical idea of the prima materia as a chaotic massa informis impregnated by the seeds of life. As we have seen, the qualities of gum arabic and glue are attributed to it, or again it is called viscosa and unctuosa. In Paracelsus the nostoc is the arcane substance. Although modern conceptions of nutrient soil, jelly-like growths, etc., underlie the dreamer's gelatinous mass, the atavistic associations with far older alchemical ideas still persist, and these, although not consciously present, nevertheless exert a powerful unconscious influence on the choice of symbols. 32. Dream. The dreamer receives a letter from an unknown woman. She writes that she has pains in the uterus. A drawing is attached to the letter, looking roughly like this. In the primeval forest there are swarms of monkeys. Then a panorama of white glaciers opens out. The anima reports that there are painful processes going on in the life-creating center, which in this case is no longer the glass containing the life mass but a point designated as a uterus, to be reached, so the spiral suggests, by means of a circumambulatio. At all events the spiral emphasizes the center and hence the uterus, which is a synonym frequently employed for the alchemical vessel, just as it is one of the basic meanings of the Eastern mandala. The serpentine line leading to the vessel is analogous to the healing serpent of Aesculapius and also to the tantric symbol of Shiva Bindu. The creative, latent god without extension in space who, in the form of a point or lingam, is encircled 3.5 times by the Kundalini serpent. With the primeval forest we meet the animal or ape motif again, which appeared before in Vision 22 of the first series and in Dreams 16 and 18 of this. In Vision 22 it led to the announcement that everything must be ruled by the light and, in Dream 18, to the transfigured head. Similarly the present dream ends with a panorama of white glaciers, reminding the dreamer of an earlier dream, not included here, in which he beheld the Milky Way and was having a conversation about immortality. Thus the glacier symbol is a bridge leading back again to the cosmic aspect that caused the regression. But, as is nearly always the case, the earlier content does not return in its first simple guise, it brings a new complication with it, which, though it might have been expected logically, is no less repugnant to the intellectual consciousness than the cosmic aspect was. The complication is the memory of the conversation about immortality. This theme was already hinted at in Dream 9, with its pendulum clock, a perpetuum mobile. Immortality is a clock that never runs down, a mandala that revolves eternally like the heavens. Thus the cosmic aspect returns with interest and compound interest. This might easily prove too much for the dreamer, for the scientific stomach has very limited powers of digestion. The unconscious does indeed put forth a bewildering profusion of semblances for that obscure thing we call the mandala or self. It almost seems as if we were ready to go on dreaming in the unconscious the age-old dream of alchemy, and to continue to pile new synonyms on top of the old, only to know as much or as little about it in the end as the ancients themselves. I will not enlarge upon what the lapis meant to our forefathers, and what the mandala still means to the Lamaist and Tantrist, Aztec and Pueblo Indian, the golden pill to the Taoist, and the golden seed to the Hindu. We know the texts that give us a vivid idea of all this. But what does it mean when the unconscious stubbornly persists in presenting such abstruse symbolisms to a cultured European? The only point of view I can apply here is a psychological one. There may be others with which I am not familiar. From this point of view, as it seems to me, everything that can be grouped together under the general concept mandala expresses the essence of a certain kind of attitude. The known attitudes of the conscious mind have definable aims and purposes. But a man's attitude towards the self is the only one that has no definable aim and no visible purpose. It is easy enough to say self, but exactly what have we said? That remains shrouded in metaphysical darkness. I may define self as the totality of the conscious and unconscious psyche, but this totality transcends our vision, it is a veritable lapis invisibilitatis. Insofar as the unconscious exists it is not definable, its existence is a mere postulate and nothing whatever can be predicated as to its possible contents. The totality can only be experienced in its parts and then only in so far as these are contents of consciousness, but qua totality it necessarily transcends consciousness. Consequently the self is a pure borderline concept similar to Kant's Ding and Sich. True, it is a concept that grows steadily clearer with experience, as our dreams show, without, however, losing anything of its transcendence. Since we cannot possibly know the boundaries of something unknown to us, it follows that we are not in a position to set any bounds to the self. It would be wildly arbitrary and therefore unscientific to restrict the self to the limits of the individual psyche, quite apart from the fundamental fact that we have not the least knowledge of these limits, seeing that they also lie in the unconscious. We may be able to indicate the limits of consciousness, but the unconscious is simply the unknown psyche and for that very reason illimitable because indeterminable. Such being the case, we should not be in the least surprised if the empirical manifestations of unconscious contents bear all the marks of something illimitable, something not determined by space and time. This quality is numinous and therefore alarming, above all to a cautious mind that knows the value of precisely delimited concepts. One is glad not to be a philosopher or theologian and so under no obligation to meet such noumena professionally. It is all the worse when it becomes increasingly clear that noumena are psychic enchia that force themselves upon consciousness, since night after night our dreams practice philosophy on their own account. What is more, when we attempt to give these noumena the slip and angrily reject the alchemical gold which the unconscious offers, things do in fact go badly with us. We may even develop symptoms in defiance of all reason, but the moment we face up to the stumbling block and make it, if only hypothetically, the cornerstone, the symptoms vanish and we feel unaccountably well. In this dilemma we can at least comfort ourselves with the reflection that the unconscious is a necessary evil which must be reckoned with, and that it would therefore be wiser to accompany it on some of its strange symbolic wanderings, even though their meaning be exceedingly questionable. It might perhaps be conducive to good health to relearn Nietzsche's lesson of earlier humanity. The only objection I could make to such rationalistic explanations is that very often they do not stand the test of events. We can observe in these and similar cases how, over the years, the entelecheia of the self becomes so insistent that consciousness has to rise to still greater feats if it is to keep pace with the unconscious. All that can be ascertained at present about the symbolism of the mandala is that it portrays an autonomous psychic fact, characterized by a phenomenology which is always repeating itself and is everywhere the same. It seems to be a sort of atomic nucleus about whose innermost structure and ultimate meaning we know nothing. We can also regard it as the actual, i.e., effective, reflection of a conscious attitude that can state neither its aim nor its purpose and, because of this failure, projects its activity entirely upon the virtual center of the mandala. The compelling force necessary for this projection always lies in some situation where the individual no longer knows how to help himself in any other way. That the mandala is merely a psychological reflex is, however, contradicted firstly by the autonomous nature of this symbol, which sometimes manifests itself with overwhelming spontaneity in dreams and visions, and secondly by the autonomous nature of the unconscious as such, which is not only the original form of everything psychic but also the condition we pass through in early childhood and to which we return every night. There is no evidence for the assertion that the activity of the psyche is merely reactive or reflex. This is at best a biological working hypothesis of limited validity. When raised to a universal truth it is nothing but a materialistic myth, for it overlooks the creative capacity of the psyche, which, whether we like it or not, exists, and in face of which all so-called causes become mere occasions. 33 Dream. A battle among savages, in which bestial cruelties are perpetrated. As was to be foreseen, the new complication, immortality, has started a furious conflict, which makes use of the same symbols as the analogous situation in Dream 27. 34 Dream. A conversation with a friend. The dreamer says, I must carry on with the figure of the bleeding Christ before me and persevere in the work of self-redemption. This, like the previous dream, points to an extraordinary, subtle kind of suffering caused by the breaking through of an alien spiritual world which we find very hard to accept, hence the analogy with the tragedy of Christ, my kingdom is not of this world. But it also shows that the dreamer is now continuing his task in deadly earnest. The reference to Christ may well have a deeper meaning than that of a mere moral reminder. We are concerned here with the process of individuation, a process which has constantly been held up to Western man in the dogmatic and religious model of the life of Christ. The accent has always fallen on the historicity of the Savior's life, and because of this its symbolical nature has remained in the dark, although the incarnation formed a very essential part of the symbolon, creed. The efficacy of dogma, however, by no means rests on Christ's unique historical reality but on its own symbolic nature, by virtue of which it expresses a more or less ubiquitous psychological assumption quite independent of the existence of any dogma. There is thus a pre-Christian as well as a non-Christian Christ, insofar as he is an autonomous psychological fact. At any rate, the doctrine of prefiguration is founded on this idea. In the case of the modern man, who has no religious assumptions at all, it is therefore only logical that the anthropos or poimen figure should emerge, since it is present in his own psyche. 35. Dream. An actor smashes his hat against the wall, where it looks like this. As certain material not included here shows, the actor refers to a definite fact in the dreamer's personal life. Up to now he had maintained a certain fiction about himself which prevented him from taking himself seriously. This fiction has become incompatible with the serious attitude he has now attained. He must give up the actor, for it was the actor in him who rejected the self. The hat refers to the first dream of all, where he put on a stranger's hat. The actor throws the hat against the wall, and the hat proves to be a mandala. So the strange hat was the self, which at that time, while he was still playing a fictitious role, seemed like a stranger to him. 36. Dream. The dreamer drives in a taxi to the Rathausplatz, but it is called the Marienhof. I mention this dream only in passing because it shows the feminine nature of the domenos, just as hortus conclusus, enclosed garden, is often used as an image for the Virgin Mary in medieval hymns, and Rosa Mystica is one of her attributes in the Litany of Loreto. 37. Dream. There are curves outlined in light around a dark center. Then the dreamer is wandering about in a dark cave, where a battle is going on between good and evil. But there is also a prince who knows everything. He gives the dreamer a ring set with a diamond and places it on the fourth finger of his left hand. The circulation of light that started in dream 26 reappears more clearly. Light always refers to consciousness, which at present runs only along the periphery. The center is still dark. It is the dark cave, and to enter it is obviously to set the conflict going again. At the same time it is like the prince who stands aloof, who knows everything and is the possessor of the precious stone. The gift means nothing less than the dreamer's vow to the self, for as a rule the wedding ring is worn on the fourth finger of the left hand. True, the left is the unconscious, from which it is to be inferred that the situation is still largely shrouded in unconsciousness. The prince seems to be the representative of the enigma regis. The dark cave corresponds to the vessel containing the warring opposites. The self is made manifest in the opposites and in the conflict between them. It is a coincide antia oppositorum. Hence the way to the self begins with conflict. 38. Dream. A circular table with 4 chairs round it. Table and chairs are empty. This dream confirms the above conjecture. The mandala is not yet in use. 39. Visual impression. The dreamer is falling into the abyss. At the bottom there is a bear whose eyes gleam alternately in 4 colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. Actually it has 4 eyes that change into 4 lights. The bear disappears and the dreamer goes through a long dark tunnel. Light is shimmering at the far end. A treasure is there, and on top of it the ring with the diamond. It is said that this ring will lead him on a long journey to the east. This waking dream shows that the dreamer is still preoccupied with the dark center. The bear stands for the chthonic element that might seize him. But then it becomes clear that the animal is only leading up to the 4 colors, which in their turn lead to the lapis, i.e., the diamond whose prism contains all the hues of the rainbow. The way to the east probably points to the unconscious as an antipode. According to the legend, the Grail stone comes from the east and must return there again. In alchemy, the bear corresponds to the nigredu of the prima materia, whence comes the colorful cauda pavonis. 40. Dream. Under the guidance of the unknown woman, the dreamer has to discover the pole at the risk of his life. The pole is the point round which everything turns, hence another symbol of the self. Alchemy also took up this analogy. In the pole is the heart of Mercurius, who is the true fire, wherein his master rests. When navigating over this great sea, he sets his course by the aspect of the North Star. Mercurius is the world soul, and the pole is its heart. The idea of the anima mundi coincides with that of the collective unconscious, whose center is the self. The symbol of the sea is another synonym for the unconscious. 41. Visual impression. Yellow balls rolling round to the left in a circle. Rotation about a center, recalling Dream 21. 42. Dream. An old master points to a spot on the ground illuminated in red. The philosophist shows him the center. The redness may mean the dawn, like the rubetu in alchemy, which as a rule immediately preceded the completion of the work. 43. Dream. A yellow light like the sun looms through the fog, but it is murky. 8 rays go out from the center. This is the point of penetration. The light ought to pierce through, but has not quite succeeded. The dreamer himself observed that the point of penetration was identical with the pole in Dream 40, so it is, as we surmised, a question of the sun's appearing, which now turns yellow. But the light is still murky, which probably means insufficient understanding. The penetration alludes to the need for effort in coming to a decision. In alchemy, yellow, citrinitas, often coincides with the rubetu. The gold is yellow or reddish yellow. 44. Dream. The dreamer is in a square enclosure where he must keep still. It is a prison for Lilliputians, or children. A wicked woman is in charge of them. The children start moving and begin to circulate round the periphery. The dreamer would like to run away but may not do so. One of the children turns into an animal and bites him in the calf. The lack of clarity demands further efforts of concentration, hence the dreamer finds himself still in the childhood state, hence lopsided, and imprisoned in the dimenos in the charge of a wicked mother anima. The animal appears as in Dream 18 and he is bitten, i.e., he must expose himself and pay the price. The circumambulatio means, as always, concentration on the center. He finds this state of tension almost unendurable. But he wakes up with an intense and pleasant feeling of having solved something, as if he held the diamond in his hand. The children point to the dwarf motif, which may express Kabaric elements, i.e., it may represent unconscious formative powers, or it may at the same time allude to his still childish condition. 45. Dream. A parade ground with troops. They are not equipping themselves for war but form an 8-rayed star rotating to the left. The essential point here is that the conflict seems to be overcome. The star is not in the sky and not a diamond, but a configuration on the earth formed by human beings. 46. Dream. The dreamer is imprisoned in the square enclosure. Lions and a wicked sorceress appear. He cannot get out of the chthonic prison because he is not yet ready to do something that he should. This is an important personal matter, a duty even, and the cause of much misgiving. Lions, like all wild animals, indicate latent affects. The lion plays an important part in alchemy and has much the same meaning. It is a fiery animal, an emblem of the devil, and stands for the danger of being swallowed by the unconscious. 47. Dream. The wise old man shows the dreamer a place on the ground marked in a peculiar way. This is probably the place on earth where the dreamer belongs if he is to realize the self, similar to Dream 42. 48. Dream. An acquaintance wins a prize for digging up a potter's wheel. The potter's wheel rotates on the ground and produces earthenware, earthly, vessels which may figuratively be called human bodies. Being round, the wheel refers to the self and the creative activity in which it is manifest. The potter's wheel also symbolizes the recurrent theme of circulation. 49. Dream. A starry figure rotating. At the cardinal points of the circle there are pictures representing the seasons. Just as the place was defined before, so now the time. Place and time are the most general and necessary elements in any definition. The determination of time and place was stressed right at the beginning. A definite location in place and time is part of a man's reality. The seasons refer to the quartering of the circle which corresponds to the cycle of the year. The year is a symbol of the original man. The rotation motif indicates that the symbol of the circle is to be thought of not as static but as dynamic. 50. Dream. An unknown man gives the dreamer a precious stone. But he is attacked by a gang of Apaches. He runs away, nightmare, and is able to escape. The unknown woman tells him afterwards that it will not always be so, sometime he will have to stand his ground and not run away. When a definite time is added to a definite place, one is rapidly approaching reality. That is the reason for the gift of the jewel, but also for the fear of decision, which robs the dreamer of the power to make up his mind. 51. Dream. There is a feeling of great tension. Many people are circulating round a large central oblong with 4 smaller oblongs on its sides. The circulation in the large oblong goes to the left and in the smaller oblongs to the right. In the middle there is the 8-rayed star. A bowl is placed in the center of each of the smaller oblongs, containing red, yellow, green, and colorless water. The water rotates to the left. The disquieting question arises, is there enough water? The colors point once more to the preliminary stage. The disquieting question is whether there is enough water of life, aqua nostra, energy, libido, to reach the central star, i.e., the core or kernel. The circulation in the central oblong is still going to the left, i.e., consciousness is moving towards the unconscious. The center is therefore not yet sufficiently illuminated. The rightward circulation in the smaller oblongs, which represent the quaternity, seems to suggest that the 4 functions are becoming conscious. The 4 are generally characterized by the 4 colors of the rainbow. The striking fact here is that the blue is missing, and also that the square ground plan has suddenly been abandoned. The horizontal has extended itself at the cost of the vertical. So we are dealing with a disturbed mandala. We might add by way of criticism that the antithetical arrangement of the functions has not yet become sufficiently conscious for their characteristic polarity to be recognized. The predominance of the horizontal over the vertical indicates that the ego consciousness is uppermost, thus entailing a loss of height and depth. 52. Dream. A rectangular dance hall. Everybody is going round the periphery to the left. Suddenly the order is heard, to the kernels. But the dreamer has first to go into the adjoining room to crack some nuts. Then the people climb down rope ladders to the water. The time has come to press on to the kernel or core of the matter, but the dreamer still has a few more hard nuts to crack in the little rectangle, the adjoining room, i.e., in one of the 4 functions. Meanwhile the process goes on and descends to the water. The vertical is thus lengthened, and from the incorrect oblong we again get the square which expresses the complete symmetry of conscious and unconscious with all its psychological implications. 53. Dream. The dreamer finds himself in an empty square room which is rotating. A voice cries, "Don't let him out. He won't pay the tax." This refers to the dreamer's inadequate self-realization in the personal matter already alluded to, which in this case was one of the essential conditions of individuation and therefore could not be circumvented. As was to be expected, after the preparatory emphasis on the vertical in the preceding dream, the square is now re-established. The cause of the disturbance was an underestimation of the demands of the unconscious, the vertical, which led to a flattening of the personality, recumbent oblong. After this dream the dreamer worked out 6 mandalas in which he tried to determine the right length of the vertical, the form of circulation, and the distribution of color. At the end of this work came the following dream, given unabridged. 54. Dream. I come to a strange, solemn house, the house of the gathering. Many candles are burning in the background, arranged in a peculiar pattern with 4 points running upward. Outside, at the door of the house, an old man is posted. People are going in. They say nothing and stand motionless in order to collect themselves inwardly. The man at the door says of the visitors to the house, when they come out again they are cleansed. I go into the house myself and find I can concentrate perfectly. Then a voice says, what you are doing is dangerous. Religion is not a tax to be paid so that you can rid yourself of the woman's image, for this image cannot be got rid of. Woe unto them who use religion as a substitute for another side of the soul's life, they are in error and will be accursed. Religion is no substitute, it is to be added to the other activities of the soul as the ultimate completion. Out of the fullness of life shall you bring forth your religion, only then shall you be blessed. While the last sentence is being spoken in ringing tones, I hear distant music, simple chords on an organ. Something about it reminds me of Wagner's fire music. As I leave the house I see a burning mountain and I feel, the fire that is not put out is a holy fire. Shaw, St. John. The dreamer notes that this dream was a powerful experience. Indeed, it has a numinous quality, and we shall therefore not be far wrong if we assume that it represents a new climax of insight and understanding. The voice has as a rule an absolutely authoritative character and generally comes at decisive moments. The house probably corresponds to the square, which is a gathering place. The four shining points in the background again indicate the quaternity. The remark about cleansing refers to the transformative function of the taboo area. The production of wholeness, which is prevented by the tax evasion, naturally requires the image of the woman, since as anima she represents the fourth, inferior function, feminine because contaminated with the unconscious. In what sense the tax is to be paid depends on the nature of the inferior function and its auxiliary, and also on the attitude type. The payment can be either concrete or symbolic, but the conscious mind is not qualified to decide which form is valid. The dream's view that religion may not be a substitute for another side of the soul's life will certainly strike many people as a radical innovation. According to it, religion is equated with wholeness, it even appears as the expression of the integration of the self in the fullness of life. The faint echo of the fire music, the low-key motif, is not out of key, for what does fullness of life mean? What does wholeness mean? I feel that there is every reason here for some anxiety, since man as a whole being casts a shadow. The fourth was not separated from the three and banished to the kingdom of everlasting fire for nothing. Does not an uncanonical saying of our Lord declare, "Whoso is near unto me is near unto the fire"? Such dire ambiguities are not meant for grown-up children, which is why Heraclitus of old was named the Dark, because he spoke too plainly and called life itself an ever-living fire. And that is why there are uncanonical sayings for those that have ears to hear. The theme of the fire mountain is to be met within the book of Enoch. Enoch sees the 7 stars chained like great mountains and burning with fire at the angel's place of punishment. Originally the 7 stars were the 7 great Babylonian gods, but at the time of Enoch's revelation they had become the 7 archons, rulers of this world, fallen angels condemned to punishment. In contrast to this menacing theme there is an allusion to the miracles of Jehovah on Mount Sinai, while according to other sources the number 7 is by no means sinister, since it is on the 7th mountain of the western land that the tree with the life-giving fruit is to be found, i.e., the Arbor Sapientiae. 55. Dream. A silver bowl with 4 cracked nuts at the cardinal points. This dream shows that some of the problems in Dream 52 have been settled, though the settlement is not complete. The dreamer pictured the goal that has now been attained as a circle divided into 4, with the quadrants painted in the 4 colors. The circulation is to the left. Though this satisfies the demands of symmetry, the polarity of the functions is still unrecognized, despite the last, very illuminating dream, because, in the painting, red and blue, green and yellow, are side by side instead of opposite one another. From this we must conclude that the realization is meeting with strong inner resistances, partly of a philosophical and partly of an ethical nature, the justification for which cannot lightly be set aside. That the dreamer has an inadequate understanding of the polarity is shown by the fact that the nuts have still to be cracked in reality, and also that they are all alike, i.e., not yet differentiated. 56. Dream. 4 children are carrying a large dark ring. They move in a circle. The dark unknown woman appears and says she will come again, for it is the festival of the solstice. In this dream the elements of Dream 44 come together again, the children and the dark woman, who was a wicked witch before. The solstice indicates the turning point. In alchemy the work is completed in the autumn, Vindemia Hermetis. Children, dwarf gods, bring the ring, i.e., the symbol of wholeness is still under the sway of childlike creative powers. Note that children also play a part in the opus alchemicum, a certain portion of the work is called ludus puerorum. Save for the remark that the work is as easy as child's play, I have found no explanation for this. Seeing that the work is, in the unanimous testimony of all the adepts, exceedingly difficult, it must be a euphemistic and probably also a symbolical definition. It would thus point to a cooperation on the part of infantile or unconscious forces represented as cabiri and hobgoblins. 57. Visual impression. The dark ring, with an egg in the middle. 58. Visual impression. A black eagle comes out of the egg and seizes in its beak the ring, now turned to gold. Then the dreamer is on a ship and the bird flies ahead. The eagle signifies height. Previously the stress was on depth, people descending to the water. It seizes the whole mandala and, with it, control of the dreamer, who, carried along on a ship, sails after the bird. Birds are thoughts and the flight of thought. Generally it is fantasies and intuitive ideas that are represented thus, the winged Mercurius, Morpheus, genii, angels. The ship is the vehicle that bears the dreamer over the sea and the depths of the unconscious. As a man-made thing it has the significance of a system or method, or a way. Hinayana and Mahayana equals the lesser and greater vehicle, the two schools of Buddhism. The flight of thought goes ahead and methodical elaboration follows after. Man cannot walk the rainbow bridge like a god but must go underneath with whatever reflective afterthoughts he may have. The eagle, synonymous with phoenix, vulture, raven, is a well-known alchemical symbol. Even the lapis, the rubis, compounded of two parts and therefore frequently hermaphroditic as an amalgam of Sol and Luna, is often represented with wings, denoting intuition or spiritual, winged, potentiality. In the last resort all these symbols depict the consciousness transcending fact we call the self. This visual impression is rather like a snapshot of an evolving process as it leads on to the next stage. In alchemy the egg stands for the chaos apprehended by the artifacts, the prima materia containing the captive world soul. Out of the egg, symbolized by the round cooking vessel, will rise the eagle or phoenix, the liberated soul, which is ultimately identical with the anthropos who was imprisoned in the embrace of physis. 3. The vision of the world clock. 59. The Great Vision. There is a vertical and a horizontal circle, having a common center. This is the world clock. It is supported by the black bird. The vertical circle is a blue disk with a white border divided into 4 times 8 equals 32 partitions. A pointer rotates upon it. The horizontal circle consists of 4 colors. On it stand 4 little men with pendulums, and round about it is laid the ring that was once dark and is now golden, formerly carried by the children. The clock has 3 rhythms or pulses. 1. The small pulse, the pointer on the blue vertical disc advances by 1/32. 2. The middle pulse, 1 complete revolution of the pointer. At the same time the horizontal circle advances by 1/32. 3. The great pulse, 32 middle pulses are equal to 1 revolution of the golden ring. This remarkable vision made a deep and lasting impression on the dreamer, an impression of the most sublime harmony, as he himself puts it. The world clock may well be the severe image which is identical with the kabari, i.e., the 4 children or 4 little men with the pendulums. It is a 3-dimensional mandala, a mandala in bodily form signifying realization. Unfortunately medical discretion prevents my giving the biographical details. It must suffice to say that this realization did actually take place. Whatever a man does in reality he himself becomes. Just why the vision of this curious figure should produce an impression of the most sublime harmony is, in one sense, very difficult to understand, but it becomes comprehensible enough as soon as we consider the comparative historical material. It is difficult to feel our way into the matter because the meaning of the image is exceedingly obscure. If the meaning is impenetrable and the form and color take no account of aesthetic requirements, then neither our understanding nor our sense of beauty is satisfied, and we are at a loss to see why it should give rise to the impression of the most sublime harmony. We can only venture the hypothesis that disparate and incongruous elements have combined here in the most fortunate way, simultaneously producing an image which realizes the intentions of the unconscious in the highest degree. We must therefore assume that the image is a singularly happy expression for an otherwise unknowable psychic fact which has so far only been able to manifest apparently disconnected aspects of itself. The impression is indeed extremely abstract. One of the underlying ideas seems to be the intersection of two heterogeneous systems by the sharing of a common center. Hence, if we start as before from the assumption that the center and its periphery represent the totality of the psyche and consequently the self, then the figure tells us that two heterogeneous systems intersect in the self, standing to one another in a functional relationship that is governed by law and regulated by three rhythms. The self is by definition the center and the circumference of the conscious and unconscious systems. But the regulation of their functions by three rhythms is something that I cannot substantiate. I do not know what the three rhythms allude to. But I do not doubt for a moment that the allusion is amply justified. The only analogy I could adduce would be the three regimena mentioned in the introduction, by which the four elements are converted into one another or are synthesized in the quintessence. We shall hardly be mistaken if we assume that our mandala aspires to the most complete union of opposites that is possible, including that of the masculine trinity and the feminine quaternity on the analogy of the alchemical hermaphrodite. Since the figure has a cosmic aspect, world clock, we must suppose it to be a small-scale model or perhaps even a source of space-time, or at any rate an embodiment of it and therefore, mathematically speaking, four-dimensional in nature although only visible in a three-dimensional projection. I do not wish to labor this argument, for such an interpretation lies beyond my powers of proof. The 32 pulses may conceivably derive from the multiplication of 4 times 8, as we know from experience that the quaternity found at the center of a mandala often becomes 8, 16, 32, or more when extended to the periphery. The number 32 plays an important role in the Kabbalah. Thus we read in the Sefer Yetzirah, 1:1 Jehovah, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God and King of the world has graven his name in 32 mysterious paths of wisdom. These consist of 10 self-contained numbers Sephiroth and 22 basic letters, 1, 2. The meaning of the 10 numbers is as follows: 1. The Spirit of the living God, 2. Spirit from Spirit, 3. Water from Spirit, 4. Fire from water, 5 to 10, height, depth, east, west, south, north. Cornelius Agrippa mentions that the learned Jews attribute the number 32 to wisdom, for so many are the ways of wisdom described by Abram. Frank establishes a connection between 32 and the Kabbalistic Trinity, Kether, Bina, and Hakama. These three persons contain and unite in themselves everything that exists, and they in turn are united in the White Head, the Ancient of Days, for he is everything and everything is he. Sometimes he is represented with 3 heads which make but a single head, and sometimes he is likened to the brain which, without impairing its unity, divides into 3 parts and spreads through the whole body by means of 32 pairs of nerves, just as God spreads through the universe along 32 miraculous paths. 140 These 32 canales occulti are also mentioned by Nor von Rosenroth 141, who calls Hakama the supreme path of all, embracing all. On the authority of Job 28:7, there is a path which no fowl knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen. Allende, in his very valuable account of number symbolism, writes, 32 is the differentiation which appears in the organic world, not creative generation, but rather the plan and arrangement of the various forms of created things which the Creator has modeled, as the product of 8 times 4. Whether the Kabbalistic number 32 can be equated with the 32 fortunate signs, Mahavyanjana, of the Buddha child is doubtful. As to the interpretation based on comparative historical material, we are in a more favorable position, at least as regards the general aspects of the figure. We have at our disposal, firstly, the whole mandala symbolism of 3 continents, and secondly, the specific time symbolism of the mandala as this developed under the influence of astrology, particularly in the West. The horoscope is itself a mandala, a clock, with a dark center, and a leftward circumambulation with houses and planetary phases. The mandalas of ecclesiastical art, particularly those on the floor before the high altar or beneath the transept, make frequent use of the zodiacal beasts or the yearly seasons. A related idea is the identity of Christ with the church calendar, of which he is the fixed pole and the life. The Son of Man is an anticipation of the idea of the self, hence the Gnostic adulteration of Christ with the other synonyms for the self among the Nos Senes, recorded by Hippolytus. There is also a connection with the symbolism of Horus. On the one hand, Christ enthroned with the 4 emblems of the evangelists, 3 animals and an angel; on the other, Father Horus with his 4 sons, or Osiris with the 4 sons of Horus. Horus is also the rising sun, and Christ was still worshipped as such by the early Christians. We find a remarkable parallel in the writings of Guillaume de Digoulaville, prior of the Cistercian monastery at Chalice, a Norman poet who, independently of Dante, composed 3 pelerinages between 1330 and 1355, Les Pèlerinages de la Vie Humaine, de l'Âme, and de Jesus Christ. The last canto of the Pèlerinage de l'Âme contains a vision of paradise, which consists of 7 large spheres each containing 7 smaller spheres. All the spheres rotate, and this movement is called a siècle, saeculum. The heavenly siècles are the prototypes of the earthly centuries. The angel who guides the poet explains, when Holy Church ends her prayers within saecula saeculorum, forever and ever, she has in mind, not earthly time, but eternity. At the same time the siècles are spherical spaces in which the blessed dwell. Siècles and cieux are identical. In the highest heaven of pure gold the king sits on a round throne which shines more brightly than the sun. A couronne of precious stones surrounds him. Beside him, on a circular throne that is made of brown crystal, sits the queen, who intercedes for the sinners. Raising his eyes to the golden heaven, the pilgrim perceived a marvelous circle which appeared to be 3 feet across. It came out of the golden heaven at one point and re-entered it at another, and it made the whole tour of the golden heaven. This circle is sapphire-colored. It is a small circle, 3 feet in diameter, and evidently it moves over a great horizontal circle like a rolling disc. This great circle intersects the golden circle of heaven. While Guillaume is absorbed in this sight, 3 spirits suddenly appear clad in purple, with golden crowns and girdles, and enter the golden heaven. This moment, so the angel tells him, is unfate, like a church festival on earth. CE Circle K2 Voice ESTLE Calendrier Key en Faisant Sun Tour Entier, Monter des Saints les Journées Quand elles doivent être faites. Chacun en fait le circle un tour, chacun étoile YEST pour JOUR, chacun solile pour l'espace. De jours 30 au zodiac. This circle is the calendar, which spinning round the course entire, shows the feast day of each saint, and when it should be celebrate. Each saint goes once round all the way, each star you see stands for a day, and every sun denotes a spell of 30 days zodiacal. The 3 figures are saints whose feast day is even now being celebrated. The small circle that enters the golden heaven is 3 feet in width, and likewise there are 3 figures who make their sudden entry. They signify the moment of time in eternity, as does the circle of the calendar. But why this should be exactly 3 feet in diameter and why there are 3 figures remains a mystery. We naturally think of the 3 rhythms in our vision which are started off by the pointer moving over the blue disk, and which enter the system just as inexplicably as the calendar circle enters the golden heaven. The guide continues to instruct Guillaume on the significance of the signs of the zodiac with particular reference to sacred history, and ends with the remark that the feast of the 12 fishermen will be celebrated in the sign of Pisces, when the 12 will appear before the Trinity. Then it suddenly occurs to Guillaume that he has never really understood the nature of the Trinity, and he begs the angel for an explanation. The angel answers, "Now, there are 3 principal colors, namely green, red, and gold. These three colors are seen united in divers works of watered silk and in the feathers of many birds, such as the peacock. The Almighty King who puts three colors in one, cannot he also make one substance to be three? Gold, the royal color, is attributed to God the Father, red to God the Son, because he shed his blood, and to the Holy Ghost green, la couleur qui verdoye et qui reconforte. Thereupon the angel warns Guillaume not to ask any more questions, and disappears. The poet wakes up to find himself safely in his bed, and so ends the pèlerinage de l'âme. There is, however, one thing more to be asked. Three there are, but where is the fourth? Why is blue missing? This color was also missing in the disturbed mandala of our dreamer. Curiously enough, the calendrier that intersects the golden circle is blue, and so is the vertical disc in the three-dimensional mandala. We would conjecture that blue, standing for the vertical, means height and depth, the blue sky above, the blue sea below, and that any shrinkage of the vertical reduces the square to an oblong, thus producing something like an inflation of consciousness. Hence the vertical would correspond to the unconscious. But the unconscious in a man has feminine characteristics, and blue is the traditional color of the Virgin's celestial cloak. Guillaume was so absorbed in the Trinity and in the threefold aspect of the Roi that he quite forgot the rain. Faust prays to her in these words, Supreme Mistress of the world, let me behold thy secret in the outstretched azure canopy of heaven. It was inevitable that blue should be missing for Guillaume in the tetrad of rainbow colors, because of its feminine nature. But, like woman herself, the anima means the height and depth of a man. Without the blue vertical circle the golden mandala remains bodiless and two-dimensional, a mere abstraction. It is only the intervention of time and space here and now that makes reality. Wholeness is realized for a moment only, the moment that Faust was seeking all his life. The poet in Guillaume must have had an inkling of the heretical truth when he gave the king a queen sitting on a throne made of earth-brown crystal. For what is heaven without Mother Earth? And how can man reach fulfillment if the queen does not intercede for his black soul? She understands the darkness, for she has taken her throne, the earth itself, to heaven with her, if only by the subtlest of suggestions. She adds the missing blue to the gold, red, and green, and thus completes the harmonious whole. 4. The symbols of the self. The vision of the world clock is neither the last nor the highest point in the development of the symbols of the objective psyche. But it brings to an end the first third of the material, consisting in all of some 400 dreams and visions. This series is noteworthy because it gives an unusually complete description of a psychic fact that I had observed long before in many individual cases. We have to thank not only the completeness of the objective material but the care and discernment of the dreamer for having placed us in a position to follow, step by step, the synthetic work of the unconscious. The troubled course of this synthesis would doubtless have been depicted in even greater completeness had I taken account of the 340 dreams interspersed among the 59 examined here. Unfortunately this was impossible, because the dreams touch to some extent on the intimacies of personal life and must therefore remain unpublished. So I had to confine myself to the impersonal material. I hope I may have succeeded in throwing some light upon the development of the symbols of the self and in overcoming, partially at least, the serious difficulties inherent in all material drawn from actual experience. At the same time I am fully aware that the comparative material so necessary for a complete elucidation could have been greatly increased. But, so as not to burden the exposition unduly, I have exercised the greatest reserve in this respect. Consequently there is much that is only hinted at, though this should not be taken as a sign of superficiality. I believe myself to be in a position to offer ample evidence for my views, but I do not wish to give the impression that I imagine I have said anything final on this highly complicated subject. It is true that this is not the first time I have dealt with a series of spontaneous manifestations of the unconscious. I did so once before, in my book Psychology of the Unconscious, but there it was more a problem of neurosis in puberty, whereas this is the broader problem of individuation. Moreover, there is a very considerable difference between the two personalities in question. The earlier case, which I never saw at first hand, ended in psychic catastrophe, a psychosis, but the present case shows a normal development such as I have often observed in highly intelligent persons. What is particularly noteworthy here is the consistent development of the central symbol. We can hardly escape the feeling that the unconscious process moves spiral-wise round a center, gradually getting closer, while the characteristics of the center grow more and more distinct. Or perhaps we could put it the other way round and say that the center, itself virtually unknowable, acts like a magnet on the disparate materials and processes of the unconscious and gradually captures them as in a crystal lattice. For this reason the center is, in other cases, often pictured as a spider in its web, especially when the conscious attitude is still dominated by fear of unconscious processes. But if the process is allowed to take its course, as it was in our case, then the central symbol, constantly renewing itself, will steadily and consistently force its way through the apparent chaos of the personal psyche and its dramatic entanglements, just as the great Bernoulli's epitaph says of the spiral, idem mutat resurgo. Accordingly we often find spiral representations of the center, as for instance the serpent coiled round the creative point, the egg. Indeed, it seems as if all the personal entanglements and dramatic changes of fortune that make up the intensity of life were nothing but hesitations, timid shrinkings, almost like petty complications and meticulous excuses for not facing the finality of this strange and uncanny process of crystallization. Often one has the impression that the personal psyche is running round this central point like a shy animal, at once fascinated and frightened, always in flight, and yet steadily drawing nearer. I trust I have given no cause for the misunderstanding that I know anything about the nature of the center, for it is simply unknowable and can only be expressed symbolically through its own phenomenology, as is the case, incidentally, with every object of experience. Among the various characteristics of the center, the one that struck me from the beginning was the phenomenon of the quadernity. That it is not simply a question of, shall we say, the 4 points of the compass or something of that kind is proved by the fact that there is often a competition between 4 and 3. There is also, but more rarely, a competition between 4 and 5, though 5-rayed mandalas must be characterized as abnormal on account of their lack of symmetry. It would seem, therefore, that there is normally a clear insistence on 4, or as if there were a greater statistical probability of 4. Now it is, as I can hardly refrain from remarking, a curious sport of nature that the chief chemical constituent of the physical organism is carbon, which is characterized by 4 valencies. Also it is well known that the diamond is a carbon crystal. Carbon is black, coal, graphite, but the diamond is purest water. To draw such an analogy would be a lamentable piece of intellectual bad taste were the phenomenon of 4 merely a poetic conceit on the part of the conscious mind and not a spontaneous product of the objective psyche. Even if we supposed that dreams could be influenced to any appreciable extent by autosuggestion, in which case it would naturally be more a matter of their meaning than of their form, it would still have to be proved that the conscious mind of the dreamer had made a serious effort to impress the idea of the quadernity on the unconscious. But in this case, as in many other cases I have observed, such a possibility is absolutely out of the question, quite apart from the numerous historical and ethnological parallels. Surveying these facts as a whole, we come, at least in my opinion, to the inescapable conclusion that there is some psychic element present which expresses itself through the quadernity. No daring speculation or extravagant fancy is needed for this. If I have called the center the self, I did so after mature consideration and a careful appraisal of the empirical and historical data. A materialistic interpretation could easily maintain that the center is nothing but the point at which the psyche ceases to be knowable because it there coalesces with the body. And a spiritualistic interpretation might retort that this self is nothing but spirit, which animates both soul and body and erupts into time and space at that creative point. I purposely refrain from all such physical and metaphysical speculations and content myself with establishing the empirical facts, and this seems to me infinitely more important for the advance of human knowledge than running after fashionable intellectual crazes or jumped-up religious creeds. To the best of my experience, we are dealing here with very important nuclear processes in the objective psyche, images of the goal, as it were, which the psychic process, being goal-directed, apparently sets up of its own accord, without any external stimulus. Externally, of course, there is always a certain condition of psychic need, a sort of hunger, but it seeks for familiar and favorite dishes and never imagines as its goal some outlandish food unknown to consciousness. The goal which beckons to this psychic need, the image which promises to heal, to make whole, is at first strange beyond all measure to the conscious mind, so that it can find entry only with the very greatest difficulty. Of course it is quite different for people who live in a time and environment when such images of the goal have dogmatic validity. These images are then eo ipso held up to consciousness, and the unconscious is thus shown its own secret reflection, in which it recognizes itself and so joins forces with the conscious mind. As to the question of the origin of the mandala motif, from a superficial point of view it looks as if it had gradually come into being in the course of the dream series. The fact is, however, that it only appeared more and more distinctly and in increasingly differentiated form. In reality it was always present and even occurred in the first dream, as the nymphs say later, we were always there, only you did not notice us. It is therefore more probable that we are dealing with an a priori type, an archetype which is inherent in the collective unconscious and thus beyond individual birth and death. The archetype is, so to speak, an eternal presence, and the only question is whether it is perceived by the conscious mind or not. I think we are forming a more probable hypothesis, and one that better explains the observed facts, if we assume that the increase in the clarity and frequency of the mandala motif is due to a more accurate perception of an already existing type, rather than that it is generated in the course of the dream series. The latter assumption is contradicted by the fact, for instance, that such fundamental ideas as the hat which epitomizes the personality, the encircling serpent, and the perpetuum mobile appear right at the beginning. If the motif of the mandala is an archetype, it ought to be a collective phenomenon, i.e., theoretically it should appear in everyone. In practice, however, it is to be met with in distinct form in relatively few cases, though this does not prevent it from functioning as a concealed pole round which everything ultimately revolves. In the last analysis, every life is the realization of a whole, that is, of a self, for which reason this realization can also be called individuation. All life is bound to individual carriers who realize it, and it is simply inconceivable without them. But every carrier is charged with an individual destiny and destination, and the realization of these alone makes sense of life. True, the sense is often something that could just as well be called nonsense, for there is a certain incommensurability between the mystery of existence and human understanding. Sense and nonsense are merely man-made labels which serve to give us a reasonably valid sense of direction. As the historical parallels show, the symbolism of the mandala is not just a unique curiosity, we can well say that it is a regular occurrence. Were it not so, there would be no comparative material, and it is precisely the possibility of comparing the mental products of all times from every quarter of the globe that shows us most clearly what immense importance the consensus gentium has always attached to the processes of the objective psyche. This is reason enough not to make light of them, and my medical experience has only confirmed this estimate. There are people, of course, who think it unscientific to take anything seriously. They do not want their intellectual playground disturbed by graver considerations. But the doctor who fails to take account of man's feelings for values commits a serious blunder, and if he tries to correct the mysterious and well-nigh inscrutable workings of nature with his so-called scientific attitude, he is merely putting his shallow sophistry in place of nature's healing processes. Let us take the wisdom of the old alchemists to heart. Naturalissimum et perfectissimum opus est generare tale quali ipsum est.